Stella, I've really done it now. The thudding of my heart makes it hard to focus. The last few days have been a whirlwind leading to this very moment. I stand in the middle of a hotel room. It's luxurious in shades of cream and gold but dominated by the giant bed behind me. I don't spend much time looking around. My attention is solely on the open doorway where a tattooed gargoyle speaks softly with the guards there. The dust is settling like after a seismic event, but my insides still quake. Our guests are enjoying themselves in the hotel ballroom a few floors below us. The wedding ceremony was tense, each contingent expecting violence from the other, but this location is neutral ground, and the bar is open. Leaves me alone with my husband for the first time. Holy fucking shit, I'm married. Each breath I take threatens to escalate into a panic attack at the uncertainty of what lies before me. But I chose this. I chose what I gained from this anyway. Now I'm dealing with the consequences. Everything has been a rush. Shutting down my charm-making business, signing the engagement contract in blood so that my best friend's dragon mate could dispose of my father. The monstrosity of a wedding full of false congratulations I haven't even told my mother yet. I shelf the guilt of that. She would have tried to interfere if she had known. I have a little more time. I'd surprised her with a long cruise when I committed to helping the dragon Kalos take down Lorenzo Leonid. And now, I have my revenge. The man who rejected my mother and ruined her family after I was born a witch, rather than a lion shifter, is dead. I just never knew the cost would be so high. Or that the burn of righteous anger would leave a hollow feeling in my chest that gives more for the chaotic anxiety of my heart. In order for Kalos to destroy a fellow territory leader, Lorenzo had to be dethroned from within. Since I'm his oldest daughter, whether he claims me or not, my chosen mate would be able to usurp my father while still keeping within our laws. Enter Stony Heart. A territory leader eager to grow his holdings who doesn't mind upsetting those in power. Even facing away from me as he closes the doors to the room, Stony Heart is as intimidating as his reputation. His dark wings take up space even as they clasp around him like a cloak. The black swirling ink on his chest that distracted me during the ceremony continues over his shoulder and down his spine, the top part obscured by his dark hair pulled into a low ponytail. A gargoyle with no lineage who ruthlessly built a sizable territory within a decade by conquering small holdings one at a time. He'd earned the title the Devil from enemies and allies alike through his ambition and cold-blooded calculation. And now he has another title, my husband. What now? I ask. Stony Heart turns toward me, his horns gleam under the soft light of the as if they've been polished. He isn't as formally dressed for the occasion as I am, only wearing his usual dark kilt that leaves the grey skin of his chest open for ogling. If one dares to. The heavy silver rings that generally grace his fingers are absent tonight. The small hoops decorating his ears remain, but he's removed the labret piercing through his lower lip. I only glance over the mystery before his voice derails my pondering. We commence with the wedding night, wife. His deep voice would have been pleasant if there weren't an edge to it. I try to not flinch at the new role I've received. This whole situation is ill-fit to me. I was a simple witch. Powerless to the politics and feuds that dictated the beginning of my life. A pawn on the chessboard that had already been discarded because of a freak accident of genetics. My pride and joy had been taking the business I'd poured my time and effort in from scraping by to success. And now that's gone. I'm a co-territory leader. A wife to this enigmatic gargoyle who most speak of in whispers. Oh. My exhale is a little shaky. I knew this was coming. We can't afford to give the council who governs the magic community a reason to doubt this union. They are greedy for legal grounds to strike against Kalos. Of course we will be consummating the marriage tonight. I nod. All right, I say more to myself than to him. I wipe my hands on my dress and wish that I still held the bouquet of flowers I'd walked down the aisle with, if only to have something to occupy my hands. The memory of the small blue blooms irritates me enough to cease my fidgeting. Stony Heart prowls toward me, each step a confident rolling motion, and I swallow. The connection that sparked the first time we met still exists. It strums like a string, pulling me forward a step. I have a confession. I'm attracted to my husband. I've been attracted to him since he showed up at my shop and offered me this exact agreement years ago. His face is too strong to be considered beautiful, but the lines of it and the sharp angles of his form still have my fingers itching to explore. But I turned him down then. My body had responded to his unforgiving presence as he'd laid out the terms, and a naive part of me had wished that he'd just ask me out rather than use me to plot his power journey. But I wouldn't have been able to accept that invitation either. Not while knowing the real reason for his interest in me was in what he'd gain with our gymming, the sanctioned war it would start. I wanted my revenge, but I'm not so selfish that I could justify the blood that plan required, and now we're here. Married. It's awkward. But he probably doesn't even remember offering to marry me, never thought of it after he calmly nodded and left. I'd expected anger, but there was none. It was only business. I didn't expect to think of him over the years. To imagine what it would have been like to accept the offer from this gargoyle with the power to make my breath catch. The interaction infected me. I'd compare every day to Stony Heart whether I wanted to or not. Every man I'd cradle between my thighs for a night, I secretly wondered how different the act would be with him. Even wished I hadn't been quite as quick to reject his offer. But the morning after would bloom, and all the same reasons I didn't accept were illuminated by the light of day. Still, I kept my ears open to the politics. I'd watched him gain more standing and power until he became a force similar to Kalos. Until the council wouldn't allow him to grow by taking over neighbors anymore. I almost expected him to make the offer again. As he stops a step away from me, nerves flutter in my stomach, and the discomfort tightening my lungs isn't fear, it's awareness. My skin tingles and itches under the tight wedding dress that was nothing like I would have guessed I'd want to wear, but instantly needed once I saw it. Stony Heart raises his hand between us, the backs of his claws skimming over the pretty lace encasing my body before lightly resting on the skin over my collarbone. His eyes follow the motion, and I'm transfixed by the cool expression on his face. I must place my mating bite on you tonight, he says almost as an afterthought. What? The word comes out loud in alarm. Did you think a wedding would be enough? He asks, meeting my gaze in challenge. A bite is serious business. I don't know the specifics of them since it's rare for witches to go through the process of being soul bonded, but shifters and others forge mate bonds through bites. Isn't a bond risky? I ask. If a bonded person dies, more often than not, their mate follows them. My mind screams at me to take a step back, but I'm trapped by his light grey eyes. A part of me craves the dominance Stony Heart effortless exudes, aches to give him anything he requests. He frowns. Gargoyles don't bond through bites. The claiming mark is superficial. Oh. I don't know much about gargoyles, even being as obsessed as I am with this one. I'm still stuck on the fact he wants to bite me. We'll be doing more intimate acts than that tonight, but something about that, the way his pale grey gaze burned into me when he said it, makes me hesitate. We did sign the contract in blood, I say, but the moment lets me think instead of panic. I've already come to the conclusion that he's right by the time he makes a sound of dismissal at my words. The council will press any advantage they have. Right now, we're legal mates by marriage. It's an arrangement that is fine for witches, but shifters would be hard-pressed to recognize it. More so than the council, the people in the Leonid territory won't recognize Stony Heart as my mate without a bite to show for it. I clear my throat and nod. You're right. You have to bite me. There's a lightening of his demeanor and a rush of warmth fills my chest at pleasing him. His hand continues to hover up my neck and the tips of his claws scrape over the delicate skin there. Are there any sexual acts off limits? His question is frank. My skin heats under scrutiny as I think of all the things I want him to do to me. Each action that my mind brews up only serves to distract me from his question. I like all the usual things I whisper. Other things can be discussed as they come up. There. That sounds reasonable and confident. Not like my thoughts are clamming under the surface at all. You enjoy submission, he says, and it isn't a question. My cheeks bum hotter when I nod. Sometimes I say instead of only with some people, or the even more embarrassing only with you. Because even though I've always had a little bit of thrill at the idea of dominance and submission, I've never been comfortable enough with anyone I've casually dated to try it. I don't know how he can even tell. I've never been called meek. I'm loud and curse as easily as I breathe. I've been called chaos by one man in particular. He drags his claws through my hair, and the impressive updo weakens under his attention. He pulls away, one of the blue flowers pinned in my hair between his claws. A forget-me-not. I freeze before forcing my shoulders to relax. There's no reason to react to it. Will your demon be a problem? He asks, almost conversational. Demon? Stonyheart arches a sardonic brow but remains silent. He can't possibly know what the flowers mean, but perhaps he's picked up on the animosity toward him from Kalos's right-hand man. I shake my head to dispel the illusion that Stonyheart can as easily parse my soul apart as read my interest in submission. Ben isn't my demon, and why would he be a problem? Stonyheart twirls the flower. He doesn't like me much. He didn't like me much either. To start anyway. Over time, things became murkier. Either way, it doesn't matter. You're correct. It doesn't, he says, a satisfaction brimming the statement. He lets the flower fall to the floor between us before flicking his claw against the stone of the wedding ring he placed on my finger as if stating his claim. He doesn't have to use words. I wear his ring now. Anything that could have possibly sprouted between Ben and me withered the moment I chose to marry Stonyheart. There's a pang of loss, but I smother it. This is what I chose. Stonyheart's hands return to my hair, tugging one of the many pins free before dropping it. His wings unclasp, and I jolt with surprise. His movements slow as if asking permission. He's so much larger with them unfurled, like an impending shadow about to devour my soul. The flesh is willing, and my soul? As nervous as I am, that bitch is craving this. I nod for him to keep going, curious and a little surprised. I've never been with a paranormal who isn't human-shaped. There can't be all that many differences than being with a man, but idea of him involving his wings in this dance of ours is new. The talons on the hinge of his wings join the soft but sure action of removing the rest of the pins from my hair. The metal of each one sings as it runs over my scalp, the pearl ends adding the flavor of invigorating salt on the tip of my tongue. Stonyheart can't know how the materials affect me. Each pull is delicate and heightens my senses so that the soft brush of his knuckles over my cheek is as arousing as if he'd stroked my breast. I craft charms. Metals and stones speak to me, and I listen. Perhaps he does know. The metal of the ring he placed on my finger sings a pure enough song that it's a quiet bass line. The pear-cut sapphire in the ring symbolizes fidelity and hums with comfort. There are no clusters of other stones to disturb the message. As a gift to a witch who specializes in precious metals and stones, it's a beautiful one. It gives me hope for this union. With my attraction toward him, the careful way he watches me now, and the thoughtful ring choice, our relationship may bloom into a royal mating rather than only a political one. He pulls the last of the pins free, dropping it to the lush carpet with the wilted forget-me-not, and my hair cascades down my back and shoulders. petals and the stub-on flowers that had been so artfully placed for spectacle join the pins on the floor. My husband hums, his claws combing through the waves of auburn in a way that has my attention rapt. "So pretty and bright," he says. His approval radiates through me, and I yearn to touch him, spread my hands over his chest. To explore him as readily as he is me. To claim some sort of ownership over this gargoyle who has occupied my thoughts, but I'm ensnared by his purposeful motions, frozen. Caught between a want to disturb the heavy air around us and a curiosity to see where this goes. Consummation. A mating bite. A future together. His claw falls to the sweetheart neckline of the intricate gown and halts against the fabric, snagging. He pulls against it with intention, and the material parts a thread at a time. The ripping can't possibly be as deafening as it is, but it fills my senses all the same. He moves slowly as he destroys the dress, his eyes taking in the expanse of skin revealed. My higher brain functions should argue with his actions and call them wasteful, but my throat is tight. Something heavy pools in my belly as the tender skin between my breasts is bared to the cold of the room and the blaze of his gaze. The bridal lingerie isn't spared either. As the fabric is destroyed, I'm freed from the constriction of the garment, though my breaths stay shallow. The contrast of the leashed violence and the tickle of his sharp claw has a curling, sticky warmth growing between my thighs. I am trembling by the time he reaches my belly button. The top part of the dress gapes but has too much structure to fall away. His palm slides between the fabric and my body, resting on the skin of my expanding rib cage. It's the first time he's touched me intimately. The kiss sealing our marriage at the end of the ceremony had been perfunctory. This contact is a searing press, and a soft sound of surprise escapes between my lips at the suddenness of it. He makes an accompanying raspy purr to my quiet exhalation, but the sound cuts off almost immediately. His grip moves up to cup my bare breast, and my exhale morphs into a whimper as he squeezes the weighted flesh. I tilt forward, unbalanced by the simple act, and my hands fly to his chest. My pale fingers contrast to his inked grey skin in a way that makes me imagine how he'll look on top of me. If we can get that far before the lack of blood flow to my brain causes me to faint. All soft and willing for me he breathes, leaning in so that his words tickle my damp lips. It doesn't matter if a lover wrapped you up like a present for me. You're mine now. I start to question his words that clash with his gentle movements, but he steals the words from me with a devouring kiss. I don't have a lover. His mouth and sudden cool flavor distract me from the pull of fabric biting into skin as he releases my breast to rip the dress apart. The sound is as harsh as the cold air as the fabric falls from me to pool on the floor. I break the kiss with a gasp. Stony heart doesn't give me time to adjust to being naked. He grips my hair and brings my lips to his again with a snarl that fries my thoughts and doubts. He tastes like hunger, and I respond to his desire with my own. He wants me. Needs me. Will tear anything between us apart to get to me. It's a fantasy too enticing to keep my thoughts above water. My body falls into this seduction of few words and all grabbing hands. There's finally an honesty to our actions. I can express how much I want him now that we are bound together. It doesn't matter that my desire for him after meeting a handful of times is foolish. Each scrape of teeth and flick of tongue entraps me. I press myself against his exposed chest even as his arm around my waist pulls me in. My hard nipples brush against his thicker skin in a tantalizing tease. I should be pushing away from the rough grip he has around me, but I moan into his kiss. The chemistry that has haunted me for years is potent. The wild nature of his taste and energy gouges deep into my better sense and rips it apart as succinctly as he'd done to my wedding dress. Stony heart lifts me from the ruined dress with ease, and my thighs wrap around him. The scant fabric covering my sex is already soaked, smearing his lower stomach with an embarrassing amount of wetness. So wet for me already, he says against my mouth. He lets loose a growl before my embarrassment can slow my actions, and the sound vibrates through me, causing my thighs to squeeze harder around him, my body shivering in an odd needy response. I tighten my legs around his hips, but there is no corresponding hurry in his movements, no ready promise in his grip. I nip his upper lip, wanting to speed this along, and he makes a whaming sound, breaking our kiss. I grind my wetness shamelessly against his stomach. Something desperate needing him inside me. Please. I beg. It's never been like this. His eyes narrow for a moment before he tightens his grip on my hair. The pull on my scalp has my eyes rolling back. The world spins, and he lays me down on a soft surface that I distantly register as the bed. He doesn't even wait to pull back the undoubtedly expensive duvet to the more disposable sheets below before licking down my chest. His tongue is longer than a human's, with a tapered tip, and it makes me wonder what other anatomical differences he has. You won't rush me in taking my prize, he says against the center of my chest before licking over to suck my nipple into his mouth. I cry out at the contact, and a delicious heat flows through me as my thoughts become stilted and slow. That's me. I'm his prize. It's odd to be objectified and feel so cherished at the same time. Stony Heart's mouth releases my tender nipple. His words come out on a snarl. Your lover must be lacking for you to be so needy. Lover. I almost growl in frustration that we are back on this subject. The feelings I have for Ben are mixed and based on a few interactions that I mentally locked away when I accepted this proposal. He's a friend. Sort of. A friend who planned the wedding that altered my life and included sentimental flowers. He's not my lover, I say. Never has been. Stony Heart's eyes glint in disbelief, but my irritation is stalled by his mouth switching to my other breast. The growl that rumbles from him feels possessive and something else I can't identify. The sound rattles my core. The swollen, empty feeling there intensifies, and the wetness brimming spills from me suddenly. Shock has my thighs attempting to snap together, but his thick body between them stops the action. What was that? I gasp out. It feels silly to ask, but his kisses aren't distracting me this time. My body is very clearly doing something when he growls. His grin is sharp and satisfied. The light catches his fangs, and I shiver. Biology, wife. You're my mate and are responding as such. He releases another throbbing growl as if to demonstrate, and I squirm and whimper. The need flaring inside me at the sound is insistent. Not quite to the point of pain, but approaching it. The awareness that he can manipulate me so easily is alarming, but my hunger smooths over the reaction. Stony Heart goes back to sucking on my nipple like it's a candy-covered treat, and I gasp. My hands slide to either side of his head, skimming over the cold rings in his ears on my way to dig my fingers into his hair. I catch the hint of something heady from the metal, but my husband makes a disgruntled sound. His wing talons capture my wrists and bring them up over my head, trapping them there. I pull instinctually against the grip but can't break free. A fang runs over the sensitized skin of my breast and causes me to still on a shiver. Are you okay with restraints? Stony Heart checks in with me. His breath curls over my heaving flesh, distracting me. I don't know, I gasp. Too rolled up to reflect. I need to be filled. My hips move on their own, bending against his torso. The talons release my W-tists, the sudden disappointment stings and gives insight. I think I'm good with being restrained. But the grip doesn't return. Instead, his gaze meets mine. Keep your arms up. I swallow and grip the duvet dutifully. His eyes flash with a gratifying lust as the movement makes the tips of my nipples rise, and he dives back into the process of taking his prize. The bite of his teeth around my nipple has lashes falling and my breath stuttering. Fuck. I moan, forgetting my intention to keep my language ladylike. I grind against his chest with more intention, trying to get any friction against the liquid need. I could probably come like this. As if reading my mind, Stony Heart travels down my body, licking my skin all the way like he's starving, and my flavor is ambrosia. He reaches my pussy and pauses. The warmth of his breath through the tiny lace thong has me mewling for mercy. I'm so needy and saturated with his attention at the same time. The response of my body from his growls not having abated any. His sharp claws pull against the string of the panties. I make a sound of relief when the elastic gives way. Is this what your greedy cunt needs? He asks, a breath away from it. I bum, his words an accelerant and irritant. It would also like a cock inside it, but sure, we can start here. So much for keeping the crassness out of my language. He chuckles, and I'm about to release the duvet and yank the gargoyle by the homs where I need him, but heat engulfs me. My eyes roll back, and I push against his mouth. Any shyness that existed is gone. Stony Heart growls, his fingers dig into the flesh of my hips and pull me up. He skips any tentative licks and goes straight to eating me, sucking my arousal from each lip of my pussy before spearing me with that long tongue. I cry out at the writhing invasion. The tight grip he has on me keeps me right where he wants me, unable to escape from or run toward the sensations. I tighten around his tongue as it presses deep, devouring all the arousal he's inflicted on me as we both groan. Stony Heart, I gasp and break off before starving again. Roomy, I breathe, having never called him by his first name before. Please. His eyes darken, and his tongue slides from me. He rakes his teeth over my inner thigh as if in punishment, just as something pointed and smooth presses inside. Not a finger, but the end of his tail. My husband moves to sucking on my clit, and my body doesn't care which appendage of his is curling inside me. I shatter. The orgasm is a hot flicking rush. He doesn't keep the stimulation going to prolong or press the climax higher. Instead, he rises over me. I spread my thighs open wider for him to thrust home, but he doesn't feel my aching core. His tongue slides over the crook of my neck. He grabs one of my arms still above my head and extends it to the side as he kisses the open space between my shoulder and neck. I have a moment to flinch in understanding before his teeth sink into the skin. Fucking, ouch. It hurts. I don't expect the searing sting and tears to fill my eyes. The hand still in the duvet moves to grip his shoulder as if to push him away, but he holds tight a moment longer before releasing his teeth from my skin. All of a sudden the moment comes into focus. My husband, my mate, is a stranger to me. Like he said, there's no warmth of an entwining bond, only a mix of pain and coldness. Stony Heart makes a satisfied soothing shushing sound that causes some of the muscles I've tensed to loosen. His tongue starts laving over the wound, the sting receding with each pass. His tail FTCKs into me again, and I take a shuddering breath, blinking away the urge to cry as the charged nature of the moment slowly returns. I didn't know it was going to hurt, I say, feeling stupid. There's a prodding disappointment too. A part of me wanted there to be some sort of magical bond between us. Some sort of balm to the fact that this is a marriage of convenience. Apologies. His voice is still lust-drenched, and the gravelly nature of it helps return me to the next order of business. His cock presses against me through his kilt, but he doesn't rush. It takes a few minutes of Stony Heart licking and sucking my neck before the warmth of his skin against mine chases away the remnants pain. Mine, he growls again, pulling away to take in the mating mark on my neck. That growl goes a long way to sweeping away the memory of the pain. I tighten around his tail, wishing it was his cock. I flex my grip on his shoulders, impatience finally taking over. I got a bite for all my obedience before. Now I want the dessert that was promised. My hands go for the fastenings of his kilt, but he bats them away. He stands between my spread thighs and unfastens the garment himself. His tail slides from me in a rush that leaves me gasping even as I admire the true breadth of his body. The kilt falls from his hips, and my eyes widen. His size shouldn't be a surprise. His cock is proportional to his body, but I can already tell it will be a stretch for us to fit together. The grey skin of his body reddens and darkens over his cock. The head seeps milky precum as he strokes the full length. There's no hair to obscure my view of his anatomy. There isn't much difference to that of a man. His shaft and head are similar in shape if much larger than I've had before, but the hard bulge at the bottom of his cock before his balls is very different. Is that a knot? I don't say it out loud because Stonyheart snarls with the next stroke. His other hand forcefully squeezes the bulge of flesh, and he erupts. All over me. Surprise hits me first, followed by his release. His seed splashes hot over my chest and stomach. A stray droplet hits my cheek. I freeze in confusion even as my skin flushes hot under the cooling fluid that is already starting to thicken on my skin. Stonyheart's snarl smooths, and he refastens his kilt back to cover himself. Each movement is efficient. There's no fumbling or halting. There's no sign of the gargoyle who could growl me to release if he wanted to. Only one cool action after another. He doesn't even look at me before he turns away and walks to the alcohol cabinet. I press up, and rivulets run over my lower stomach to where my thigh was reddened by the scrape of his teeth. The sting of my neck comes back to the surface as the lust drains away. My confusion spirals, but Stonyheart's back holds no answers. His wings twitch as if he wants to soar away. The clink of glass as he pours himself a drink doesn't help. What? I start. The door bursts open, and I jump in surprise. Lord Stonyheart, oh, I see that you're busy. Apologies. I don't recognize the woman. She looks to be in her 50s in a neat pantsuit. I scramble and try to pull the heavy duvet around me in my compromised state, but the damage is already done. The shine in her eyes is bright as she takes in everything. Me naked on the bed, covered in a mix of sweat and both of our fluids. I catch the flare of her nostrils that makes me assume she's a shifter and undoubtedly picking up the smell of blood in the air from the mating bite. She bows her head in respect and swiftly exits, closing the door behind her, but not before I catch the guilty glance from one of the guards. Guards who were supposed to stop any sort of interruption. Weren't they? Didn't Stonyheart lock the door? Shock morphs into something else, and I start trembling. The interruption was allowed. Not only that. The humiliation that's burning my cheeks sinks into the pit of my stomach and churning with the ice there, flashing hot and cold over my senses. This was orchestrated. You knew. My accusation is hoarse in the heavy silence of the room. He scoffs. That the council would attempt to discredit our union? Of course. Only a child would think otherwise. The words are so caustic that I'm glad that he's sipping his drink and can't see my face. That's me. A child in a game of words and power. You could have told me. The bite mark on my neck throbs with the betrayal. He sets the glass on the table, tapping a talon for a breath. I want to see his expression, to see if this coldness is the reality I'd been too dumb to pick up on. But I'm bare and need a better shield before going into battle. The duvet I tried to wrap around myself hardly covers anything. He'd skipped pulling it back earlier not because he was so eager for me, but because sheets would allow me too much coverage when the interruption came. My throat swells and threatens to choke me with the truths of the pretty fantasy in my head. There's no room for error or hesitation. The council is stocked with predictable players just waiting for a lapse in judgment. He sighs, and it almost sounds regretful, but the illusion that he feels anything for me, or this situation, is long gone when he faces me again. The trick to succeeding in this game is knowing who the players are. His grey gaze is icy and dismissive as he takes in my debauched form. And who are the pieces? He turns toward the windows and opens balcony doors that I'd missed in my cursory inspection of the room. Don't wait up for me. I choke as the devil spreads the wings I'd so admired and disappears into the night without another word. Stella fuck ziao. I breathe out finally, staring at the open balcony doors. Cold air seeps into the room and clashes with the heat in my cheeks. The cold is the reason I'm trembling. Not from the sudden loss of my bearings. Not from the deep humiliation of being used as a prop. Or is it rage? Rage would be more comforting. Yeah. It's rage. Fuck that manipulative gargoyle right to hell. I wipe my eyes to hide any moisture there from myself. I can't quite stop the gasping sob that catches my breath as details come from the woodwork of what just occurred. He knows about my ability with jewelry. He must. He removed his rings and piercings so I wouldn't divine his intentions from them. I probably wouldn't have been able to. I can only pick up emotions from jewelry when the piece is absolutely saturated with it, but that taste of something unfamiliar and heady when I'd brushed his earrings makes me curse for not paying better attention. Once he bit me, he didn't have to keep up his seductive charade. There's a deep irony to this moment. I chose this path to helping Kalos because I wanted to destroy Lorenzo for throwing Mom and me away. The anger toward him had bummed and burned, but I'd known I was too minor of a player to make him pay in the way I wanted him to. I'd married Stony Heart to make that strike. To stop being a minor player in the world of giants. And now he thinks I'm merely a piece for him to play with. I'm not. I won't let him turn me into a pawn. I have allies. First things first, clean up and clothes. And maybe by then, I'll be composed enough to come up with a scheme. Anything. My inhale is ragged as I finally take in it's decked out in the kind of luxury I've seen fringes of while growing up, and it's unsettling. This was the world I'd been slated for if I'd come out a shifter like I was supposed to, but that was wiped away. Mom was disowned when Lorenzo Leonid rejected her. Luckily, she'd had some money, and we were able to make do, but there's something about feeling so out of place with the lush decor around me that adds another sting to the situation. I blow out a hard breath and stand, not bothering to keep Stony Heart's release from dripping. He can afford an extra cleaning charge. I close and lock the balcony doors first. The snick of the latch helps me separate from the emotions that threaten to continue to rage. I inhale and continue moving, pacing the suite, hating that his scent still has the ability to make my mouth water. I need to wash this claiming away. A shower would be heavenly, but I eye the room doors doubtfully. I'm alone here and hardly protected. The guards standing outside are Stony Heart's men, and I've lost my trust in them. They didn't mastermind what happened, but they've been tarred by the same brush. Anger comes crackling back to the surface. I'm angry at everyone. The council, the guards, the nameless woman acting as the council's spy who will probably gossip about me to a territory where I have no friends, and especially my husband. My skin starts to itch. I need to wash off, even if it's not a full shower. The bathroom is as outstanding as the rest of the room. As big as my bedroom at home, and the giant tub has jacuzzi jets. Bitterness flares at the back of my throat. I'd very much have enjoyed this whole experience if Stony Heart hadn't plotted behind my back. There's a stack of washcloths that I make quick use of before I notice what's missing. I frown, looking through all the cabinets. There are no towels. The fuck? Incredulous, I go back into to search the closets. The towels aren't the only thing missing. My bag was supposed to be here with clothes and toiletries for the night and my cell phone. The plan had been that we spend the night at this hotel because it's neutral ground. The silent understanding was that we'd consummate the marriage, then moved to the building in the Leonid territory where Stonyheart had set up his base of operations. Did Stonyheart misplace my stuff on purpose? Is this a way he's trying to control me? My rose-colored glasses for him have truly shattered after his earlier stunt. But his items are missing too. As much as his TUE colors seem to be all asshole, this feels too elementary for him. The humiliation of the interruption served to confirm a mating with the council. Me being trapped here with no towels only serves to diminish my standing. I groan, and my eyes sting. Shifters. The more I think about it, the more sense it makes. Some disgruntled Leonids decided to poke the new leadership. It's juvenile, but I expected some dominance issues with this takeover. I want a shower and to pass out in a comfy bed, but that's not going to happen until I solve this. This would be an inconvenience if Stonyheart were here. But alone. If I use the hotel phone, people will find out that he's gone. I'd have to wrap myself in sheets to speak with the guards, and that would be more debasing than I can handle tonight. I can trust their discretion. I'm familiar with the game of hierarchy that shifters play, but fuck everyone. I'm a witch. I play by my own rules. I blow out a breath. I have options. I pull the sheet free from under my enemy, the duvet, and wrap myself in it. Immediately feeling better. I kick at the destroyed wedding dress. The torn fabric is too similar to my ragged emotions for comfort. I pick up a couple of pins that litter the floor, avoiding the memory of just how fully Stonyheart had played me with his seduction. The bitterness will be useful for later. Right now, my fingers itch, and I wish I had my tools. I don't need my pliers or soldering iron to work my magic, but it would make it easier. The pins are ultimately wire and pearl and bite into my calluses as I twist the metal. The sting is welcome as I work. There's one person who told me to call him if I needed anything. He didn't mean magically, but I'm nothing if not resourceful. I pluck a flower from the carpet next. The energy that warms my fingers takes on a deep, sweet note that makes me want to press my face in and inhale. It wouldn't work. The magic is only picking up traces of the man who organized the flowers. I have no talent for crafting a charm using plants, but meaning gives objects power. Symbolism may be a statement, but when it's used to communicate. To give one last message? That's impactful, but only if he's thinking of me. Rumi tea chill of the night does little to calm my blood no matter how much time I take to get to my destination. My wings are numb save for some painful throbbing. My mixed heritage makes me more susceptible to the cold than other gargoyles. I land silently and open the balcony doors of the Firefly. We'd purchased this skyscraper in the Leonid territory last year. I've had my eyes on this territory for years. Lorenzo's time was running out. That he'd made an enemy of Kalos had worked well in my favor and sped up our timeline. The penthouse had been empty last week, but my closest people are moved in now and ready to work. Our original territory is stable, and the Leonid holdings are well placed for us to merge it seamlessly. Everything had been planned for and considered. Even my mate. She's mine now. From every fiery strand of hair to her soft-parted lips. I thought I'd accounted for everything. But my reaction to her was more distracting than I'd expected. The sensation brewing in my chest isn't foreign, but I don't want to dwell on it enough to name it. Stacks of paper disrupt the clean lines of the dining table. Not that Silas would care. We have a place to do work like this, but he'd rather sprawl out in areas of his choosing. His attention is devoted to his laptop until he notices my presence. My second-in-command raises a scaly brow. And just what are you doing here? Give me the progress report of what we found with Lorenzo's holdings, I order, ignoring the lizardman's disbelief. I sit in a lounge chair facing the open area of the dining room and built large to accommodate my WMGS. You're supposed to be consummating your marriage, he says. She is bitten. That will do for now. Eventually we will need to consummate the mating. Perhaps once I get my reactions under control it will be easier to convince her of that. Though the last sight of her cheeks reddening with rage attests that may be more difficult than I counted on. He sighs and leans back in his chair. What did you do? I scowl slightly, not liking his tone. Exactly what needed to be done. The council found someone to interrupt us. Just as we assumed they would. The mating is as good as consummated if the council believes it is. Silas's lips thin. And you left her there. I couldn't stay. The wounded look on her face stabbed at me in an unexpected way. The discomfort is an unwelcome discovery. We have guards posted, and I was done with her. Softening for Stellar Elderflower would be a miscalculation. He makes a gruff sound to vocalize his disbelief. Your lust is choking the air, old friend. You're lying out of your ass. That doesn't matter. I tap my talons on the furniture, waiting for the report I requested. Silas's gaze narrows. Years, Rumi. You've kept track of her for years, and now that you have an opportunity for something real, you've left her alone after an intimate act that will undoubtedly make her feel vulnerable. Something real was never on the table. Especially not now. We kept track of her because it suited our needs for this strategy, I say, gesturing to the penthouse our operation is set up in. He rolls his eyes. We could have figured something else out. You wanted her. I bare my fangs, but don't deny it. Silas knows me better than anyone else. He's been with me since I usurped my first territory. He'd been managing the district while the actual leader had been living without a care in the world, cashing in favors he could never have paid back. Silas had been the one who had kept the place as secure as it was, but doing that without support was impossible. The territory was ripe for the picking and practically fell into my hands. At my silence, Silas removes his reading glasses and starts cleaning them. The tension in his shoulders gives away that he isn't going to drop the subject. Mates are to be cherished. And now I have her. We needed the mating. I don't need her. I only needed to possess the firefly that had caught my interest. That's it. He puts his glasses aside to glare at me. Actually, you do. I clench my teeth in denial as he continues. This isn't a takeover by might. The Leonids are shifters and have more unity than any territories you've claimed in the past. They require the stability of your mating to accept your sovereignty. Perhaps even an heir. Something sparks in my chest at that, and I stamp it out. It won't come to that, I say. Either way, we need her on our side to keep mutiny from happening. It's not like you to discount an asset. Those who didn't know Silas wouldn't be able to read the concern in his features. Much of his emotion comes through the twitch of his eyebrows and the flare of the nostrils in his snout. I'm behaving irrationally. Fuck, I can trust that she wants the power that she gained along with this revenge plot of hers. Perhaps that will be enough for her to overlook my actions. Silas's worry morphs into suspicion. This wouldn't have anything to do with her rejecting your proposal, would it? That was years ago. I try and scoff, but it doesn't trick him. We sit in silence for a moment as heat prickles the skin of my neck. His eyes widen. You're unhinged. She doubted my ability to obtain her revenge, I snap. Which was logical since you were an upstart with an oversized ego. That ego is still oversized, he mutters. You backed me. Silas rolls his eyes. After you proved yourself. She didn't even know you. You can't hold that against her. Shouldn't he would be the more accurate term. The wisdom of that doesn't he dispel the distaste of her rejection any. Or rather that she rejected me and accepted another. The years we've kept tabs on her didn't produce much reason for jealousy. Not until recently. There's another, I growl. The register of the sound is nowhere near what I'd used with Stella. Those growls had scraped down deep in my chest, making my blood surge with need in time with the arousal I'd lit in her. This sound is fueled by an emotion I hardly want to acknowledge. Jealousy. Silas makes a sound of understanding. Ah, Kalos man. I thought our alliance was going to be dead in the water. Bams had not hidden his emotions well. Which is odd for his position. One does not come to be right hand to a dragon without having a certain amount of discipline. It's a wonder that he made the offer at all. Silas continues. Though I suppose they had little choice. I wouldn't he have made the offer. I'd have crushed the Leonids before giving away the woman I'd claimed, no matter the council's response. She says they aren't lovers, I say. Which would explain why the demon had made the deal. Silas tilts his head. Do you believe her? I consider that. I don't not believe her. Not with her denials when her body bowed to my will. But whether they were physical lovers doesn't matter in the realm of emotions. There's something between them. You can't kill him, Silas says, breaking my train of thought. Kalos is not an enemy we can afford. I won't kill him. No matter how much I want to crush any ownership he thinks he has over my wife. I slow the tapping of my talons as I consider. That would be a waste. He could be of use. I don't know whether to be upset with your scheming, Silas sounds tired. Or to be glad that you're acting more like yourself again. He can teleport, I muse aloud, ignoring Silas. The skill is very rare. If he doesn't keep clear of my mate. I'm lost in possibilities when Silas interrupts again. By the way, some luggage that I think is Stella's was left with the doorman earlier. I frown. Her items have already been dropped off. Bams himself had been the one to do it and scowled the whole time. The man had been busy with putting together a wedding in a matter of days, but had made the time to glower at me and ensure that Stella would be comfortable in her new life. Silas shrugs. There were no spells or charms on it, so I figured accepting the delivery was for the best. It's in the entranceway. The oddity is enough for me to start moving. 2 bags rest where Silas said. One of them is familiar because it's mine. I clench my jaw before running my tongue over a fang, wanting to enforce my will on this new territory as soon as possible. These are the bags that should have been at the hotel, I say. What? That can't be right. Silas is next to me in the next moment. Grim exasperation lines his face as we exchange a look. Someone wanted to inconvenience you. We are both used to this type of testing. We took over this territory bloodlessly. This type of prodding is meant to see just what my reaction would be. Find who did this. The knowledge will be instrumental to the consequences. Something like this seems low level, but... And maybe you'll actually have that report when I get back. I grab the pink bag next to mine and shake the lingering cold from my wings. I left my mate coated in my seed and alone in a hotel room, possessing only a wedding dress that I destroyed. No matter what past sins I blame her for, she doesn't deserve this. She had better be alone anyway. Ben, I wish the numbness of my fingers dangling the bottle of alcohol would spread to my heart. The night is a reminder that the world still turns, fall is in the air, and winter will follow. The rooftop of a dragon's home is a surprisingly good place to be alone. I'm not much one for alcohol, but if there was ever a night to dull my feelings, it's this one. And yet, I can make myself uncork whatever bottle I snatched from Kalos' collection. I don't deserve the numb. No one is a fan of mine tonight. Kalos is still furious that I put Katerina and their unborn child in harm's way even though it saved his life. Katerina is upset with both of us that her best friend had to enter into a political marriage to get the council to leave us alone and to deal with the Leonid threat. And Stella. One don't know what she thinks of me, but she deserved so much better. She deserved to be courted and to actually know who she was marrying instead of having to deal with the devil. I put the bottle on the ground before I drop it. The sucking sensation in my chest is useless. Stella was never mine. She can make her own decisions. It's better this way. What would I do with a mate anyway? It would only serve to distract me from my position. I have responsibilities. Kalos is my family. Stonyheart is a formidable territory leader. His enemies won't dare to move against him, and his people are loyal. I've kept an eye on his actions over the years. I'd even admired his strategy from time to time, but that didn't make watching her walk down the aisle any easier. She and I could hardly hold a civil conversation through most of our acquaintance, but the memory of the moment that changed has sharp edges. Each time I run it through my mind it cuts a little deeper. But I can't seem to help myself. I knock on the door to the room Stella has been staying in while we resolve the situation with the Leonids. Her shop being ransacked made a compelling case to accept our protection. It also allowed her to help in finding where Katerina had run off to after the attack. I mentally prepare myself until the door swings open. The sight of her is still enough to knock the air from my lungs, but I'm used to that. Stella is gorgeous, but one should pay more attention to her thorns to get through an interaction unscathed. I'll never admit to anyone that her prickliness pulls me in almost more than her conventional beauty. Not that I'm immune to that. Her hair is down and flows over her shoulders. The copper highlights make my fingers itch to touch it. She folds her arms and leans against the door jamb. What do you want? I clear my throat to corral my thoughts. I had a purpose for being here. I wanted to apologize for being an ass. I hold out the flowers that look more worse for wear after their journey through the shadows of the in-between. What's this? She asks but accepts them. A gift. Eager ears burn, the gesture suddenly seeming beyond ridiculous. Stella's lips curves in half question and half a bashfulness I rarely see from her, but when she opens her mouth, her words are exactly the type I expect. You re-giving me flowers? I know you may fantasize about strangling me, but it's too early to plan my funeral. I cough to stop my laugh. She's always able to turn things back on me with a jab, and I'd be lying if a part of me didn't enjoy our banter. Crave it. The shine in her eyes makes me think she enjoys it as much as I do. The arch of her brow is as sharp as her teasing words. I'm sorry, I start instead of getting pulled into a satisfying exchange of quips. Quips that have lately strayed into the territory of angry sniping more than I wish. It's a stressful situation, and I know I'm not helping you feel any better. Stella glances down as if uncomfortable with putting words to the actions. As if we didn't mention it, she could forget the risk to her and her friend's life. I continue, trying to distract her from everything and maybe share something about me that would help her understand. It's always been my job to create solutions to chaos, and it's made me ___ inflexible. A stick in the mud? Stella teases. Lips pull into a reluctant grin. I'm very good at it. The most stable stick in the mud. She nods, her gaze taken in the haphazard bouquet. No. It's a good attribute to have. I'm sorry if I've been catty about it. I'm just worried about Kat. Thank you for the flowers. The truce of our words rests in the air and make me want to linger. I saw them, and they seemed fitting. You know, wildflowers. Cheeks warm as she looks up at me. The smile of her lush lips is wry. Are you calling me wild? Utter chaos. I'm suddenly breathless. Her cheeks pinken. There's a beat of silence as the revelation crashes over me like the long-waited crescendo of a song. I've always liked verbally spummed with Stella. It's only now that it occurs to me that it's much more than that. These are called forget-me-nots, she says softly, her expression thoughtful, questioning the tension between us. I would think that I'm someone you'd want to forget. A foreign sensation rises in my throat. Nerves. You'd be wrong, I say. And then I'd enacted a solution to the Leonid problem. A solution that put Stella as far away from me as she could be. I don't deserve to drown my misplaced soito or to mark Stella's wedding with forget-me-nots, but some part of my soul wouldn't allow me to let her be bound to Stony Heart without knowing that I grieved for something we hadn't had the opportunity to explore. The sensation in my chest tightens, and I gasp, pressing my hand to my heart as if to push it back into place. This is something different than the emotions I've been wrestling with. A hint of floral citrus warms the back of my throat as surely and distinctly as if she were in front of me. This is magic. Ben. Her voice in my head is enough to make me scramble to my feet. All my thoughts about distancing myself from her fall away and only leave a certainty. She needs me. Her call pulls me through the in-between as surely as if a thread connects us. The shadows between planes that I traverse curl around me as if to usher me forward to the shining light of Stella's location. Anyone I teleport experiences this as an instant sensation. Only those souls with the ability to navigate through space and shadow can glimpse this world. I already know where I'm headed to without Stella's call acting as a beacon, and I don't care if it creates a political crisis. She needs me. Even if a certain gargoyle will undoubtedly be displeased by me showing up in their bridal suite. The pull disappears as the shadows clear around me and reveal a luxurious, if generic, hotel room. My heart races as I take in the room looking for danger. You came, she says. I frown. Of course I came. I cut myself off when I take in her position at the edge of the bed. Stella is wrapped in only a sheet. That would be a distraction alone with the warm tone of her skin showing through the thin material, but the rest of the details jar my thoughts from where they should not go when in front of a married woman. The usual teasing floral feel of her magic mixes with something darker and unforgiving that must be traces of Stony Heart. My nose isn't as strong as my demonic senses are to energy, but his scent covers her. The other scents of the room are more delicate, her hunger, blood, and pain. Her eyes are red as if she's been crying. Rage flashes quick, and suddenly I don't care about skirting around Stony Heart's ire. What did he do? Her eyes widen. Ben, I'll kill him myself, I snarl. Or drop him in Antarctica. I've never been, but I can make the trip for this. Even if the political fallout would be catastrophic since he's Kalos Ali. Kalos will understand, I say, responding to my own thoughts. Stella is our responsibility. She was put in this situation for us. Because of me. No, she says, eyes wide. But the shadows pulse in time to my raging heart. If he's hurt you, Stella drops a twisted piece of metal to grab my coat sleeve. It was consensual. That one word, or rather her touch as it slides down my arm to take my hand, collapses the fury that has me sympathizing with the dragon I serve. I wanted it. She nearly chokes on the words, but they are clear enough that I can't believe any differently. I look away. The jealousy that stabs me is painful, but I breathe through it. Though I don't want to stop touching her, I release her hand and shake myself out of my suit coat, wrapping the garment to cover her. What do you need? I ask. She clears her throat, wrapping a hand to hold the jacket together. I'm sorry. There wasn't anyone else I could think to try and summon who would be able to get here without alerting anyone. I said to call me if I needed anything, and I meant it. I fry to gentle my voice. The strain in Stella's face speaks volumes. Along with the sense of the room and the wedding dress that will live forever in my memory pooled on the floor, the lace and beading ripped apart. Bitterness fills my mouth, but I don't allow myself to reflect on anything other than her statement. Consensual. Stony Heart and Stella consummated their marriage and enacted a mating just as they should. The bite mark on the crook of her neck is binding. She didn't do anything Vmong. He's the one who is missing. I don't have any supplies, she says, snapping me from my contemplation. The clothes that were supposed to be here, the damn towels even, are gone. I frown. Stony Heart? I ask, even though that doesn't jive with what I know about the gargoyle. She shrugs. Probably not. Where is he? He left after she breaks off and blushes. It's a breath before she starts again. There was an interruption, and he took off afterward. An interruption? I must look confused because Stella inhales before explaining. The council had someone interrupt us to ensure that we were busy. I grit my teeth at the nerve of the council and our damned gargoyle alley. It would have served his purpose to let such a thing happen. I knew he was callous. I didn't think it would extend to this. Gargoyles are supposed to be protective of mates. I can get you supplies, but do you want to stay here? I ask. She sighs and stands shuffling with the sheet wrapped around her. Honestly, I want to take a shower. The willpower it takes for me to not entertain the visual of that with her half-dressed in front of me is shamefully high. I grit past the urge to clearer thoughts. The wedding makeup tries its best, but it doesn't disguise her weariness. She'll be needing to sleep along with that shower, but she can't trust Stony Heart's guards. Can she even trust Stony Heart at this point? I'm so sorry, Stella. It slips from me without my meaning to. Her eyes water for a moment, making them seem bluer. It's not your fault. But it is. I take a step toward her without meaning to. The mix of energies and scents on her don't make me long for her any less. I wish this could have been different. It's a selfish thing for me to say. Littering her wedding with forget-me-nots is one thing. Saying such a thing now that it's impossible is another. I know. Me too. She takes a step toward me. It's been a difficult night. That's the only reason she's as close to me as she is. If she hadn't just been humiliated by the council and abandoned by her mate, she wouldn't be looking at me like she is right now. I step back. Not from self-preservation, though, if I touch her, Stony Heart will undoubtedly take issue, but because she is looking for comfort. It's something I'd love to give her, but even though Stella's nature is chaotic, she's loyal. She'd regret it if anything happened between us. It doesn't stop my heart from throbbing. She shakes her head as if realizing the way her body was swaying toward me. I'm so sorry. The doors to the balcony break open. We both jump and spin at the sound of metal snapping and glass shattering. A monster enters from the night. Or rather, an angry gargoyle. Stony Heart's gaze burns on me, ignoring his mate in a way that makes my fists clench. The sound emanating from the devil is vicious, meant to wham me away by the fear it strikes. It's a type of growl I've never even heard from a dragon, but I understand its meaning. It's a statement that unless I leave, he'll follow through on my obvious death wish. But I won't leave her alone to face him, and I won't go down without a fight. Stella to lock balcony doors, wife. Stony Heart's words are cool despite the terrifying growl he'd released at the sight of Ben. Is that a rule of yours? I ask, forcing levity into the words. I almost kissed Ben. The shame of that doesn't make it any less true. After all the assurances I gave about us not being lovers, after vowing loyalty, all it took was Ben's compassion for me to gravitate toward him like the most inevitable catastrophe. Among other things. His eyes don't move away from Ben, who is so still not a single strand of his responsibly cut dark hair moves. But there's no fear on his face, only caution. I half wish he would save himself and teleport away from the gargoyle I married, but he doesn't. I swallow. Maybe if we communicated about these things, we wouldn't be in this situation. Maybe if we communicated at all, I wouldn't have had to drag Ben into this. I don't want Ben hurt, and I'm realizing now that I've brought him into danger. Your bag was delivered to the Firefly, Stonyheart says, tossing the duffel at my feet with his eerie gaze still locked on Ben. The part of me that has lived my life by suppressing my need for justice and keeping my head down wants to snatch the bag up and run away, but I can't do that. I called him because I was trapped here without towels or even clothes. If I contacted anyone using the hotel phone, it would have displayed our lack of unity. I project the haughtiest air I can. He dismisses my statement. You could have spoken to the guards. The ire I summon is real now. Oh, of course. Let me parade myself into the hallway half naked in front of the men who allowed us to be interrupted. Who knows what else they've been instructed that they can ignore? That gets his attention. He narrows his eyes at me, probably because he can't deny my words. I'm rather short on trust for the people surrounding us, I say as calmly as I can. I don't verbally include him in that assessment, though it's true. Insulting him won't help Ben leave here alive. So I called on someone I could trust. His gaze snags on the jacket Ben placed around my shoulders, and I feel like I should shrug it to the floor, but I can't. I refuse to. Stonyheart crushed me tonight. He ripped away my protective walls through seduction and left me naked. Ben placing his jacket around me reminded me that someone still cares for me. I tighten my grip on it, and that deep sweet scent curls around me. I see my husband says. And what do you say of our presence here, Barnes? You could have easily alerted one of mine. You didn't need to show up in our room next to my naked wife. Ben's body is tense, but it doesn't stop the professional cadence of his words. I wasn't aware of the situation I was being summoned to. Stella was instructed to call if she had need of me. His face is grim even as anger stews beneath the surface, far greater than when I've heckled him over the months of our acquaintance. Kalos will be displeased that you've treated one of ours as such. One of yours? Stonyheart asks with brows raising. Ben glares. She was under his protection when this deal was struck. Her continued safety and happiness are important to us. To both of you, he asks, prodding as a surgeon does, looking for weakness. She has many friends, Ben snaps. We will not allow her to be treated poorly just because you've placed a mating mark on her. Friends, of course. The disbelief of his words is choking. This whole situation only goes to prove his suspicion of Ben's and my involvement. Well, tough shit. Ben is right. Stonyheart can't afford to mistreat me. Perhaps in your rush to categorize me as a piece, you forgot that the Queen can turn the whole game, I say. Stonyheart focuses on me again. There's an acknowledging glint in his eyes, and he moves as if to assert his claim on me. The dominance emanating from him has a shiver trailing down my spine. My body still responds to him, and that has anger percolating in my chest. Ben moves to step in front of me, and I raise my hand to his chest to stop him. The tension between me and my husband is inconvenient to my peace of mind, but it isn't violent. Do not touch him. Stonyheart's words come out as a hiss, and I freeze. He rolls his shoulders, but the tight air in the room doesn't dissipate. I pull my hand away. This rule is loud and clear. He will abide by the fact I called on Ben. He will allow us to even be in a room together without destroying the demon, but he will not allow this. Ben's hand flexes as if remembering where I'd already touched him tonight. The game we're playing is so much more dangerous than I've let myself believe. I shouldn't have summoned Ben. Stonyheart exhales slowly. His expression is impassive, but the sense that he's close to the edge doesn't vanish. I suggest we move to the Firefly. Tonight. I tighten my grip on the jacket and sheet around me, and he continues, nodding to himself. My most trusted people are there. Leonids and council members won't cause us more trouble. Get changed, he orders. I hesitate, not wanting to leave Ben and Stonyheart alone together. But Ben gives me a nod. I pick up my bag and shuffle to the bathroom, the sheet trailing after me, making me take my time. Once the door closes, I collapse to the tiled floor. I try and keep my gasping quiet. The gargoyle probably has inconveniently good hearing. Bathrooms have always seemed like good places to fall apart. Too bad I can't take the time to run a shower and hyperventilate as much as I want to. I need to stay away from Ben for his own safety. It had felt right to call on him, but Stella the Chan maker made that decision, not Stella the bride of the devil. The comfort he gives me will only make everything worse for both of us. It takes some silent breaths, but finally I pull myself together and I clothe myself. I'd carefully chosen the deep blue dress cut in a classic silhouette for the fact that it's understated but classy. People are judgmental creatures no matter if they are shifter or human. Dressing for the part of territory leader is the only thing I feel confident about in this new life. I put the charm that kept the dress wrinkle-free back in the bag and focus on preparing myself to join the melee again. Ben is out there with my husband. I don't want him to get in a fight because Stonyheart decides to treat me like he can stand me one moment and wants me the next. I shake my head to keep from psyching myself out. Ben has probably already left. That would be the wisest course of action. It's not Ben who is gone when I exit my haven. What happened? I ask Ben, handing him the suit jacket he'd wrapped me in and glancing around the empty room as if my husband is going to arrive in another dramatic fashion to startle us again. Ben's hair is slightly more mussed than before, but I see no damage to his person as he puts his jacket back on. There's a short halting moment where he inhales, but it's over before I can question it. He gathers my ruined petal-strewn wedding dress and pins, handing them to me. I hesitate before stuffing them in my bag, not wanting to leave the garment for people to gossip about. Stonyheart will meet us at his penthouse, he says. It will be more comfortable for you to travel by teleporting with me rather than him flying you there. I almost threw up the last time Stonyheart tried to fly me anywhere. I didn't think I was afraid of heights until he'd taken me away from a dragon destroying my father. We'd been witnesses, but the situation turned dire quickly. It had given me romantic notions that he cared for my safety. He wants you to teleport me. I ask. What about the no touching rule? Ben nods, and I don't have to voice the question. He's given his permission for me to touch you over clothing that makes no sense. When I was going to touch Ben, it was through his shirt. He shrugs. I don't think logic matters. He's possessive of you. I wish that didn't make a deep part of me giddy. It would be so much simpler if I was unaffected by my husband now that he's turned our marriage into a battle. It would also be simpler if that same part of me wasn't looking forward to Ben taking me in hand through my clothing to teleport me. Emotions don't matter. I'll need to be made of sterner stuff if I'm to carve out a place for myself in my new territory. I inhale with a nod. One last surge orphaned a mess gets through my tattered control. Thank you for answering my call. Stella. Ben places a hand to my lower back, the most respectful place that clothing covers for him to touch me. I'll always come for you. It's the act of teleporting that makes my insides sing, definitely not his promise. Ben, something that doesn't belong to you, demon. I don't know what you mean, I lie. Even now I don't look away from the bathroom door that Stella closed behind her. It would be wiser to keep watch of the angry gargoyle beside me. A point that is proven when in a flash of movement, his body is against mine, his hand gripping my throat. I'm able to work through the initial panic of the situation quickly. This is only a threat. He doesn't squeeze. I can easily get away from him. I could make good on my mental threat and take him to Antarctica if I want, but that won't resolve this. I'm a demon of solutions. Though, this situation is messier than I've ever dealt with before. There is a height difference between us that forces me to tilt my face up to meet his gaze. His hands are larger than mine as well, nearly fully wrapping around my neck. I may be able to teleport him to a land of snow, but he could probably snap my neck just as quick. Stonyheart's eyes are a light grey that reminds me of icy clouds. His expression is blank, but he is not usually someone who lets his emotions free. His energies rest against my skin, a subtle threat. I understand coveting. His voice is a measured calm that I hate. She is a prize, but she is my prize. Remember that the skin of my face burns in a quick anger. She is more than a prize. He flexes the grip on my throat, but I still don't vanish into the shadows. I refuse to abandon her now. Yes. She is a queen, he says as if lost in thought. She has power and influence all her own, which makes her even more valuable. Do not fry and steal my queen. Does he really believe I can? Stella can make her own decisions. That she can, he breathes. He eases his grip, and the brush of his sharp talon and calloused thumb over the sensitive skin of my throat stirs an unexpected sensation. The heat of anger in my face turns into something else, and I quickly fry to remove any evidence from my expression. It doesn't work. Stonyheart's eyes darken in calculation. You can touch her through her clothing to take her to the penthouse. His words are so unexpected that it takes until he is speaking again for me to catch up to the topic shift. Any more than that will come with a cost, he says. I open my mouth to rage at the idea that Stella's affection is something he can leverage, but freeze when the dark energy that existed with Stella's now flows over my skin with a similar taste. One of desire. The cost will not be a monetary one. Confusion is quick, but I stuff it down mercilessly. I understand. I don't. If this gargoyle were anyone else, I'd think he just propositioned me. Impossible. He releases me and takes a couple steps away as if interaction never happened. Maybe it didn't. Maybe I'm losing my mind along with the bit of my heart that Stella owns. She's not especially fond of flying. His mouth twitches as if he's suppressing a smile. She will find your way of transportation much more comfortable. And you wouldn't? I ask. It is frigid outside. His arched brow is amused. I'm not in the habit of allowing myself to be vulnerable to my opponents. He is definitely aware I wanted to teleport him somewhere unsavory. I'm still willing to do it. If I need to. The water from the faucet is icy, but it doesn't quite wash away the memories of the night before. My eyes still have dark circles under them, and I ignore my reflection as I get ready for the day. Sleep did not come easily. Sometime after dropping Stella off with Stonyheart's people, I'd made my way back home. I proceeded to pace until late into the night. At first, I'd contemplated whether I could get away with taking Stella away from Stonyheart or offer her the option anyway. That line of thought hadn't gone anywhere that Stella deserved to tread. It would only make her a fugitive if not completely undo the sacrifice she'd made for Katerina. After dismissing all other options, the only way open for me to keep her safe would be to keep my feelings in check. Stonyheart's people are good. She will be well protected. Eventually each step I took left my mind blessedly empty. At some point I forced myself to lie down, but that's where the underlying current of something in that moment with Stonyheart had caught up to me. I scoff in the morning light. He's trying to throw me off my game, and it's working. I don't know the specifics that occurred between Stella and him, but I do know that he's usually much better at tactics than leaving a mate alone. Avoiding Stonyheart is the best plan of action. To allow myself to be entangled with either of them is a recipe of disaster. With that conclusion reached, I head to the kitchen. The manor is light and cheerful even in the face of the battles we've fought in the last week. Now that the wedding is over, the only thing for us to do is rest. The older couple in the kitchen pull a grin from me. They sit in the breakfast nook, tea and pastries half eaten in front of them. The budding relationship between our driver and housekeeper reminds me that good things have happened even as we've dealt with other challenges. The Leonid threat is all but over now that we have an ally in place. Katerina and her baby are safe and healthy, and Kalos has the opportunity to really be happy. Maggie. Jensen. I greet each of them as I pour myself a cup of coffee. Morning, sleepyhead, she chides me, bustling from her seat to touch my shoulder before I can argue for her to remain comfortable. Maggie is a touch-oriented person. Her motherly affection exudes from her, and the motherless wretch I am, I love it. I half expected that I'd need to look for you passed out somewhere on the property, Jensen says with a raise of his mug. You know me. I'm just a party animal. My smile is wry. If Stella hadn't called me last night, I may have very well been chunkenly passed out somewhere. Maggie's face softens, and she presses her hand to my cheek. Of course. There's a tingle of her healing magic against my skin, and the worst of the weariness fades. I make a small sigh of gratitude. I'm glad to see you pulled yourself out of bed, she continues. The words are simple. She doesn't go into any details, but it's not like she missed me crush on Stella even if for the longest time I had. The day has to start sometime, I say, my bravado false. The air in the ears of understanding. These people are the family I never had. I don't like to worry them, but there's comfort in knowing there's someone to worry about me. Maggie taps her palm against my cheek in comfort before pulling away. Kalos was up early. He's already in his office. I wince and grab a granola bar for a quick breakfast. With how that dragon has been with me lately, I don't want to keep him waiting. He seemed in a better mood this morning, she says. For my sake, let's hope he is. I pause after a gulp of coffee. How is Katerina doing? She hasn't been down yet, but she must be doing better if Kalos is willing to smile. They are mates. Their bond isn't strong yet, but Kalos is devoted to her happiness, and only she can break him from his usual grumpiness. Maggie mothers me, but Kalos has been the only father figure in my life. He pulled me out of a bad situation and offered protection in exchange for my loyalty. He's the reason I'm alive today. And I almost lost him. I would have died for him if I had to, but I didn't have the ability to save him. Only his mate did. And I endangered her to ensure it could be done. I'll understand if he never forgives me. I make it to the study. He sits on the windowsill, swiping through the tablet in his scaly black hands. Kalos almost never takes full human form. For the longest time, I thought it was to remind the people around him what he is, but now I think it's to remind himself. He is an ancient creature who lives in modern times. The world is new and messy, but his connection to the dragon part of himself is constant. Morning. My voice has a hoarse quality. I hate that he's angry with instead of making me wait on his imperious mood as he's done for the last couple of days. He responds immediately. Ben. There's no derision in his voice, and there's a lightness to him today. The stress that had lined his body last night has lifted. Katerina. I ask, though I'm hopeful that his good mood is because of her. She's doing well. The relief on his face is stark. Good, I breathe. After the close call that endangered her child, she's been off. I'm glad that she's healing. A little bit of the guilt that surrounds my heart leaves me. I'm glad. Kalos nods in silence. There's a moment where I relax. Everything had really worked out. Everyone in our family and territory is safe and whole. We did it. He clears his throat. I've received a message from Stonyheart this morning. He has an interesting proposal that I thought you may want to look at. I take the tablet from him, and the warmth in my heart douses as I read the message. The wording is sharp and direct, making me think the gargoyle himself drafted this up. The offer is a surprise, but the real surprise is that Kalos is entertaining it. What is this? Kalos frowns. Stonyheart says that it would be temporary. Do you want me to leave? I swallow the knot in my throat. I don't need a pity assignment if I'm being dismissed. If Kalos doesn't trust me anymore, I'm useless. I that I ben. Of course not, Kalos interrupts me, standing. The hurt still settles in my chest and makes it hard to speak. Kalos takes a breath before he continues. It's the only indication that he's struggling. I'm sorry I've been taking out my anger and fear on you. The statement is one that he'd never have given before gaming his mate. Katerina has opened the part of his heart where all I knew was there, even if he never exposed it. Of course, I don't want you to leave. I blink and nod, the relief powerful. Okay. Kalos continues, I thought you may be interested in the arrangement because you were concerned about Stella. But it would make sense to deny the offer. I can tell him that the current terms of our alliance stand. I am concerned about her. Concern is what makes my heart ache. He tilts his head. But would it be wise for you to be around her? No. But I did this. It was my strategy that led her to this life. Even with my determination to keep my distance, I can't deny my need to ensure her safety. She needed me last night. She could need me again. The offer seems too good to be true. Since it's Stonyheart, it's definitely too good to be true. He must have some sort of plan with this, but my suspicion won't keep me from stepping into his snare. I can keep it professional, I say. What about my work here? Kalos' golden eyes observe me carefully. Is anyone ignorant of my feelings for Stella? Have I walked around with a neon sign above my head titled Demon Heartsick for the witch who insults him? You are invaluable, he says. But if this is what you want to do, I can move people around and hold down the fort. You've put so many systems in place that much of the work isn't something that has to manually be done. He's not Vimong. I'm good at coming up with efficient solutions to problems. It's my forte. This type of a position with Stonyheart isn't, but with my skills, I feel confident that I can remove Stella from any bad situation. Just until the territory is stabilized. It's the least we can do, I say, a small part of my heart cheering even as the rest of me is sure I've signed my own death warrant. Stella, to rot your teeth, the woman introduced to me as Francesca says to the lizardman with green scales wearing a suit tailored around the tail he currently wraps around his bar stool. My fangs are fine, thank you for your concern. Life is too short for that cardboard you prefer. The lizardman's name is Silas. I faintly remember that he acted as my husband's best man in my wedding yesterday. He's Stonyheart's second in command and much nicer than his boss. He demonstrated by asking me if I slept well as he ushered me to the kitchen and got me coffee. Anyone giving me coffee is obviously a friend in the making, even if his boss is a dick. His sugary cereal of choice contrasts with the very serious, if polite, persona that he projects with his wireless reading glasses and the laptop he's practically attached to. Francesca narrows her eyes and continues to eat her whole grain toast, which doesn't resemble cardboard. I should know. She made me a couple of slices to go with her own. I'd declined the eggs and sausage that she'd made for herself. She's just as well dressed as Silas, but instead of a staid black suit, hers is a sharply cut burgundy. I'm glad I took my time in getting ready this morning. If I were in my usual leggings and baggy crop top, I'd feel unbelievably grubby in this crowd. I'd donned a simple black sheath dress after artfully applying my makeup and blowing my hair out to sleek perfection without much thought. Perhaps I shouldn't have chosen a color used for grieving to mark the first day of being married to Stonyheart, but I gravitated toward the solid color. Being put together helps me feel more stable. And it stems my envy off other women's composure. Francesca's movements are full of a power and grace that has her low, sleek ponytail flicking. From that and her large breakfast, I'm willing to bet that she's a feline shifter of some sort. I may not be capable of being as calm as she is right now, but I can at least appear my best in the face of the unexpected. This morning is not going how I assumed it would be. For one, I didn't know that there were other people living in the penthouse of this building with Stony Heart and I. Not that it bothers me. I like being around people and have a good feeling about these two. Anyone who acts as a buffer between me and Stony Heart is practically BFF material. Despite what he'd told Ben, Stony Heart did not meet us here last night. Ben dropped me off. Silas had been here to show me to my room and tell me where everything is. He'd only narrowed his eyes at Ben for an instant, but that was all it took for Ben to step away from me and bid adieu. With his task complete, there was no reason for him to stay any longer. That's why I'd given him a nod to leave me in this strange penthouse. This is my home now. I need to get used to it. The less I involve Ben, the better it will be for him. The entertainment between these two has been top-notch so far. Maybe that's because I haven't seen Stony Heart today. He still hadn't returned by the time I went to bed last night after scrubbing my skin so hard it turned pink. Where is Fiona? Silas asks. Don't ask questions about my sister that you don't want answers to, Francesca says in sing-song while scrolling through the news on her phone. Silas's brow furrows in frustration. If I didn't want to know, I wouldn't have asked. Francesca shrugs. Her presence exudes an icy confidence that doesn't affect Silas at all, going by the lash of his tail. She's checking out the underbelly of the territory. Silas stiffens. Alone. Francesca gazed Tom's bored. This is a shifter territory, Silas. We're shifters. She's fine. Silas's mouth opens, but Francesca cuts him off with an eye roll like she anticipated his concern. She took one of the guards with her. Connors, I think. Silas's scaled lips pressed together. You're not her father, though if you wanted to be her mate, she's certainly teased you enough to warrant it, she muses. Silas throws one of his pieces of cereal at her, and she dodges it easily, her amusement not breaking. Careful now. Someone may think you're protesting too much, Francesca says, her brows high. Silas glares into his breakfast. Fiona is too young for such things. Francesca's laugh burbles up with charming disbelief. She's going to get you if you're not careful. Silas glares before shifting topics. Do you know what you want to do today? He asks me. Fiona and Connors will get a good read of how the Leonids are taking the territory takeover, but their report probably won't be done until later today. So, any excursions better be planned well. I ask. He nods in acknowledgement. The walls creep in. No casual walks mid-workday or spontaneously trying different restaurants like I usually do. Visiting my best friend will probably require a whole safety setup because she's Kalos' mate, and I'm no longer a harmless witch. I'm not a prisoner, but the terms of this new life will be stifling if I'll let myself think about it. Perhaps it will get better as the Leonids accept our place here. Or perhaps the chaotic parts of me will be trimmed down to fit this role. Another cost I hadn't considered, but wouldn't the piece of a whole territory be worth that? From my understanding, there hasn't been any bloodshed with this takeover after Kalos left the power gap when crushing Lorenzo, but that hardly means there won't be. For now, the Leonids are waiting to see what type of territory leader Stony Heart is. Small testing of boundaries will be expected. Silas gives voice to my assumptions. There are a few individuals who didn't fall along with Lorenzo when Kalos struck that could muster enough backing to make a claim. But none of them have a clearer claim than I do, I say. Correct. There are exceptions. Your brother, Leo, and uncle are presumed to be alive, though they haven't returned to the territory, so we aren't concerned about them yet, and your other brother, who is currently in Thailand, has abdicated any claim. I nod, thinking. Everything leading up to the wedding was planned by others. This is the first day after signing the engagement contract that I get to decide what happens next. The witch part of me aches to commune with magic and wants to set up a space to act as my workshop to make charms. Even if my business has closed its doors, charm making pulses in my being. It's a large part of who I am, and I'll still need to make time to indulge in it, if only to refresh my own charms. But I'm not only a witch anymore. I can't afford to stick my head in the sand to craft all day, or when the people of this territory must be feeling unsettled. I don't know much about how things have functioned here since I lived in Kalos territory, but I've heard troubling whispers. Whispers that I now have the resources and the responsibility to check. I steel my spine with that conclusion. I'd like to catch up on any information you have on the goings-on of the territory, I say. Silas tilts his muzzle with approval. Very good. We'll get you the reports. I won't be much help, Francesca says, though there's a lightness of approval in her voice as well. I think I've passed a test. I've been given the responsibility of managing the rest of our holdings while Silas and the boss handle this one. She must be as high of rank in Stony Heart's organization as Silas to be given such a large task to manage. Her bearing makes sense now. Where is Stony Heart? I voice the question I've put off all morning. It's embarrassing to not know the whereabouts of my husband, but neither Francesca nor Silas seems to think that. Francesca shrugs. Envy% knows. Rumi does what he wants. Anytime Silas has tried to arrange an itinerary, it's useless within an hour. I'm taken aback at her using his first name when no one else I know has, but she does work closely with him. Familiarity is to be expected. Silas sighs, his annoyance clear. He doesn't like constraints on his time. He'd prefer things to be flexible, so he has the most strategies open to him at once. That doesn't sound conducive to a relationship. It's appeared more and more that this will be a marriage in name only. I should be happy about that. It will allow me to focus on what my role here is. Silas continues. The library is where we set up our office for meetings and where you'll most likely FMD him if he's in residence. I'll give you atta after breakfast. Silas flourishes a clawed hand. The room is beautiful. The decor of the whole penthouse has an understated classiness somewhere between elegantly modern and cozy, but the library is where the minimalism dies. Its full to bursting bookshelves are made of intricately carved wood. What walls don't host shelving are painted a deep green. The furnishings are large and lushly cushioned. There's even an electric fireplace. This place is somewhere I'd be comfortable curling up for a nap, but there's evidence that others are busy at work here. A large table in front of the balcony doors looks to act as a shared desk. A map of this part of the city is spread over it. The boundaries of Kalos territory and Stony Heart's previous holdings are marked out around the area we are currently inhabiting. The Firefly is directly in the middle of this territory. You've been busy, I remark. It's an understatement. The penthouse is fully equipped and prepared as if they've been here for years rather than only just moving in. The tour of the penthouse apartment included the hallway that leads to where Francesca and her sister Fiona live together and Silas's own space. Along with different common areas that act as a gym, home theatre, and living room. Oh, and there is a private green space and swimming pool on top of the building that made me want to text my mom about the sad potted plants that she could remedy before I remembered she's somewhere in the Caribbean right now and, more importantly, has no idea what's going on. Sad plants aside, Stony Heart certainly likes his luxuries. And balconies. There must be a balcony running around the whole building since every seems to have access to one. And I still haven't seen everything. Where is Stony Heart's room? I ask. Silas almost misses a step on his way to the large table. That would be the room you woke in. The room and bed I'd woken up in this morning was as personalized as a hotel room. I'd assumed it was a guest RCX-RN. I suppose there is another closet that I hadn't looked in before setting up my wards last night to am me of intruders so I could get some sleep without being on edge, and the shower in the bathroom is certainly sized for someone with giant wings. My cheeks warm. I locked my husband out of his own room. The bedding doesn't even canny his dark scent of rain-soaked cliffs. He doesn't sleep much, Silas says, as if reading my thoughts. I didn't think we'd be sharing a room, I say. Silas's lips thin. It would be better for the teenagery if you did. I understand why you wouldn't want to. His eye twitches in a mix of guilt and discomfort. I sigh and push down the embarrassment threatening to rise in my throat. He knows what happened last night. Or at least what Stony Heart told him. Which I can only hope didn't include how easy it was for my husband to seduce me. But appearances matter, I finish for him. I wish I could demand my own space, but I've already sacrificed what's a little more pain for the good of the territory. Even if it's going to be awkward as fuck. I see him coming this time. A dark shadow blots out the light before my husband lands on the balcony. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Oh good, he's home, Silas says. I wish I could muster a smile with how relieved Silas sounds, but the memories of last night are fresh. The heat of his mouth, the ice of the night air, and his countenance after the interruption. His grey wings cut shadows in the morning light. It's a breathtaking sight before they clasp around him like a cloak. Stony Heart catches my eye. The roll of his shoulders is almost smug before he moves toward the door. This gargoyle enjoys making me weak. What a click. I assume you have wards around the building to hide from humans, I say. Silas snorts as Stony Heart enters through the glass doors. And long-range spellcasters or anyone with a sniper rifle who wants to try their luck. Impossibly, that thought freezes my heart. Don't look so happy to see me, wife. It would take more than a bullet to make me drop from the sky. The building has many protections on it. As do I. He flashes the rings he's placed back on his fingers at me, and the knowledge that his jewelry must be heavily spelled has me relaxing. It would do me no good for you to be shot down with the territory the way it is, I say. His smile and accompanying low purr put me on edge because it would be so easy to relax in his presence, but I've already learned what a mistake that would be. Your worry warms my heart, he says. Has Silas shown you around? Yes. He was just about to give me the records you have of the territory. Stony Heart only nods. Good. The word holds no real approval like Silas and Francesca had. His expectations for me must be low. And what have you been up to? I ask, keeping my wince to myself and hoping that my question doesn't sound like I'm hounding him. Stony Heart's grin isn't one that makes me want to relax this time. It's one that says he knows something I don't. I've been making arrangements to make your transition here more comfortable. Among other things, is that so hard for me to believe? Because he angrily ripped my dress off last night and marked me in a way that, while I'd enjoyed, left me feeling hollow and humiliated. Because I can't trust him. Stony Heart picks up a cell phone from the table and checks his messages. I have a surprise for you. Oh. There's a knock on the open door of the library, and we all come to see Francesca leading Ben in. It's jarring to see him after my mental decree to keep my distance, but that doesn't stop his presence from being comforting. Like my body has determined that he's my safe place as much as Stony Heart is an adrenaline rush. He looks as he always does. Buttoned up in a good quality suit that doesn't call attention to the wearer. His gaze catches mine before he focuses on the gargoyle on the other side of the table. He says that you requested his presence, Francesca announces. Perhaps you should have cleared him with the doorman if that's the case. She gives Stonyheart a pointed look before taking a seat at the table. Ben's jaw is tight, and the comfort of his presence starts to drain away. Why would Stonyheart call him here? This should be interesting. Silas breathes, his eyes narrow at my husband. Stonyheart frowns. I figured you'd just use your abilities to teleport here. That would have been rude without an invitation to directly drop in, Ben says stiffly. Many people would kill someone on sight who randomly appears in their living quarters. True, Stonyheart allows. Why is he here? I ask. Stonyheart is back to smiling like a cat playing with a mouse. You pointed out that you don't have anyone you trust here. Barnes has agreed to act as your bodyguard until the territory is more stable. I try and keep the shock from my face. I'm not the only one surprised. Francesca and Silas stiffen. That's unusual, Silas says. And generous of Kalos to entertain such a request. Stonyheart nods to the demon who keeps his eyes on him. Bams reminded me that Stella is Kalos' mate's best friend. They have a vested interest in her comfort and safety. He hadn't said quite as much as that in my presence, but it's true. If Stella would rather someone else, Ben starts. I wouldn't, I interject. Everyone turns to me, and I stumble over the responses available to me before finally shrugging. I welcome this arrangement. I'm being dumb. I shouldn't accept this. If not because of the temptation it will offer, for the reason Stonyheart arranged it. Francesca gives me a look that says she agrees that I'm being dumb, but Stonyheart beams in a way that makes me suspicious. How does he benefit from this? This is just a surprise, I say. I'd told myself to stay away from Ben for his safety, but when given the choice, his presence is a steady support. Silas and Francesca have been friendly toward me, but they are Stonyheart's people, not mine, not yet. Am I to understand that we will be open with all our information with Kalos at this time? Silas asks tactfully. Anything Ben learns here can technically be used against the gargoyle. Stonyheart shrugs. Kalos has an interest in staying on his side of the territory. I hardly think we need to start keeping secrets from him. If Stella is kept safe and happy, he won't interfere. You should be careful in leaving your scent on her, Francesca addresses Ben, her tone pragmatic, tapping her nose and turning to Stonyheart. The Leonids will be looking for any reason to take issue with your mating, Rumi. I don't know what your plans are, but this could cause issues. Ben opens his mouth, but Stonyheart makes a sound of disagreement. Lions are anti-monogamous, Francesca, he muses. What the fuck? She shrugs. And Stella is a witch. We don't know what expectations they'll have for her. I'm not waving him away or anything. Far be it from me to judge. Silas and Francesca share a look and seem to come to the same conclusion. They'll accept the intrusion of Ben because Stonyheart has decreed it. I'm not quite sure what exactly he is decreeing. As of last night, he didn't want Ben touching me. And now it almost sounds like it's his plan. The whiplash of this gargoyle. I'm sure Bams will behave. Stonyheart's eyes dance. And I'm sure my wife will enjoy my generosity. That depends on your motives, I snap. The eyes of the room are on me with mixed emotions. Silas, for one, looks sympathetic. I clear my throat, unused to being diplomatic. But thank you. I do feel better having Ben watch over me. I want to smack away Stonyheart's smug look. I don't know what he's playing at, but it can't be anything good if last night is to judge. Think of it as a belated wedding gift, he puns. Rumi, Silas asks after giving Ben and Stella access to our records for the Leonid territory and leading them from the room so we could start our momming meeting. I'm on board with being open with the information we have, but I'd rather have the ability to choose what Ben hears when it comes to what we discover. Stella had locked eyes with me before leaving, the look on her face announcing loud and clear that this is the last morning meeting she's going to miss. I'm surprised. In all my strategy, I did not think that Stella would have an interest in being involved with the running of the territory. I'm continually miscalculating around her. I would be more troubled by it if I didn't have a plan to deal with that. I'm securing assets, I say. Both of my seconds sit on the other side of the table. Silas is next to the projector we use for debriefing, his fingers steeple in front of him while Francesca has one leg slung across the arm of her favorite chair, defying the expectations of one wearing a suit. They have very different personalities in how they approach problems, and it makes for the best sort of collaborations. I collect the people around me with care. You think that Ben Barnes will leave Kalos and give Stella his sole loyalty? Francesca asks. Not in such a clean way as that, I say. By all accounts, Kalos is practically a father to Bams. The demon will not abandon him just to join with Stella. But can Kalos afford to keep Bams in such a rarefied position if he's emotionally invested outside of his territory? All fledglings must leave the nest one day, even if they must be kicked from it. You expressed concerns about him last night, Silas says. That was before I considered other options, I muse. There's a tension in that demon. I sense it as clearly as Stella's wish to submit. He needs release. And I'll happily give it if he does what I want. His presence serves a purpose. I hope that purpose is you actually consummating your mating, Francesca says. I focus on her, but she's unimpressed with my glare. She doesn't carry your scent, she says with a flourish of her hand. Not in the way she would if you had been inside her. Any shifter who gets close enough will realize that. I tap my nails on the table. That's a temporary problem. Silas leans back in his seat. If she lets you get close enough after you left her exposed. It was the most expedient way to get the council out of our business. Regret is a bitter flavor on my tongue, but I can't quite track from what. I did what must be done. She's mine. The terms of my mating are of no incorrect, Silas interrupts at the same time as Francesca guffaws. The strength of your mating is what's going to make this territory stable in the long term, she says. Silas nods to the echo of what he said last night. I haven't lost a territory yet. We will not begin with this one. But perhaps I suffered a misstep last night. My inability to control my reaction to Stella had me going too far. I'd needed to claim her and set the expectation of what our relationship would be, but my actions were sloppy. I'd exposed too many of my hungry parts, I'd forgotten to play nice. That Ina brought Bams into the picture. A castigation and opportunity all at once. If you didn't want your mating to matter, then you should have courted her without promises of territory grabs, Silas adds. I flash my fangs at them. This subject is off the table. I know the mistakes I've made, and I will remedy them. For now, Francesca says and responds to my glare. You don't trust in our council because we keep our mouths shut. She is correct, but I change topics. What do you have for me? A couple of Stella's cousins are the ones who are responsible for the luggage mishap last night. Silas turns on the projector showing two gangly young men. Identical twins. Complicating things. I almost groan out loud when I see their age, 19. Teenagers. Francesca winces. They are adults by shifter law. Barely, I growl. Do we know if they were directed by anyone who we can actually strike at? No one responds well to children being punished. It doesn't matter if they are legal age or not. Silas sighs. Andrew and Caleb Leonid are the sons of Frank Leonid. Though they didn't live with him even before he fled the territory. Stella's uncle. Do they live with an adult? Their aunt, Ariel Leonid. By the way, is requesting an audience with the new lady of the territory, Silas says. I frown at the photo and accompanying details of the familiar blonde woman he projects on the screen. She was the interruption. For the council? Silas asks before rapidly typing the details into his laptop. I should have told you. It's uncharacteristic of me to gloss over such a detail as who the council chose to be their spy. More reason to reorder my priorities when it comes to my wife. Stella's aunt is who burst in on her wedding night. Francesca asks. That seems cold. Though, some shifters still have traditions of public consummation of political matings. Silas shrugs. She's old school, but publicly she's in support of Stella, and by extension, you, leading the territory. Our sources say that she didn't hear like her brother at all. So we have no reason to think she sent the boys to remove our belongings. I bite my lip before sighing. Bring them in. Rumi, Silas starts. Even if it's a prank, we will put the fear of the gods in them. They are old enough to start some real problems. I was only a couple of years older than they are when I took over my first territory. Not that anyone knows that. We won't hurt them, but we can threaten them with exile and see if they throw anyone under the bus, I say. The library doors are flung open, and a lithe woman with a high ponytail waltzes in. Her dress barely covers her ass, and though she is shorter than her sister, she's all legs. Good of you to join us, Silas growls. Fiona always brings out a different side of him. One steeped in annoyance. Hello to you too, Fiona says with a saccharine tone. I thought you'd still be out, Francesca says. I wanted to debrief before catching some sleep. Fiona throws herself into a chair, crossing her legs and sinking into the cushions. You'll still be submitting a formal report of your actions, Silas says as if he can't help it. Whatever you say, Daddy. She bats her lashes at the lizardman. The sound of the pencil breaking in Silas's grip has me clearing my throat to stifle my laugh. The tension between these two gets worse and worse every year and has only escalated now that Fiona is doing more work for us. Stop playing with your food and report, Francesca chastises. Ignoring the thundercloud of Silas's expression. The teasing expression drops from Fiona's face, and she becomes snus. We've missed something big. I go looking for my wife. The revelations of what Fiona brought to the table will keep us all busy for the foreseeable future. It was all at once an avalanche of a discovery and not enough. Silas and Francesca are out the door within a breath to get a jump on the intel, and Fiona slinks away to her and Francesca's rooms. The energy she'd teased Silas with is gone now that he isn't here to needle. I don't have to look far. Stella sits in the living room, her brow furrowed in concentration while swiping through a tablet that Silas provided her. Bams is on the other side of the long couch tapping through his own tablet. The space between them is a cautious chasm that won't do. The game that I'd been looking forward to is heavier now. Any seductive plans I have will be delayed with this new problem, but the tension in my chest eases at the soft light hitting her from the window. Her hair and makeup are precise, but the warmth traces her delicate skin and lights up the small flyaway hairs like hot gold, hinting at her inner liveliness. She is in business dress or a slouchy hoodie with her hair piled haphazardly on her head, the brimming energy shows through. And now she's here. Mine. The demon notices my presence before she does. His posture impossibly stiffens, and I stop his movement to stand with a gesture. I don't have long before I start questing for the information we need, but there are things that must be handled. I settle on the armchair placed perpendicular to the couch. You seem displeased. I observe. And focused. I wouldn't be surprised if she still hadn't taken note of my presence. Perhaps having a bodyguard is the best course of action with her tendency to be sucked into tasks. I'd assumed that only applied to when she crafted charms. There's just, Stella breaks off, realizing I'm the one addressing her. She jumps, and her eyes widen. Yes, a permanent bodyguard would be wise. There's just what? I ask. She's looking for something in the records. Foreboding prickles over my skin. Stella hesitates. She doesn't want to confide in me. Which is fair. I wanted to possess her, not be an ear for her problems, but this is specific to the territory. I reach to stroke where she clutches the tablet, and she flinches at my touch. Which is what I wanted, I remind myself. Her words give way in the face of my attention. I've been hearing rumors about something troubling. But there's no evidence of it in your records. She frowns. It must be just gossip. Something like people going missing? I ask. The coincidence is too much to ignore. The peach of her skin pales. It's true. Bams adjusts in his seat with a frown, reminding me that I'm exposing this to Kalos through him, but this is too important to keep under wraps. It's something we just uncovered. What have you heard? I ask. Just whispers. She wets her lower lip, and I focus on her words rather than the pink curve of her mouth. Of people vanishing. Whole families gone in a night. I have a distributor who works between the territories who mentioned it in passing a few months ago, and I shrugged it off. But the number of protective charms he sells here have risen. The community knows. People are afraid, and this is the first any of my people have heard of it. The territory did not expect the Leonid family to solve whatever this is. Which indicates a good deal about what sort of protection they are used to. We've heard the same, I bite out. We won't know how pervasive this is until we look into it more. Give me your distributor's details. It'll be a good place to start. Stella's gaze is on me, expectant, but wary. You'll investigate. It's all hands on deck for this. We take these situations seriously. Hierarchy and politics aside, the role of a territory leader is to provide safety and peace to those who reside in their domain. It's possible that it's a couple of people who innocently moved away from the territory, alarming their neighbors, but for this sort of widespread fear? The less innocent options aren't good. What can I do? She asks after I put my number into her phone, and she forwards me the distributor's information. The question takes me off guard, and I frown, glancing at Bams, who acts like he can hear the discussion happening right in front of him. I can talk to people too, Stella says, and it takes effort not to snarl at the thought of her walking around this territory with people disappearing and asking questions. She continues, I should be meeting the people who reside in the territory. She winces. Especially the Leonids. The longer we put that off, the more wiggle room they'll assume they have. She's correct there. Your aunt has asked for an audience with you, I say. My aunt. Have you met any Leonids? Stella's eyes fall to the tablet in her lap as she picks off an imaginary piece of lint from her dress. Never in a setting where I'd be introduced. I've traded messages with my brother, Noah, who travels. The first time I met my father was when Kalos barbecued him. I shrug. He was rather obnoxious. You didn't miss much. That gets a tiny smile from her, but it doesn't change the fact that she has a whole other side of family members who rejected her existence. Who now will be under her in status. I will think on what you can do, I say. A task that isn't her wandering around an unsecured territory. I didn't anticipate your cooperation in this. It seems that you didn't expect much from this marriage. That you didn't expect much from me. The sentiment would be cutting if I wasn't already hardened to what needed to be. Softness is for others. I expected many things but find that you make a fool of my strategies, I say. She blinks like she can't quite understand my words. Which is good. They were too honest, but we are trading truths. There's something else I must do. I'm sorry for last night, I say. Which part? She asks. She tries to cover the hurt with anger, but my actions wounded her. I can tell myself that it's better this way, but I didn't handle it cleanly. Even now, her presence, eager to care for the territory she never expected to lead, blurs the shape I expected her to fill here. Bams's lips purse like he'd rather walk away and not hear any of this, but Stella sits still, her usual frenetic energy halted for my response. I tilt my head. The parts you didn't enjoy. Her brows rise. Oh, all of it. Vixen. I should have laid out what you should expect from our relationship rather than skipping to claiming you I allow. She enjoyed submitting to me. She may not like the memories of it because of how the rest of my actions hurt her, but she'd given over her trust guilelessly. She won't give so freely again. I sacrificed that to keep her hopes for me low. I could have done that better. It was a poor way to begin a business partnership. Stella leans back into the couch with an air of disbelief. A business partnership where we sleep in the same bed and presumably FTCK. Ideally, yes. I'm told it will put people in the territory at ease. Her eyes narrow even as her cheeks pinken. You're only apologizing because we didn't consummate. Francesca probably told you as much since she's so concerned about the sensitive noses of shifters. Is that a sizzle of pride in my chest? Stella is excelling in anticipating my moves already. It's inconvenient. You didn't consummate. Bams's eyes widen and face reddens when we both look at him. I'm sorry, I'll give you privacy. No, stay I say, standing. I need to start my investigation. I address my wife. Accept my apology or don't. It doesn't change what we must do. That is a bit of bluffing on my part. Stella could continue to bar me from our bed. She's the one who has a blood right to this territory. I do not. But I think I can work this in a way that will be satisfying for both of us. At that thought, I turned to the demon currently clenching his fists in his lap. His emotions lie so close to the surface when it comes to this firefly. Barnes, will you stay until I return? I don't answer to you, he snaps at me. My lips twitch. He's as prickly as my wife. The challenge of breaking him will be just as sweet. I was clear in the email I sent that you wouldn't. It was a question, not an order. His glare has me loosening my WMGS. I want to show this demon exactly how much he'd enjoy receiving orders from me, but that is something that must wait. Of course, he says. I turn to go but pause to correct her. You assume that I don't expect much, but you're wrong. Your wishes have just been different from what I anticipated. Silas mentioned that he didn't get a chance to show you your workshop. It's the room to the right of our bedroom. Stella's mouth opens in bewildered surprise. Workshop. My smile is victorious. Until later, wife. Stella, my voice is faint. There is, it seems to be a workshop, Ben quips beside me, bringing me back to our situation. Not that I'd ever really left. I can see that, but I break off and take the room in. This isn't just any workshop. The room is laid out exactly like my workshop. The one I had at the townhouse I shared with Mom. I'd never been able to craft much at my place of business. The sounds of traffic and the train were too hectic for me to sink into my work in the way I need to. There are differences. This room has a dark and lush botanical-themed wallpaper instead of the white walls of my workshop, and the window is floor to ceiling with the view of sunlit skyscrapers around us instead of my mother's garden. None of the buildings are quite as tall as this one, so the sight goes on and on. A thick curtain hangs to one side, ready for me to pull it to block out the world for when I needed to go deep into the work. The most notable difference is the sage-colored plush reading chair in the corner I'd always kept empty. Once upon a time, I meant to get a chair or sofa for that corner. I'm always falling asleep at my desk, sometimes for a short nap to recharge during my magic workings, and others when I'd stay up too late to apply finishing touches to a deadline project. But I explained away the need for one because it's not like my actual bed was that far away. I shouldn't be napping in my workshop anyway. The chair looks so comfy in its placement that I cast those arguments away. I should have gotten the damn chair. And now I have one. But other than that, the similarities are striking and eerie. The bookshelf of reference books I treasure is to the side of the door with my large work table on the far wall. The antique-looking mini drawers that sit on the tabletop make me suspicious enough to step forward. It had taken me months of scouring flea markets to find that type of storage. The small scuffed-up gold handles on the drawers are familiar, and I run my fingers over the deep scorch mark in the center of the desk. This is my stuff. The revelation is a relief as much as it inspires more questions. I didn't realize how much a part of me missed the stability of having a room that is wholly mine now that I've been thrust into a world of new rules and surroundings. I thought I'd have to leave everything behind, but someone made sure I wouldn't. Did you do this? I asked Ben, my voice cracking, but I suspect the real answer. This is the only place I've been able to pick up the faint scent of Stony Heart. Did he bother? Ben shakes his head, brow furrowing in thought as he takes in the he seems to care about your comfort. My mouth opens, but words escape me. None of the interactions I've had with Stony Heart would indicate this level of care. He probably just got someone else to set it up. You were the one who moved the items I'd packed up at my place. Ben tilts his head. I did. You should have told me to bring your furniture. I shrug. My throat is thick with an odd mix of emotions. Confusion is at the forefront, but also gratitude. I didn't think about it. I was focused on the fact that I finally got my revenge. I didn't consider everything I'd leave behind. And I didn't know what type of living situation I'd have here. I thought I may need to set up a place in my closet or something to craft charms. My nail digs against the blackened spot of the wood, and I wonder if I open the drawers under it if they'll be full of my supplies organized how I left them. This is something that would have had to be done before the wedding. I sit on my work stool. Just when I think I have him figured out, he pulls something like this. His apology was a manipulation. The gleam in his eyes when I called him out on it made that clear, but that doesn't he explain this. Ben blows out a breath. I think that the moment anyone has anything figured out about Stony Heart, he changes to counter from a better position. So combative, but that goes with my oath assessment. Would I even benefit from getting the upper hand on Stony Heart? I blink at Ben, who settles on the reading chair. It's been near silence between us since Stony Heart pronounced him my bodyguard. A part of me eyes of his presence. Is he someone for me to trust? Or someone Stony Heart has a use for? How is Katerina doing? I ask. My friend put on a brave face before I walked down the aisle, but she hadn't been all right. Nearly losing your mate and child will do that to a person. Ben clears his throat. She's doing well. Better this morning than she's been. I nod in relief, making a note to myself to reach out and check on her myself. The only thing that's stopped me so far is that I'm drowning a little here and don't want to pull her down with me. There's a silent pause, neither of us seeming to know what to say in this clusterfuck. I nearly kissed him last night, and he knows it. I shake my head. I can't go on with this awkwardness between us. I was glad you agreed to do this. But I trail off. The corner of his mouth kicks up. I go from being happy I can help you to being wary of this whole mess. What do you think his game is? Ben doesn't answer for a moment. Uncertainty dances over his features before he finally answers. I'm not sure. I just know I couldn't reject his offer. His lashes are thick, and his dark eyes silently ask me if he should go. Soulful. That's what they are. Ben is here for me. That fact settles a little of the unease of this, only a little. He's not telling me everything. It was there on his face when he was contemplating how to answer me, an ill-timed wince. I'm not the most observant witch, but Ben is hiding something. I guess we are playing this by ear, I breathe. Even with his secrets, I don't want to send Ben away. He's my ally, even if Stonyheart teased fantastical options that seem in direct conflict to his prior rules. I bite my lip, wondering what to do next. I thought I'd be focusing on the disappearances, but that has been taken off me hands. I'm unsure how to proceed. Do I meet with my aunt? Else do I have left in my life now that I've accomplished the revenge I craved, other than my position in this territory? For better or worse, I'm the lady of this territory, and that fact paired with how ill-equipped I am makes me want to vomit. And that's without adding Stonyheart or how I feel about the remaining Leonids into the mix. Ben is suddenly next to me as if drawn by my distress. Hey! Ben's voice is as gentle as the hand he places on my arm. My bear Anne. We both freeze, and our gazes drop to that point of contact. I don't pull away from him, and he doesn't yank his hand back. Instead, his thumb moves in circles on the inner crease of my elbow. The sensual tickle contradicts his warm comfort. We'll figure this out, he says, the words a crooned promise. Everything. The Teenatree. Stonyheart. The Leonids. We've got this. I'll be with you every step of the way. If Stonyheart doesn't rip his hands off now that he's undoubtedly rubbed his scent into my skin. That detail is something I can solve. I blow out a breath. Thank you. Ben pulls away with a nod. His support postpones my panic for later. Now I have something to work on. My soldering gun is exactly where I expect it to be. Ben have told EEB_, but what exactly should I have said? That I may not know what Stonyheart is planning, but when he threatened me last night it was with the care of a lover? A seducer? That only begs more questions, and I could have been mistaken. I should have said something, anything to dispel this tightness in my throat. I'm back in the reading chair watching Stella work. It's all I can do to keep from blabbing things I don't understand. I'm here to be helpful, not to add more confusion. It would be a distraction to whatever charm she's crafting, and the sight of her intense focus is too captivating to risk saying anything. I stay silent in the quagmire of my feelings and focus on being busy to keep from staring at the witch I've only ever seen chaos from funnel it into magic. I check off various tasks for Kalos I can perform remotely while I run searches in our territory for the same type of disappearances that are plaguing the Leonid territory. Nothing. The relief is short-lived. The stark differences between the two territories mean that something has been rotting the underbelly of the territory that Stella has so readily claimed ownership of. I reach out to various contacts that live between the two territories with carefully worded inquiries. With each reply it becomes clear that though there's no proof, people are suspicious. Tempers are short, leading to more altercations. I make notes and send them to Silas, hoping he can discern anything from the clusters of altercations. His role is the most similar to the one I hold at Kalos' side, and he'll benefit from the research the most. I don't dare contact Stonyheart. He intimidates me. Before the other night, I'd message him directly with no issue, but now I'm not ready to expose myself to him. Not with the shameful way I reacted to his touch. Not with the temptation that is his bride. I message back and forth with Silas. The lizardman expresses gratitude, asking me to various reports and add them to their records. The actions are comforting in their familiarity, and the hours pass quickly until there's a quiet tap at the door to the workshop. Lunch is ready. A short blonde woman ducks her head in subservience and curtsies quickly before departing as soon as I open the door. Stella doesn't respond to the interruption. I hesitate before placing my hand lightly on her back. She jumps. Sorry, I say quickly. It's okay. She blinks like I've woken her up. It takes a moment for her eyes to focus on me. I rub the fabric of her dress, trying to soothe the worst of her surprise. Lunch is ready. Already, she asks, but her growling stomach has her cheeks pinkening. I guess it's been a while since I started. She pushes away from the oddly shaped pieces of metal she's been working on. There's a scattering of blue gems and chips of porcelain surrounding the mix of silver and gold in front of her. The light hits them, and I want to ask her about her work but take a large step back. Witches don't share their craft with outsiders. I don't want to find out if that's what I still am to her. We make our way to the kitchen in silence, mine watchful and Stella's as if she's still stuck on the task she left on her desk. The woman who informed me of lunch is gone, but there's a different woman sitting at the counter and devouring the sandwich placed in front of her. 2 other sandwiches sit on the counter presumably for us. Hello, Stella greets the woman, her voice sounds like she forces the words out. You must be Stella. I'm Fiona. Fiona is dressed in lingerie with a messy bun on the top of her head. Dark makeup is smudged under her eyes. Stella relaxes. Francesca mentioned you. This is Ben. Oh, I've heard all about Mr. Ben. Fiona winks at me, and Stella stiffens. Fiona's eyes widen, and she backpedals with hand motions, including the sandwich. I didn't mean anything by that, I swear. I just think it's nice for someone else to cause gossip around here other than me. Gossip. My voice is faint. Fiona shrugs, dipping her sandwich into the orgeat sauce. You're spending all day, every day with the lady of the territory. Of course there's going to be gossip. Pepper could hardly wait to set eyes on you. Pepper? I ask as my face heats. She's the cook, or maybe she prefers chef. She runs a restaurant in the building and delivers lunch and dinner here. She's a Leonid, and we're pretending she isn't giving intel to the rest of her family. Fiona imparts the information like it's as obvious as the weather. I look around for Pepper. She already left, Fiona confirms. Probably brimming with the knowledge that you've both been secluded behind a closed door all day long. The muscles in my jaw tighten. I don't think I like Pepper, Stella mutters. Fiona grins. Don't take it personally. She's all right, and the food is good. I think the gossip will be rather minor, as long as Stonyheart doesn't take issue. Which, like, duh, he set up the situation. He'd be a greater asshole if he complained about people talking. She chews for a bit and swallows. Not that he doesn't have his assholish moments. Stella snorts. I can't tell if you're trying to pull me into shit talking my husband the first day of marriage to judge me, or if you're being honest. I do like to start trouble, Fiona wipes her mouth. But I owe my loyalty to Stonyheart. He saved me and Francesca when no one else would, but that doesn't mean that he's always Mr. Sunshine. He knows he's an asshole. I think he gets off on it. Stella hums. I won't say it. Fiona laughs. You don't have to. I don't think anyone expects you to like him yet, but he'll grow on you. I frown at the sandwich in front of me. That is what I'm afraid of. But for the life of me I don't know if I'm more worried about him growing on Stella. Stella errs long after the sun has set, and the surrounding city lights come alive like glitter in a black sea when I push away from the charm I'm working on and stretch. Ben's gaze is like a touch. It's not the gentle reminder to come back to the real world to tell me it was lunch and then the same for dinner, but it feels forbidden still. Dinner had been just the two of us, Fiona must have been busy working for Stony Heart, and it's hard not to feel a little jealous of the fact that her purpose is so clearly defined compared to mine. Stony Heart has not gotten back to me with how I can help. The ringing silence of the meal was a reminder of my new aimlessness. Freedom from tasks isn't real freedom, and the constriction of this life is starting to feel like a rope around my chest that tugs tighter with every echo of forks against our plates. It's only been a day, but if I focus on the sensation, I'll be begging to leave the penthouse within minutes. And that means facing the Leonids. The extended family who are waiting with bated breath for me to mess up. The same people who cast my mother aside. Lions may not be monogamous, but there is certainly a double standard, since infidelity was the explanation Lorenzo Leonid used to disown me. There is no denying I passed that blood test to enter the spelled compound when I involved myself in this mess. Lorenzo can't be the only guilty party, and a good portion of me is still angry about what happened. The unfairness of it if not for the rejection alone. If I'm going to socialize with them, I have to get over that. Tomorrow I'll leave the penthouse and face the nameless cronies who allowed my mother to be abandoned with a newborn. I don't think I can be cooped up any longer. The bracelet that I've been working on lays in disjointed pieces, but I'm past the point of the patience I'd need to troubleshoot it more tonight. It looks like you made good progress, Ben says, ignorant of my thoughts. The comment is a safe one to make since I started on this charm. From scratch. I've already tried a few gem combinations, but it's missing something. I sigh. It's not working quite right, but I'll solve it tomorrow. I have an idea of what to try. He doesn't ask what the charm is for, which is fortunate because I'm not quite ready to tell him the creation of it is still too close to my heart and the possibilities of what it will allow too far-reaching. I have a gargoyle to speak to and a territory to consider. My yawn is sudden and cracking. I have no idea what time it is, but I need to sleep after the amount of magic I wove into the metal today. I'm going to start getting ready for bed, I say. I don't know what Stony Heart expects you to do. I should stay close if not have my eye on you. I raise my brows. Well, you can wait in our while I shower then. Hopefully removing his scent from my skin. I'm too sleepy to tease Ben about his blush. It's the first sign of his feelings since he'd touched my arm to reassure me earlier. Since then, he's kept to himself. Is good, being cautious is good. I rush through the shower. The echo of the bathroom and curling quiet of the day is starting to get to me now that I'm not distracted by my work. Before I'm mentally ready, I'm back in the generic bedroom in a modest but thin sleep set. Ben lounges in the corner where a pair of sitting chairs angle toward each other. His hands are interlaced in front of him, his tablet missing for once. The lamp next to the chair is the only light in the room, and its warmth illuminates the coffee table with a fake fruit centerpiece in front of him. Keep this room so bland. The setup is worlds away from my new workshop that has every detail keyed to me. Are you just going to stay there all night? I ask. The gaping emptiness that comes from pouring too much magic into a charm has my body is yearning for a cuddle it sure as hell isn't going to get. But once that charm is finished I shake myself from that line of thought. Just because Stony Heart made some vague comments doesn't mean he's suddenly gotten over his jealousy. The charm will just be a fail-safe. If nothing else, it was a fantastic distraction today. A way to accustom my witch senses to my new space and life. Stony Heart asked me to, he says with a shrug as his eyes travel down the thin fabric of my sleep shorts and loose tee. The penthouse has protections on it, but that doesn't stop the people allowed to come and go. My nipples take notice off stroke of his gaze, but I ignore them. Like the gossipy pepper. I ask. The young Leonid woman hadn't made eye contact with me before scurrying out the door after setting our dinner plates down. His expectation is silly. You need to sleep sometime. Ben snorts. I'll message him before it becomes a problem. You should get some rest. I yawn, my body agrees with him. Watching me sleep is creepy. Only if I enjoy it too much. The corner of his mouth kicks up. I blink, not expecting the quick reply. Well, I struggle. Don't enjoy it too much, then does that even mean? Before I have a chance to obsess over my awkwardness, the balcony doors shake. The sprawling nerves that have threatened to distract me all day pull tight. The door unlatches as slowly as a horror movie, and Stony Heart steps in. Unlike the other times I've seen him enter a space, his larger-than-life aura is dim tonight. One wing isn't clasped at his shoulder and is instead extended in a hang. And is he limping? Ah, you're still awake. He doesn't sound thrilled by that. His normally growly voice sounds less intense than just this morning. Fuck. He seems tired. A portion of his skin that isn't tattooed is darker on his chest, but it's hard to see in the lamplight. I hit the overhead lights, and my sleepiness evaporates. Ben hisses in dismay, jumping to his feet. What the fuck happened to you? I ask. Dried blood clings to his skin in the shape of jagged edges. Nothing to be concerned about. Just a little fighting. His tone is cavalier and doesn't reach me in my rush. I find the first aid kit I stumbled upon when I was putting away my toiletries this morning. I had been curious why the kit was so large but had written it off as someone being overprepared. As I bring it to Stony Heart, he sits heavily on the end of the bed. I just said it's fine. But his growl lacks any real fire. The marks on his chest start to make sense in my brain. They are from claws. He narrows his eyes at where I'm frozen with the kit. My stomach turns at the sight of blood. One of the lower cuts beads with fresh red. Have you ever patched anyone up? No. I hand the first aid kit to Ben, who snorts but opens the kit with practiced competency. Of course, Ben knows first aid. He removes some gauze and douses it with alcohol. They'll be fine by morning, Stony Heart says, inching away from Ben. Don't be a baby. I doubt you want your skin healing over any pieces of someone else's claws, Ben mutters and presses the astringent-smelling pad against the claw marks. Stony Heart makes a snarly sound but cuts it off with a glare at Ben. There's some sort of tension between them, and Ben gentles in his task with a swallow. Stella, hand me the saline. I'll flush the wounds out. I do as he asks and observe the unusual way Stony Heart is holding himself. I peer around his back and gasp at the double set of deep scratches on one of his wings. I thought gargoyles could heal by stone sleeping, Ben says. That would be true of most gargoyles. I'm not full-blooded. I've always suspected that if I were to stone sleep, I'd never wake up, Stony Heart says with his eyes closed and head tilted back as if he wants the both of us to disappear and leave him in his current state. Who did this? I ask, like he hadn't just shared something very personal and troubling. Stony Heart cracks an eye open and arches his brow at me. Are you going to defend my honor? Yes. I frown. If it was a Leonid Stella. Stony Heart focuses his full attention on me, and his cajoling almost sounds warm. The tone shift distracts me enough that I don't comprehend his words. This is allowed. It's from pit fighting. Until one do. You got injured on purpose? I ask, not controlling my volume. He snorts. I won on purpose. Injuries are just the price paid for stability and to get the lay of the land. Explain, I demand. His eyes narrow, but I don't back down. It doesn't matter that our marriage is political. From his own admission, we are business partners. That doesn't stop me from being surprised when he speaks. I asked anyone who wished to challenge my role in the territory. I suck in a breath. And I won. Many times, he adds, like it makes it better. That was risky, Ben says with a frown. What if you lost? If I lost, then I wouldn't deserve to hold this territory. But Stella would have been put at risk, Ben grits out. Which is why you were here and would have been able to get her out. Silas was prepared to message you in case the worst happened. I want to go with you the next time, I say. Absolutely not, Stonyheart responds immediately, and from Ben's expression, he agrees. Sucks for both of them then. Are other women there? I ask. Is this a social event? I suspect it is. Why fight unless there's an audience? Stonyheart's expression isn't as closed off as usual, and he arrows his brows. Yes, then I want to go and present a united front. There shouldn't need to be a next time, Stonyheart grinds out. Promise me you'll take me if there is. I'm not going to let him slide past on a technicality. He glares and doesn't say anything. I'm either your partner in this, or I'm not, I say. You don't just get to take me out off cabinet when you need a prop. Fine, he hisses. I promise. Thank you. I blink to hide away how much his capitulation means to me and clear my throat. Is there anything I can do to help you feel more comfortable? Tell your demon to finish up quickly. I don't appreciate his nurse's touch. Stonyheart casts a look at Ben, but it's not nearly as caustic as his words are. I'll do my best, Ben says dryly. There's a pause where he does seem to focus on working quickly before he speaks again. I didn't know you were mixed blood. No one actually has a record of your history either. I assume is your intention. Was any of that a question? Stonyheart asks before sighing. It's better for people outside of my circle to know as little about me as possible. Ben nods. I won't share your secrets. Do you want bandages or there's skin protective film in there? Since you went through the trouble to flush the wounds out. Ben finishes his work in no time. Knowing that the wounds will be healed by momming helps, but pit fighting? Quicker than I'd expect for him to move, Stonyheart grabs Ben's wrist before he pulls away and brings the demon's hand to his face, inhaling. Ben and I both freeze as the gargoyle breathes him in. The act is intimate and sparks something curious in my belly. You've been touching my wife, Barnes. Stonyheart's pupils expand as he speaks against Ben's skin. My cheeks bum even as my heart sinks, but instead of threatening, the statement sounds like a purr. I'm surprised you consent anything past the disinfectant, Ben says instead of rushing to deny the claim. Her scent is one that I'm attuned to. That surprises me, but it shouldn't. I am his claimed mate. I may be numb to the physical nature of it because I'm a witch, but he apparently isn't. The silence is tense as they stare at each other. There's a playful light in Stonyheart's eyes, but Ben's stillness is full of trepidation. Ben breaks the standoff. Then, if Stella doesn't object, you'll have to add it to my tab because you're not doing anything about it tonight. My mouth falls open. Object to what? You should rest, Ben continues as he steps away from Stonyheart. There's a shake under his professional tone, but his face remains placid. The gargoyle releases him. If that's everything, I'll come back in the morning. Stonyheart considers him for a moment before giving his permission with a nod. Ben looks to me and freezes. He hesitates like he doesn't want to leave me alone here. But I'm not afraid of Stonyheart. Maybe it's the mating bite or the meticulous workshop he set up for me, but I can handle what he dishes out. My curiosity won't allow me to leave the way Ben is anyway. See you in the morning, I say. Barnes, Stonyheart says right before the demon vanishes. Ben stills. His eyes on the injured gargoyle like he's a cobra about to strike. Thank you for watching over Stella. Her safety and happiness are a priority to me. They have another silent conversation that leaves me feeling like an uncomfortable third wheel, but Ben speaks up before I can voice my questions. Of course, Ben says and disappears. I turn on Stonyheart. Vlv mad was that? I thanked him. He rolls his shoulders with a wince. No, not that I say. There's something between the two of them. What are you planning? What tab? What would I object to? Stonyheart tilts his head. Don't you enjoy his presence? Husband? The term is husky without my meaning it to be. Don't try and distract me. He must be very tired because he actually responds when I use the title, his eyes slit in pleasure. His actions are so contrary to our wedding night that I don't quite know how to interpret them. Which are his real feelings about me? Am I a pawn or a PNZE? The pleased look morphs into a frown as if he's frustrated that he reacted in such a way, but he goes back to a poker face before he answers me. Bams has a very unique skill. If he were to eventually to come and work for us, that would be advantageous. Now I'm frowning. Ben will never leave Kalos. Stonyheart shrugs. That doesn't mean I won't try and give him a reason to. And you want to what? I ask, my disbelief on full display. Use my pussy as bait? Just last night you didn't he want me to touch him, it wouldn't be just you drawing him in, he interjects coolly. There's a thud in my stomach. Like the world has just been turned on its head. Little details I've gathered align. The changes in the edginess between them. Ben's secret. You want him? I croak out. The possibility may have crossed my mind with how he just scented him, but with his earlier jealousy, I'd dismissed it. Is that something that you'd be opposed to? Stonyheart asks like he'd never considered that possibility. My husband wants the same demon I do. And that means? You don't want me. My heart aches. He may be an asshole, but I'm his mate. Something that I upended my entire life to become. Did he ever want me? For him to want to replace me so quickly, Stonyheart stands and cuts through my mental spiral. Stella, he growls with a warning. Stop. It's not like this is a love match. I force out of my tight throat. You were clear about that last night. My desire for you is undeniable and always has been. AIWOS has been. My mouth snaps shut at his words. Stonyheart's touch to my cheek is soft. Just this morning, I flinched away from him, but now the contact is a balm. He takes a moment to rub soothing circles down my jaw as if he's enjoying the feel. I should be offended, he says. Do you want me any less just because you want him? I should deny wanting Ben at all, or even Stonyheart with how he's treated me, but I don't want to lie. No. You're both different. Stonyheart appeals to my secret needs and dark fantasies. Ben makes me feel safe and more myself even as everything changes around me. But I thought it was impossible. You seemed like you were ready to kill him last night. He pulls away with a sigh and takes my hand instead. The gesture is chivalrous. That was before I considered other options. Bams could serve a purpose for us. What purpose? I'm not made for a regular relationship, wife. As you've already experienced. I won't ever be your soft place to land. His words are light even as they are laden with regret, and he gently kisses the back of my hand. But I won't deprive you of that comfort. It would even be fair of you to demand it. What changed? I ask. How do you go from wanting to kill a man to being okay with him fucking your wife? For him to suddenly desire Ben? Stonyheart leans back, considering his words before answering me. I admit that I am a jealous beast, but I sense that we could all be compatible. Probably the same sense that informed him exactly how much I craved submission. The memory of that stings. If he's here with my permission and direction, it's different for me, he clarifies. I would prefer you both to abstain from fucking without me, but I wouldn't deprive you shared moments of a less intense nature. It all sounds so analytical, but I'm grateful for the outline. Stonyheart continues, if you prefer to keep our manage the way it is, I am mated to you. I want you to be happy. I thought this was a way to best allow for it. We are either partners in this, or it doesn't happen. I echo the earlier sentiment. And Stonyheart's eyes light at that. Exactly. It's the three of us in bed or neither of us gets Ben. The thought of Stonyheart's unforgiving dominance paired with Ben's defiance is searing. I want to see how this gargoyle would tempt the demon I want. Look into your heart, wife. Would you really deny me a taste of your demon? Do you FMD the possibility of having two lovers at once so offensive? Stonyheart asks. It's definitely not my heart that gives a pulse of heat at the idea, and he knows it. His nostrils flare and his lids lower in pleasure as if he can scent my reaction to the picture he's laying out. If this is just physical for him. If Stonyheart only wants to seduce Ben to have access to his abilities, which would never happen. Ben won't leave Kalos. What's in this for Ben? I ask. It's high-handed of us to be discussing this without him here to interject. Stonyheart's expression turns sly. I've already laid the crumbs to lead him in, and he's proven willing. I warned him that if he touched you that there would be a price to pay. He knows he's playing with fire. Why would he want this? My husband's smile takes my breath away. The pure sex and sure dominance that had him sucking me into his gravity before is on display as he brings my inner wrist up to his face and licks it. The wet stroke reminds me how it felt between my thighs. I need to think about all of this and just how Stonyheart really benefits from this before I allow myself to buy into this, let alone involve Ben. But Fuuak, this gargoyle knows how to get me wet. Stonyheart rumbles in what sounds like bliss. Because a taste of you would be well worth a fall. You don't believe that, I say breathlessly. His pale eyes focus on me, and it's as if he would say more, but instead he bows his head and lets my arm drop. Take your time to consider it. I need to sleep and so do you. The pang of disappointment is silly. The guy is as scratched up as a cat toy. Nothing of that nature is going to happen tonight. Now if Ben was still here. Fuck, I'm considering this. I clear my throat and glance at the giant bed. And we are sharing? A laugh bubbles in my chest. We are considering sharing much more than a bed, but I suppress the sensation. I won't force you to. Stonyheart moves to the side of bed I've already claimed. Annoying gargoyle thinking sleep is going to be an option now that he's dropped the details of his plans on me. He keeps talking as he climbs under the covers with a wince. But it will be better if our scents mingle, especially if you visit with any Leonids tomorrow. With too many things to consider, I turn off the lights of the room and climb into the opposite side of the bed. His breathing evens out immediately like someone who has no issue falling asleep. As if I needed another reason to dislike my husband. Rumi Iglker into the interrogation. The teenagers on the other side of glass match their photos and are identical to each other, but their bearings are completely different. They don't seem too disturbed to have been held overnight, I say. The first Fivin, Caleb Leonid, has been full of mirth and jokes, balancing his chair on the back two legs as he whispers to his brother. Andrew Leonid's face doesn't crack a single smile. He's dour in his seriousness. I'd place him as being the strategist of two, but with how tight his shoulders are with frustration, I doubt the plan of stealing our luggage was his. Silas hums next to me. It's as if your regular strategies are ineffective for people who have already faced certain hardships. I grit my teeth. Silas disparaged the pit fighting last night before I even stepped into the ring. I was merely covering our bases, I say. For most groups, showing strength and might as a new leader provides the security their instincts seek. But not with this territory. You were blowing off steam. He's not Vimong. It's frustrating to speak and try to secure the safety of the people here, only to be met with fear and suspicion. The investigation yesterday had not borne useful fruit. Today, a select number of guards will continue to interview people to try and get a count of how many have disappeared and when it's staffed. People may be more willing to speak to them, or even Fiona, rather than me. I usually appreciate my reputation, but it's working against us here. The pit fighting wasn't completely useless. I was patched up by the demon I'm wanting to lure in and was able to get metaphorically close enough to Stella to invite her to play without resorting to her hate from our wedding night. Perhaps I should get injured more often. That impulse has me suppressing thoughts about the two of them. This seduction is a game that serves a purpose, not something to cause distractions. I nod toward the glass. We'll start with them together and then separate, if need be, but I don't think we'll glean much. I'm leaning toward this being just a prank. Silas sounds tired. It fits with the clownish one's behavior. But not his brother's. We're in the basement of the Firefly where we've installed a few holding cells and rooms like this one. In other territories, we'd utilize a section of the local police precincts for such needs, but Lorenzo Leonid has never involved humans in his affairs. Only time will tell if we make arrangements with the humans of this territory who know about our existence, but until then, we will be as independent as he was. I refuse to make use of the compound he set up outside the city even if it would have saved on the cost of installation. The place had served as a home for the Leonid family and a security center, spelled to only allow those in of Leonid descent and those invited. It had emptied out shortly after his death. I assume the walls there hold secrets that no one wants to remember. I make a mental note to diffuse the magic at the location and find a different use for the building, but it's hardly a priority right now. Both boys look up when we enter. Looks like we've caught the eye of the devil. The jokester of the two, Caleb, elbows his brother. "Shut up," Andrew mutters. The hard glint in his eyes doesn't waver. I know what we did already. What else do you need? I'd like to know why. I sit across the table from them as Silas stands next to the door with the guard. Do we need a reason? It was a stupid prank, Andrew says. Caleb's grin is wide. Not that stupid. You had really good security. Andrew rolls his eyes. I imagine he's always been pulling his brother out of trouble. I'm tempted to exile the both of you and call it a day. I shrug. Keeping troublemakers, even young ones, is a drain on our resources. Caleb's chair legs come down with a clatter, and his eyes widen in alarm, but Andrew's shoulders only tighten in on himself. That's hardly a fair judgment from someone with your reputation, the serious twin says. Exiling two harmless boys seems like something that will sway the people of the territory in a bad way for you. Both of them are pale even with Andrew's sure-sounding reasoning. I have bigger concerns to deal with than the feelings of the people in the territory, I say. Which is both true and untrue. There are whole families who have vanished. At least 5 that we've been able to discover so far. I don't want to be dealing with pranksters. But how people feel about their security is as large concern. The boys share a look, and intuition scratches suspicions free. They know something. I make a gesture and the guard comes forward. Silas, I think Caleb may have some other things he'd like to fess up to while I speak with this, but Caleb doesn't finish his objection as the guard leads him and Silas from the "They'll be in the room next to us, but it's soundproofed enough that it won't matter. I don't think this will take long either way." Andrew swallows. He's smart and obviously cares for his brother. He'll tell me whatever secrets are on the tip of his tongue because he has something he values to protect. I want assurances, he says without pause. He was waiting for this moment. I frown. Had type of assurances. No punishment for my brother and me. It was a stupid mistake. His caustic words add to my certainty that he didn't come up with the plan. It probably was just a prank his brother started, and Andrew couldn't risk it going awry. A desperate light comes into his eyes with his next request. And I want your promise that our sister has your protection. She's only fuck. These people think I'm going to go after children. What the hell were you up to, Lorenzo? If Kalos hadn't already eaten him, I'd be planning on a painful assassination. And you think what you know is enough to grant all that? Oh, I try and keep my disgust from my face. They should be confident that their leader would at the very least keep children safe without having to secure it with intel, but I won't turn down information. I'm pretty sure Frank is in the Fae realm. My blink is long. Fae. That's a hell of a complication, but one we were leaning toward. If our missing persons are being trafficked, the Fae are the most likely suspects. Or at least, them ending up with the Fae is. What makes you think that? And why should I believe that you'd give me information that would betray your oath, father? I ask. Andrew practically spits. Let's just say we don't see eye to eye. He'd go there for business trips all the time, bringing Leo with him for Lorenzo. It wasn't a secret. My blood beats as cold as the stone my father's people become. Why would Lorenzo be dealing with the Fae? There are many legitimate reasons to trade with the Fae. Magical artifacts and raw materials make for good economic opportunities. There's also drugs and weapons untraceable by witch magic. Trade with the Fae is regulated for a good reason. Only recently has their ruling body started the arduous process of creating laws to protect sentient beings from barbaric practices such as being eaten or harvested for spell parts. Indentured servitude will probably remain legal for the rest of my lifespan with how slow they enact change. Andrew's eyes shift to the mirror behind me, but he keeps talking, as if the truth has been clawing to escape. Uncle Lorenzo had a lot of bad habits. Gambling was the worst. I'd be surprised if there was any money left in the Leonid coffers. No need for him to be surprised. We'd assumed that Frank and Leo had somehow figured out a way to squirrel away the territory's funding, but Lorenzo being that much in debt would explain the desperation that led to his end. Do you know who he was associated with? I ask. Andrew shakes his head, and I shrug. That would have been too easy. I lean back in my chair. Is there anything else? Andrew looks lost for a moment. Isn't that enough? It's plenty. You should have secured my promise before you started talking. His face whitens, the fear that he had been suppressing breaking through for a moment. He's so young, and even if he's seen troubling things, he doesn't have the experience to be brokering such a deal, as shown by his slip-up. I will do all you've requested on one condition, I say, not leaving him in suspense for a moment longer. You come work for me. The whiplash in his expression from relief to confusion is quick. Would you want me to work for you? Because children who cause problems need to be given more responsibility, and he has trays I want working for the good of this territory. His brother may be as smart, but he's missing the concern Andrew displays and is more of a risk to take on. We'll keep an eye on Caleb, but I would predict the close call he had may be enough to have him tum his trouble-making ways elsewhere. Are you rejecting the request? I make a gesture as if to call forward the imaginary guard behind the mirror, but it's enough for Andrew to forget his question. No. I'll do what you ask. Good. Welcome to the team. I flash my fangs and Andrew flinches. And now to discover what other secrets Lorenzo left behind. Ben Abe, you sure you're okay with this? I ask. Of course I'm okay. This is part of my job. But Stella frowns. Her eyes scan the rest of the patrons of the restaurant who are working very hard at seeming like they are ignoring her presence. I would have asked for more security help when she requested for me to set up this meeting, but we are still in the Firefly, which has general security positioned at the front doors. The restaurant is off to the side off lobby and continues the copper and black design aesthetic that I'm sure is the reason for the building's name. Certainly. I'm sure you always showed up for work 20 minutes early, I prod. She's been distracted all morning, and I don't know if it's from something she learned during the morning meeting I wasn't invited to or from last night. I swallow at the memory of Stony Heart scenting me with his knowing smirk. You seem unsettled. I know I am. My thoughts and suspicions of what the gargoyle is planning caused me to toss and turn in bed. The dreams they inspired were complicated and not something I can think about around a bunch of shifters who may pick up how my body would respond. If it was only Stony Heart's appearance or confidence, it would be easy to ignore my reaction, but the dark undercurrent when he speaks to me, the danger of him, forces my survival instincts to take notice. There's always the possibility that if I don't give him the attention he's seeking, that he'd take me by the throat and force the issue. And a traitorous part of my soul wants that. Vic is an unforgivable distraction. I focus on the present. Stella is why I'm here, and she relies on me. If I can't perform my function of caring for her, we'll be separated, and that's very quickly becoming an unacceptable option. Even as it is an inevitable one. Stella sighs. I don't know what to expect from my aunt. That douses my cycling worries about last night. Before I let myself get embarrassed, I get to work. Oh, of course. I can help with that. I pull up the information I have on Ariel Leonid and skim it quickly. Well, she's 54 and runs various non-profits in the territory. No. Children or mate. She publicly supports your reign of the territory. I'm aware of how little I'm offering her, and I curse my distraction. I should have done a full write-up before this, but Stella only asked me to set up this meeting this morning. Stella nods. I guess that's all good to know. Thank you. Those aren't the details you're looking for, I say, and her smile is soft but appreciative. Ariel Leonid was around when Stella's mother, Elena Elderflower, was thrown from this territory in disgrace. Did she have a hand in the events? Thanks for looking, though, she says. I think I'm just going to have to meet her to answer what I really want to know. She continues to fidget and cast me looks out of the corner of her eye as if looking for a change in topic while we wait. Is that all you're worried about? I ask. We can't necessarily speak about certain tabs a demon does or doesn't have at the moment. Her cheeks are a pretty pink when she lowers her voice. Ah. So last night is on her mind? My cheeks burn. That's a shame because I'm dying to hear your input on the topic. Stella turns to me, and her lips part. She wants to talk about it. I cast my gaze around again. The booth we were given would be well within the realm of privacy if it were surrounded by humans, but for shifters, not so much. I keep my words careful. If there's some way to clear the air so you can focus on your meeting, it may make it easier for you. And I'm definitely not advising that so I can get more answers. He expressed interest. Her eyes rest on me. Interest in me. My mouth dries and brows lift. I thought maybe I was misreading things. He wants your abilities for the territory. I bark a laugh in relief. Oh. Of course he does. Suddenly, the concerns that twined around me since parting Stella and Stony Heart last night loosen. My next breath is a full one. He wants me in a professional sense and thinks that sex is the way to accomplish that. Gods, if he actually were pursing me because of an interest in me as a person, that would be more threatening. Stella's brows crease in concern, and I pat her thigh under the table, pulling away before I give in to the desire to grip it. It's okay, I say. This isn't the first time that someone has tried to tempt me away from Kalos, and it won't be the last. This isn't even the first time someone has tried to use sex to this end. No matter how beautiful or enticing the people were, I've never been tempted to dally. No one has the pull on me that Stella does. Or even the dark current Stony Heart provides. Her mouth snaps shut, and the fire of jealousy on her face sends a zing down my spine. I like her jealous. Stella smooths the tablecloth. You'd also be welcome to comfort me. That's a sucker punch. How? I ask, my mouth already watering at the thought of what types of comfort I'd be giving Stella. I'm too hungry for this witch. She glares at me. I suppose that's a hard question to answer in public. My husband and I have shared interests, she answers primly. I try not to wince at his title, but my reaction is stemmed when the meaning becomes clear. Stony Heart is willing to share this vibrant witch at my side. He's a fool. But he's not. He's too exacting for this to be a casual strategy, which makes this something to be wary of. But unless I'm misreading our code talking, I'd get to be with Stella. I'd just have to deal with the devil. Even if I weren't intrigued by the gargoyle, that offer would be difficult to turn down. I'm aware of the risks. Roomy Stony Heart will make it difficult to reject an offer of employment when he plays his hand. He won't hurt Stella, that's not his style. But he's trying to entangle me with his territory and is an underhand bastard. Even knowing that, doesn't make the idea of having the permission to touch Stella less tempting. I'm getting ahead of myself. And how do you feel about that? I ask, trying to keep my face unaffected by our conversation. She could very well hate the idea. She'd just been jealous of my mention of people going after me for my abilities. But Stella's flush darkens, and she bites her lip in a way that has my body responding, shifters surrounding us be damned. She wants me. Sorry if I'm late. We both snap to attention as a woman in a powder blue pantsuit and a blonde bob takes a seat across from Stella. I think the surprise in the air is from us being interrupted until Stella's face morphs into anger. You, she cries. Stellan. I see that you recognize me. The woman I'd last seen while I was naked and covered in the ejaculate of a certain unscrupulous gargoyle bows her head. Of course, I'd like to apologize for our previous meeting. Stony Heart mentioned Ariel wanted an audience with me, he hadn't warned me that she was the one who interrupted us. The sting of that adds to my already flourishing anger. Fuck you, I spit, and the gasps from other tables bring me back to where I am. I'm surrounded by shifters who are watching this unfold like reality television. I try to reel myself in, but the humiliation of that moment is fresh. Ben's eyes are wide, but Ariel Leonard, my aunt and council spy, doesn't take offense, instead her smile is soft. I'm glad to see you have such fire. Have you ordered? Pepper really has the best appetizers. Her calmness aggravates me even as I'm still trying to breathe. I want to leave. I find I'm without an appetite. I grit out as I move to push Ben out of the booth so I can get out of here without incident. I don't think of myself as a violent person, but I was already struggling with this meeting, knowing I'd be conversing with someone who could have been involved in my mother's exile before Ariel's own slight toward me became known. That's a shame. I was hoping we could set up a weekly date here. Her tone is polite, face expressionless. The audacity of this woman has me freezing. Excuse me. Ariel sighs and sets the menu down. The waiter approaches, but she waves him away. Stella, please understand that if I wasn't the one who reported your claiming to the council, they would have resorted to different tactics that would have left us more vulnerable. Us? I ask, my eyes narrowing. The territory. I don't expect you to like me, but I care about the well-being of our people. The reminder of those who are suddenly relying on me is a slap, but I'm not ready to cede any ground to this woman. Is that why my mother was thrown out? Ariel doesn't react to that how I'd expect. How is Elena? Keep her name out of our mouth. Fuck, I need to leave before I cause worse gossip than what will already exist. I thought I could be calm about this, refined, but the anger that was supposed to vanish when I accomplished my revenge is just below the surface, ready for a new target. Ariel clears her throat and sadness flickers over her face. I see that this will not be the meeting I hoped for. And what did you hope for? Ben asks. There's an undercurrent of something forbidding in his tone that reassures me. He'll stand by whatever I decide. The woman's eyes are sad but determined. I wanted to meet my niece and to confide in the lady of the territory. Shame threatens to suffocate me. I have responsibilities that demand I suppress the anger that has picked up to fury in my chest, but I don't know how to put my personal feelings aside. As if sensing my need, Ben takes my hand below the tablecloth. The steady pulse of his palm against mine has me closing my eyes. My breathing starts out shaky but calms now that the eyes of the people surrounding us are hidden from my sight. What did you want to confide? I ask. Ariel is a little older than my mother, but when she leans back into the booth cushions the lines of her face deepen with weariness. There are things that you don't know about the history of this territory. I wish to help you. My personal affront dims. Because you care about the people here. I would not have risked alienating my niece otherwise. Her brows furrow in sincerity. There were whispers that if your wedding were a sham, a portion of the council would petition it be disbanded and the territory restored to others who were closer to my brother. Like Frank, she spits. I couldn't risk that. You could have lied, Ben says. Said you interrupted, Ariel tuts. Not without witnesses attesting that I saw what I did. And if you hadn't seen what you did? What would you have done then? I ask. Ariel takes a sip of her water, her eyes casting around the dining room. I'm happy it didn't come to that. Because she had seen that Stonyheart claimed me. Witnessed that it was done in a passionate embrace. And if she hadn't, she would have lied to the council. She's right. I don't especially like her right now, but being loyal to the people you care about is an admirable trait. How do you wish to help? I ask. If you would be willing, I mentioned I'd like to have a weekly meeting with you to discuss the business of the territory. The gossip, the situations, and give you my understanding and counsel. This could very well be a way to buy and remain relevant. I don't know how involved Ariel was with the running of the territory under my father, but it's not too much of a stretch for her actions to be to retain influence. But more information is better than none, even if it's delivered on biased lips. Should we do that meeting somewhere more private? I ask. I can't believe I'm agreeing to this, but I wish to be an asset to Stonyheart. As I told Ben, this is my job now, and I want to be good at it. Ariel raises an amused brow. Shifters make up the majority of the magical population in this territory. We have no boundaries and are incredibly nosy. Secrets don't stay that way for long. Her eyes glance over to Ben for a moment with meaning before continuing, but if you would prefer meeting somewhere private, I'm happy to accommodate. Do you have any cunent concerns you'd like me to consider? I ask. The missing families come to mind. Silas had detailed the dead ends they were facing in trying to get solid numbers on who is missing in the morning meeting. It had been grim. People are scared, Ariel says. My brother ruled this territory with blood and pain. The people fear that possibility with their new leader. Stonyheart isn't like him. I've spent more time in our manage upset with the gargoyle than not, but he has a code of conduct. The details I've gleaned from rumors over the years attest to that. He's not one of us, she says. I scoff. Neither am I. That's not true. Everyone has always known that you are a Leonard. Your scent identifies you as family. I'm momentarily speechless. Then why there was no protecting you from Lorenzo when he decided he didn't want you? If it wasn't because you were a witch, it would have been something else. The safest thing for you was to be out of sight and out of mind. Ariel clears her throat. Either way, dominance fights are not the way to win over the populace. The pit fighting? Stony Heart has won over more territories than the either of us. He knows what he's doing, I say. But he hasn't won over this one. The people need a reason to hope. They see you as that hope. The rightful heir returned after years of suffering under Lorenzo. My eyes widen. No pressure, Stella. Ariel continues, and the best way to reassure the people would be for them to see that your relationship with Stony Heart is solid. That you have the influence to sway him away from the violence that comes with his reputation. I open my mouth to object. Stony Heart doesn't need me to gentle him, but Ariel goes on, not meeting my eyes. They need to be able to scent you on each other. My mouth snaps shut, and my cheeks burn. So, everyone knows that I haven't fucked my husband. Great. And that would solve everything? My disbelief is clear, but so is my frustration. Stony Heart is out there right now making the territory a safer place, but he is struggling to do that because people won't speak to him. Ben squeezes my hidden hand in support. Ariel's shoulders droop. Speaking out hasn't resulted in good things in the past. The habit of silence has been carved so deeply that verbal promises of peace will hardly help. The scent mixing will instinctually provide comfort. Your mate will find people more forthcoming if they scent you on. I take a sip of water to allow myself time to think about that. This is what Silas mentioned and pushed for, just not in such plain terms. His recommendations were softer, like sleeping in the same bed, compared to my aunt telling us to raw dog it. Ariel nods like she's said her piece before adding an afterthought. The possibility of an heir would also do much for the stability of the area. I choke on my water. What? Ariel purses her lips primly. People want to know that you're both committed here. That you're staying, and this is your home. It may be traditional advice, but it is time-tested. My eyebrows can't get any higher, but somehow, I can still speak. I struggle to believe that me getting pregnant will help with anything. She shrugs, as if sensing that pushing this issue will cause me to crack. I see that I may have startled you with these observations. I'll leave you to consider my words. Please call me if you have any questions. I would like for us to be on friendly terms. What the fuck? I whisper as Ariel leaves us with a respectful nod. The rest of the restaurant goes back to the usual volume since they are done eavesdropping. I'm too stunned to roll my eyes. Let's go. Ben's voice is gruffer than usual, but his touch is soft as he directs me out of the booth and restaurant. It was probably rude to use a table without ordering anything, but Stony Heart does own the building. Fuck. My skin is cold as I'm stuck between reactions. Anger at the expectations being thrust on me, frustration that the people in the territory want so much when I've already given up everything that makes me who I am, and fear of what the council will try if Stony Heart fails to calm the territory. We've only just stepped into an empty elevator when Ben teleports us directly to the penthouse. I gasp and nearly fall at the abrupt change. My stomach flips at the abrupt change in scenery and swirl of colors. Are you all right? Ben's arms come up around me. Sony, you usually don't have this reaction to teleporting. I don't reward his observation with a reaction. Teleporting is never comfortable, but it's usually better if I have time to close my eyes first. I'm still stuck on some very prominent details of Ariel's advice. No, I'm not all right, I say. Strangers want me to get pregnant. Ben pulls his hands away from me at the reminder. It's not an unheard of strategy, if old school. And is that what you'd want? I don't even know what I'm asking. The panic spreading through my veins attests that I'm having issues with the concept, so why even ask him? What I want matters very little, he replies. I'm only here temporarily. You and Stony Heart are the ones who will decide the best course of action. I see, I say. His words are a slap, And I grit my teeth at the reminder that even though Ben feels like safety, he isn't. Ben to the charm she's crafting as if she's alone in this workshop. Her pursed lips and the sharp movements attest to her frustration. I bite back my trepidation and send a message to the one person I don't want to. Me, the meeting with Ariel didn't go well. Stella is upset. Knowing that Stonyheart wants to seduce me for my abilities is a relief, but with Ariel's words, I'm warier about getting involved. My desire for Stella isn't only physical. It would be difficult to go along with what they are offering only to leave the couple to their marriage. Stonyheart, what happened? I'm surprised by the quick response. Me, apparently, Stella didn't recognize who interrupted you on your wedding night. Stonyheart, shit. I huff a laugh. Stonyheart, that's my fault. I forgot to tell her. I've been focused on the missing persons situation. Stonyheart, isn't there anything you can do to sweeten her mood? I inhale roughly at the tantalizing image of that. Touching Stella, maybe kissing the length of neck exposed with how she's craning over the piece of jewelry she's creating. The glow of that skin taunts me. The white scar of Stonyheart's claiming mark halts my daydreams. The bite that symbolizes his hold on her healed quickly. Gargoyle saliva has healing properties, not that it's a well-known fact. Me, and increase my tab. That seems irresponsible, since I don't exactly know how I'm paying for it. This is dangerous, but it doesn't stop me from picking up the phone again when he gives another quick reply. Stonyheart, and you are nothing if not responsible. Me, she's working. If I interrupt her, I'm liable to get dismembered in her current mood. Stonyheart, you're being a coward. In more ways than one. Me, she's scary. I'm not a big bad gargoyle. Stonyheart, you think I'm big? I shake my head and don't respond, but I can't help the smile on my face at another diabolical facet of the gargoyle, a hidden playfulness. My smile fades as I realize I hadn't mentioned Ariel's advice to make an heir. He's considered it. I explain away. That's a better option than that. I don't want him to consider it. The image of Stella round with Stonyheart's child isn't objectionable on principle, but it does represent that I'd be losing her permanently, which is ridiculous because I've already lost her. She'd make a wonderful mother. Her chaos and willingness to go to hell and back for the people she cares about, whether it be to protect them or to avenge them, attests how protective and nurturing she'd be if she ever chooses that path. The pain in my chest is only from the jealousy that it wouldn't involve a clatter at the balcony doors of the library has me jolting to attention, thinking I'm going to have to perform my role as a bodyguard before I see the familiar figure through the glass. I shush Stonyheart as soon as he enters, tilting my head to the sleeping Stella. The chill night air slips over my skin before he closes the door. It contrasts with the warmth from fireplace to the side of the sitting area. Stonyheart frowns but whispers. How long has she been out? She missed dinner, I say back softly. I don't think she likes to hang out in the bedroom. Stonyheart's brows raise as he glances around at the library ambience. The bedroom is rather lacking. I figured she may want a say in picking the decor. But her workshop he meticulously designed. My curiosity itches, begging for me to dig. I want to learn more about this gargoyle, but the mystery would just be a trap. Already the dark cozy library screams with intimacy. It hadn't been strange to be in here while Silas worked. We'd discussed the possible Fae involvement with the missing people in hushed voices before he departed for the night. But now, the light from the fireplace caresses each sharp edge and odd curve of Stonyheart's face and kindles something uncomfortable in my chest. I shrug away my curiosity and stand, adjusting my suit. Whatever she was working on seems to have taken a lot of energy. I'll come back in the morning. Wouldn't you rather stay? The gargoyle moves to a cabinet. The clink of glass is the only sound other than his words. He pulls out a bottle of amber liquid before filling one glass. He lifts the bottle toward me in a silent offer of a drink. A warming drink to go with the heat curling in my stomach even as nerves threaten to freeze me where I am. Stay longer and offer more time for this gargoyle to spin a web of strategy and seduction around me? I shake my head as I respond to his question. That's not a good idea. Watching Stella sleep should have been soothing, but it left me with time to contemplate just how unwise it would be to accept their offer. You must dislike me a great deal, Stonyheart says on a hum as he puts the bottle away. Why do you say that? Oh, because I'm sure my lovely wife has informed you of your options. The world can see the feelings you have for her, and I know you're attracted enough to me. I can only assume your reticence is from dislike. Stonyheart rounds the couch that Stella sleeps on. His graceful movement and the flickering shadows are as enthralling as his words. Are you used to the people you barely flirt with dropping to their knees for you? I ask, even though I have no intention of playing this game with him. His arrogance galls me. Stonyheart shrugs. You want her. You respond to me. The arrangement could be very fulfilling for all parties involved. Until I leave. I'm not putting an end date on anything. Stonyheart swirls the drink in his glass as if this was merely as simple as settling what to have for dinner. Maybe for him, it is. I glare at him. I see your strategy. His smile is dangerous. I doubt that. Stella already told me you want my abilities. He nods with ease. I do. It's something I get access to as long as you stay enamored with my wife. I don't need to have you pledge your loyalties to me. We can all be flexible. I swallow. Stonyheart sits on the arm of the couch. Stella's bare feet are curled in reaching distance. She'd kicked off her heels after picking a book from the shelf which lays face down on the floor, telling the story of how she'd fallen asleep before finishing the first page. There's a softness to his face that has me blinking. I'm caught off guard when he speaks next. If I hadn't he existed, would you have ever acted on your desire for her? His pale gaze meets mine in challenge. I don't answer. It's a question I've asked myself with little to show for clarity. You aren't a fan of mine, but my presence has made you claim her as your responsibility, and responsibility is how you structure your life. His brow arches. You wouldn't allow yourself to even breathe her air if it weren't for me. He's probably right, and I hate that. The underlying reason I should stay away from them isn't only to avoid hurt. It's to avoid causing conflict with my role as Kalos' second-in-command. I have many responsibilities to my family. I can't abandon those just because of a tantalizing witch. And a compelling gargoyle taunting me. But he did say this could be flexible. I clench my jaw at my weakness. Must it be like to notice the flaws of everyone and still take advantage of them? Stonyheart makes an exaggerated sigh when I don't respond. This is hardly the gratitude I'd expect. So you do want me to fall on my knees for you, I quip. If I thought his smile was dangerous before, it doesn't hold a candle to the way his eyes glitter now. I suspect there's a part of you that would enjoy that. I take a breath, trying to not allow the tease to bring me back to the night he'd grasped my throat. Had that only been a couple of days ago? Stonyheart tilts his head like a predator scenting blood. When's the last time you let yourself be selfish? Let yourself imbibe in something that feeds Ben part of you. Not the satisfaction you get from doing your duty, from serving, but something solely for you. I jolt at his use of my name. I open my mouth but don't have a clue what to say to that. Duty isn't my sole function. Right? Luckily, Stella makes a soft sound, and both of our attentions snap to her. Stonyheart, she asks blearily. Time is it? It's not very late, he responds as if he hadn't been weaving a spell over me. He moves to stroke her bare leg as if to soothe her but pulls away before contact. Do you think you'll want to head to bed yet? You've napped for a long time. I inhale, allowing my body to relax now that I'm not his focus. Stella sighs and sits up. I think I need to be awake for a little before I'm ready to sleep through the night. The energy drain hit me hard. Her eyes widen when they land on me. Ben, you're still here. You watched me sleep. There's a crease across one of her cheeks, and her hair is fluffed up in an adorable way. I may have enjoyed it, I joke. Do you want a drink? Stony Heart asks as Stella blushes and tries to surreptitiously wipe away any drool. She winces. Just water. Didn't Silas say there's a mini fridge in here? I half expect that he'd bark the order at me, but the leader of multiple territories with a fearsome reputation puts down his drink and goes to the mini fridge, bringing back a bottle of water along with a granola bar from the snack stash. A little birdie told me that your aunt upset you, he says. She glares at him even as she accepts the items. No thanks to you. My apologies, I was distracted this morning. I should have blamed you. The anger that had plagued her after the meeting returns now, threatening to whip her into a filly. I have something to help cheer you up. Stony Heart makes an odd sound between a pun and a hum, as if to distract her from the dark emotions. From a pocket in his kilt, he withdraws a jagged dark shape, capturing one of Stella's hands and placing his gift in it. I blink to make sense of the object. You got her a rock. Stella looks down at the rock in her palm with surprise. The light catches one of the faces of the stone and flashes blue. She gasps with delight and drops her granola bar. A Labradorit. His gaze meets mine full of amusement while her attention is devoted to the stone. It's for charm making. A thoughtful gift from a gargoyle who has treated her thoughtlessly in the past. It's another puzzle I should avoid. Stony Heart waits until Stella has touched each edge of the rock. When she looks up at him, it's with a touched expression that's edged with confusion, as if sensing the same puzzle I am. Forgive me, wife, he says. I have been focused elsewhere. I should have told you about your aunt. Her gaze drops back to her gift. Her anger seemingly a bad memory when she shakes her head. It wasn't even just that. Oh, he asks. Stella rolls the rock between her palms and even more tension leaves her shoulders. Thank you for this, she says like she wants to drop the subject. I should go, but I don't move. Instead, allow myself to watch the stilted intimacy in front of me. The workaholic and the witch. There's an apprehension between them that I've tried not to dissect. It's not that they love each other. If it were that, it would be so much easier to keep my distance. It's more that they circle each other like tigers who don't know if the person opposite of them will fulfill their desires or lash out. Stella has plenty of reasons to suspect Stony Heart of hurting her. He's hard and driven. But why does Stony Heart seem just as leery of her? Stella isn't in a hurry to answer Stony Heart's inquiry about what's bothering her, but I have information to share. Ariel seems to think that because of the history of this territory, your current actions aren't going to win the people over, I say. Stony Heart sits back, making the arm of the couch creak threateningly. That topic does keep coming up. Lorenzo apparently was an even worse leader than we'd been able to gather. I've actually done some research on that front, I say. It had taken a while to pull together the details. His ascension to the role of territory leader was a bloody one that most don't talk about. Both of them stare at me now. I continue, Frank is the second eldest Leonid sibling. They had a sister who was set to inherit the role. The same week their parents died in a boating accident, she, her mate, and their son were killed in a suspicious home invasion. Stella pales. I continue, Lorenzo claimed the position. Wouldn't he, Frank, have been next? Stella asks. It appears that he decided not to challenge his brother, I say. They could have arranged it all with the understanding that Lorenzo would be the one to take up the mantle. This should have been common knowledge. How did they keep what happened from spreading to the other territories? Stonyheart grits out. I shrug. They kept rumors of what had happened from spreading by force. Lorenzo married your mother, Stella, the next year. The Elderflowers were an influential witch family before the deal was made, and even they hadn't known what had happened. How did you get this information? Stonyheart asks. I shrug. It pays to have multiple informants in other territories who have been around for a long time. Stonyheart's eyes narrow as if he's going to demand to IMO my sources, but he holds back. He's a careful beast. I'll give him that. No matter how flexible the situation is, becoming enmeshed with them is a conflict of interest. Stella, they typlines why Ariel thinks using violence won't win over the territory. I breathe. Poor Mom being stuck in that situation. I'm comforted that at this moment she's having the time of her life with spotty cell reception. She deserves it. My marriage of convenience pales in comparison. I just have a gargoyle who is as hot and cold as a spring day and a demon I want to clutch like a safety blanket. I turn the gift from my husband in my hands. Stonyheart leans over me, and I still. The power of his body pulls my attention as he picks up the granola bar I dropped on the couch and offers it to me again, but I shake my head. I'm hungrier to marvel at the gift in my hands than food. He frowns but tosses it to the coffee table. The gem hums sweetly against my palms. Labradorite can be used for many things in charm making, but generally is thought to enhance intuition and bring strength during times of change. It's a common gem that I've been needing to replenish my supply of, but I'd hesitate to cut up this one. It's a high-quality piece with strong electric blue and contrasting black veining that just makes me want to marvel at it. And it's meaningful. Labradorite is a stone of transformation and clarity. It's exactly what I'd have picked for myself to rival the last couple of days. Is my husband trying to romance me? I shake my head, needing to focus on our situation and what would be best for the territory rather than this confusing gargoyle. She mentioned that our relationship needs to be viewed as solid. Stonyheart shrugs. We expected that. Everyone seems to know that we haven't done the thing. Ben coughs, and it sounds suspiciously like a cut-off laugh. Stonyheart rolls his eyes. We won't fuck just to put people at ease. If we give in to the demands of terrified people, there's no telling where it will apparently with a baby. I can't quite let myself voice that sentiment. I'm still mulling it over. It's not like I'm against the idea of having kids, but risk is biting at our heels. This is hardly a stable situation. Sex, on the other hand, isn't an unexpected requirement for our situation even if I don't like other people dictating my actions outside of the dominance play I've done with this gargoyle. It seems childish not to, I say. And strange to discuss this in front of Ben, who seems on the edge of leaving us for the night, but I want this conversation to involve him. I want him to be as interested in this as I am, even if it does remind me how temporary he is at inconvenient moments. Stonyheart arches a brow. As you've told me a time or two, you are not a pawn to be dictated to. And I am not someone who will be forced into action to appease the crowd. There are other options than us hopping into bed together. Like what? Ben shuts his eyes like he regrets voicing his question. Never mind. I should be going. Stay. Stonyheart sets his glass down and addresses me next. Perhaps we can appease them a different way with your demon's help. There are ways around shifter noses. No one is going to check who puts my seed inside you. I nearly dropped the damn rock. What? Does Stonyheart's gaze dance, or is that a trick of the fire? Don't misunderstand me, wife. I do want to freak you, but call me selfish in that I don't want it to be to assuage the masses. Especially not your aunt. She's received enough of a show. My lower body tightens when he mentions wanting to fuck me. But you'd use me to do that same thing. Ben's voice is husky with a mix of exasperation and humor. Stony Heart's lips twitch as if he's satisfied that he's drawn Ben into the conversation. I didn't say you had to fuck her, but she likes you more than she likes me, so it's up to the two of you. Ben and my eyes meet, and I wet my lower lip, thinking. The nap took care of the worst of the energy drain from charm making, and in the presence of Stony Heart's words, awareness enters my limbs. No one has even touched me yet, but my skin prickles with sensation. A longing echoes through me, hitting each surface of my soul and amplifying in force. Maybe it's the limitations of this new life, but the option of being able to subvert the expectations of others tastes a lot like the freedom I used to take for granted. Everyone wins. But the demon who I've traded insults with for almost our whole acquaintance doesn't seem affected. He stands stock still, expressionless now that the option has been clearly laid out on the metaphorical table. Stony Heart may be confident that Ben would choose this situation because a taste of me is worth the fall, but I'm under no such illusion. I swallow my disappointment. I glance at Stony Heart. He doesn't want this. Don't speak for him, Stony Heart says, his eyes on the demon. I hesitate long enough that Stony Heart arches his brow. I'm wary of giving him my submission again, but my curiosity pushes me fonvar, and I follow the directive. Will you help us? I ask. Other questions don't trespass on my tongue, but their shadows broadcast them. Do you want me? Does my presence make you feel like everything is right in the world, like yours does for me? Or do I have to sacrifice having you too? Ben's soulful eyes have a dark undertone. What about my scent? Shifters will be able to tell that my mouth drops open as he snaps his mouth shut. That very much sounds like he's considering this. Like he wants this. Mine will overpower yours, Stony Heart says with a shrug, like the concept of everyone knowing Ben is in our bed isn't a worry at all. I actually have something for that. My words are soft in my surprise. They are both staring at me now, and my cheeks burn. They'll be aware of how much I've thought about this, but, fuck it. I reach into the pocket of my dress and place Stony Heart's gift safely there before pulling out the bracelet I started yesterday that sent me straight into a nap to finish today. I've been trying to work up the nerve to present it to Ben after he'd stated so plainly that he's leaving. A truth that I've been avoiding. But the liquid heat of my body attests that there's no time like the present. The rectangles that make up the band are masculine in nature, disguising the floral pattern set into it. Silver and gold intertwine in the shapes of forget-me-not blossoms. Instead of blue gems I struggled to get to work yesterday, the petals are resin cast with the dried flower I'd used to summon Ben. I needed to make it more personal for my magic to catch a hold and do what I needed it to. I'd staffed to craft the charm with the intention of giving us the ability to be in contact without causing rumors, but my purpose became more direct with Stony Heart's offer. I stand and round the coffee table, avoiding looking at Stony Heart. I gesture, and Ben gives me his wrist. It will suppress your own scent, as well as block you from caning anyone else's, I say as I clasp the charm in place. The loss of his sweet scent is instant, and my eyes water suddenly at the hole in my senses. I didn't realize how much I enjoyed being able to breathe him in. A very clever and intricate working. You've made him a ghost, Stony Heart says, interrupting my emotional upheaval, but there's something dark in his voice that I don't catch in my need to take in Ben's reaction. Ben frowns at the dewy and doubts rush to the surface. I move to take the gift back. You don't have to use it if you... He stops me from removing the bracelet. No, this is amazing. Thank you. Something whip-like and strong catches my wrist and pulls me back against a seated Stony Heart. The absence of Ben's scent is now flooded with the gargoyle's stormy one. His tail releases where it wrapped around my W-tist, and he massages the spot. Apologies, Stony Heart says to me before addressing Ben again. What do you say, Bams? Will you assist in mixing our scents? Stella has been very open and generous. You have this moment to accept the proposal or to reject it. I won't allow you to play with her affections more than that. I almost snort that Stonyheart is possessive of who is allowed to play with my feelings. That must be his position in my life. He strokes a hand up my bare arm, and my body relaxes against his harder one on instinct, my back pressing against his chest. His breath stirs my hair. We haven't been like this since our disastrous wedding night, and in this situation of us working together rather than him scheming against me, it's nice. My humour dries up at Ben's silence. His dark eyes are locked on where Stonyheart's thumb caresses my wrist. My throat swells in sorrow. This is where the game ends. This is when Ben chooses to let me go. There's a tug at my zipper, and I jump when Stonyheart brushes his lips over my ear. We should let him see what he'd be forfeiting, don't you? Agree, wife? Breathing becomes difficult as my heart beats even faster. This gargoyle won't give up what he wants easily. And what about what I want? Will I really let Ben walk away from this without attempting to lure him? No. If he's going to reject me, I'm going to make it hard for him. I nod. Stonyheart makes a sound of approval, and the zipper drags lower. The need prickling across my skin mixes with the metals off his rings as his knuckles coast up my spine. There's a flavour to the metals, but my senses are crying out too loudly with the tease for me to decipher them. I'd much rather be tasting other things. Ben's gaze follows Stonyheart's hand as the gargoyle pushes the dress from my shoulders, and it falls to my waist, bearing the lace of my nude-coloured bra. I start to shake, in nerves or anticipation I don't know. Stonyheart's hand envelopes my fabric-covered breast, and I gasp in dismay at the barrier. Squirm against him, wanting skin against skin. Patience, Stonyheart murmurs as he massages me. His other hand traps me against his body, pressing his palm to my bare torso, talon tips tickling my ribs. He pinches my nipple through the lace, and I suck in a breath. Is this what you've imagined doing? Stonyheart rumbles over my skin, and it takes a moment to realize he's not speaking to me. When you've thought of touching my wife, is it gentle or hard? Ben's Adam's apple jumps. I'm only here to watch over her, not to fantasize. I almost despair at the non-answer, but my husband's touch stirs my arousal with the expertise of a composer over his orchestra. Then watch me fuck my wife if you're so determined to watch over her. Stonyheart's dark words are like a whip, they sting as much as tighten the pit in my belly. As much as I'm cautious of giving myself over to this gargoyle again, when he says things like that and touches me like he's doing now, his gravity sucks me in. I'd let him fuck me. If he keeps going like this, I'd even beg for it, though I'd be angry with myself in the morning for giving in so easily. He touches me, it all feels inevitable. Ben's chest rises and falls, each breath greater than the last as if he's on the edge of drowning. He looks like he's going to run, but his gaze stays on where Stonyheart meets my breast. I would never have assumed that I'd enjoy being watched, but when it's Ben watching me, or fuck, the idea of Stonyheart watching us, the sharp edge of need digs in. I press my thighs together and falter at the easy wet slide and tug of pleasure in my core. Stonyheart inhales, scenting my arousal. Please stay, I blurt out before breaking on a moan as something tickles my inner thigh and slides against the wet fabric covering my pussy. I glance down to see Stonyheart's tail disappearing under my dress. I inch my legs apart to let him in, and my head falls back on a shaky sigh at the insistent pressure of it. I want Stonyheart to growl for me like he'd done the one time we were together, but he doesn't. She's given you so much, but you won't even give her what she's aching for. Stonyheart's tone is scathing. Why does he sound angry? I open my eyes to see Ben. Is he a step closer now? There's an intensity to his expression that makes my body pulse, and he's clenching and unclenching his hands as if to reach out and touch. I'm ready to start begging someone to stop this teasing and take me, but I need more than a quick orgasm. I want this demon who I have feelings for to choose this wild option before us. I want him to choose me. I'll do it, he says, and I nearly cry out in relief. Instead, I whimper as the gargoyle releases my breast to pull up the skirt of my dress as calmly as one would analyze the quality of curtains rather than exposing the lurid sight of his tail rubbing against my panties. The nude fabric is nearly see-through and clings indecently with how wet Ben's eyes drop, and a sound of need escapes his throat. Stony Heart hums. Good. Then kneel, demon. The gargoyle presses my body to his with the hand on my stomach while his tail leaves my pussy to curl around my knee, pulling my leg up to spread my thighs wide. Pay homage to our firefly where she needs you most. I blink in surprise at the odd endearment, but my focus derails when Ben falls to his knees before me. See, emailing isn't so bad, Stonyheart says, and the two of them share a silent conversation before Ben's hands slide up the back of my calves. He looks up, and my breath catches. The sclera of his eyes has disappeared into black pools. I've never seen him display his otherness before, and to see it now cements the intimacy of this moment. Ben presses his cheek into my inner thigh, his eyes falling shut. The warmth of his skin against mine is as reverent as the scrape of his stubble. He breathes me in, and I swear his exhale is going to be enough to catapult me into oblivion, but his eyes open, and the darkness through his lashes clutches me. It would be wrong of me to admit how much I've wanted this, he says as his fingers trail up my inner thigh. His gaze and gritty words are filled with a fathomless yearning that makes me want to lean in and allow it to devour me. If I do, will it ruin the moment? I ask, half teasing and half just needing him to do something. There's a soft touch at the edge of the fabric keeping his touch from my bare pussy, and I try to grind against it, but the high-handed gargoyle holds me in place. I can barely move in his tight grip. I assumed being between two men would mean more fucking. Ben, as if he can't bear to wait a moment longer, pulls at my panties, hard. The bum of the fabric stretching and pulling at my skin before it snaps makes way for the instant relief of cold air on overheated wet skin. Fuck! I shout, before closing my lips and giving a flustered moan, remembering we're in semi-public in the penthouse. Stonyheart's laugh is low and soft. All our rooms are soundproof, but the scent of what we're doing will be obvious. Any of my people who know what's good for them won't step any closer to this room than they can help. Be as loud for our demon as you want. I open my mouth to complain about his teasing or calling Ben his demon, but cry out as a hot tongue licks me instead. My toes curl, and Ben's mouth presses against me again, quicker, his tongue lashing me with wet efficiency that has me starting to dissolve. I moan with abandon even as the gargoyle at my back nuzzles my hair and watches the other man between my legs. Ben doesn't eat me in the same greedy way that Stonyheart did. Each lick and suck are strategic, punching my pleasure forward and pushing me toward climax faster than I thought possible. I'm nearly there when Stonyheart moves my hands to clutch the skirt of my dress in place and slides his fingers through Ben's hair, tugging it with purpose. Easy, Stonyheart says. This isn't a task on a list to check off. This isn't just to get her off. Ben's tongue pulls away, and he glares at Stonyheart the way I want to. Or the way I would if I weren't the better part of the way to an orgasm. Enjoy her, Stonyheart rumbles. Does she taste as sweet as you imagined? Better. Ben's growl isn't the vicious thing that Stonyheart's is, but it still makes me shiver. Then savor her. Take what you need. For however long until you're satisfied. Ben's brow creases in confusion before it clears. He meets my gaze. Please don't stop, I gasp. And he doesn't, but when he goes back to tasting me it's with much less strategy. Each stroke lingers and wraps my stomach in grasping warmth. I'm still being pushed higher and higher to climax, but with sweet explorations of each reaction rather than a direct path. The skin off me chest heats, and my body beats in a slower but still demanding rhythm when he gives a low moan against my pussy. It's as if I'm witnessing Ben's hunger crack open before me. Better Stony Heart muses, and I try and fail in my half attempt to twist from his grip but settle when he purrs in my ear. Ben's actions become more direct. He kisses my pussy and sucks my clit leisurely before plunging his tongue as deep as he can inside me. I shatter on a soft cry and arch against Stony Heart, who croons nonsense in my ear. Ben doesn't stop, devouring my release. He switches his tongue inside me with his fingers, plunging deep, massaging me as if to coax more of my arousal for him to sip away. It doesn't take long for the waves of pleasure that had brought me to the peak before to combine together for another. It's only on the third orgasm that I start to think that I should have considered what the two of them meant by Stony Heart telling him he can have me for however long he wants. Each orgasm chases away a little more of the apprehension that has plagued me since the moment I agreed to this marriage. But I need to keep some of that caution. I'm twisting in Stony Heart's grip again, my arm reaching back as I dig my nails into the gargoyle's neck, searching for a mercy he doesn't seem to have. The bum off his hard cock pressing against my back, the only sign that he's enjoying the show. I try and beseech the demon instead. Too much. Ben makes a sound of frustration but eases up anyway. His fingers stay inside me, moving softly with my own fluttering body. I sigh in relief even as a masochistic part of myself pouts that he stopped. He sits back to take me. I'm buzzing with stimulation. Sometime between the second and third orgasm, Stony Heart lowered the cups of my bra and started tugging punishingly at my nipples until they are a much deeper red than they naturally are, and I'm gasping like I can't catch my breath. I'm utterly debauched and haven't even been fucked yet. Ben's eyes are still dark, taking in every detail of me as I do the same to him. His lips are shiny with my arousal and his cheeks flushed. Lift her higher, he says. Stony Heart doesn't respond to the command at first. I'm sure he'd planned to run the show. Ben's brow arches in challenge at my captor. I have a job to do, don't I? I'm a messy toy between them, and the thought has another pulse of pleasure ringing through my core. It distracts me enough that I don't notice Stony Heart doing as Ben says until the kilt under me falls away, and my bare ass against the warmth of Stony Heart's abs, the gargoyle's throbbing shaft taps against my inner thigh. His cock is the dark grey I remember. The purplish head oozes a bead of pearly precum. Ben isn't he careful or tender when he grabs Stony Heart's cock, swiping a thumb over the tip and spreading the fluid down the rest of the shaft with a rough pump. Fuck, Stony Heart hisses, pulling me higher and my legs wider to give Ben more room. And we both watch the demon work. I whimper as Ben's mouth wraps around Stony Heart's thick cock, his cheeks hollow as he sucks. Jealousy burns in my chest that he's doing something I haven't dared yet only adds to the gathering pressure of his fingers stroking inside me, rubbing in a come-hither motion that makes another impossible climax start to build. Stony Heart growls, and even though it's not as resonant as the sounds he'd used against me before, it has my whole body tensing around Ben's fingers. Ben moans around the cock in his mouth, the top of his cheekbones have red flags, and his eyes are shut in an expression of the same bliss as when he licked me. Stony Heart uses his grip on Ben's hair to push his head down until he gags before the gargoyle allows him up to gasp. Ben glares up at him before they return to their intoxicating battle. As angry as Ben seems to be, his mouth's grip on Stony Heart is hungry. As if he is starving to shatter this gargoyle. He is very thorough, Stony Heart says, but his voice is crunching gravel. He's much more affected by this than he's voicing, and I'm wishing again that I was the one pushing him to lose control. Teeth dig into my claiming mark, sending me spiraling in time with the tense gargoyle behind me. Ben's moan is desperate, as if he's getting too lost in the flavour of Stony Heart's precum to remember their feud. Stony Heart makes a ferocious sound declaring his completion, and I nearly come myself from that alone. Ben slides his fingers from me and smacks away the hand Stony Heart has in his hair, pulling his head away from the pulsing cock, leaving a mess of overflowing cum. Ben ignores the streams of white running down the tight fist he has around Stony Heart's knot and instead places his wet mouth to my pussy. The slick texture change of his tongue and his fingers pushing inside me again has me whimpering as Ben fucks my husband's seed into me. That's it, Stony Heart pants in my ear. Take it all like a good wife. The juxtaposition of Ben between my legs pushing me to fly and Stony Heart caging me has me breaking apart in a stronger climax than all the rest. I shout, pulsing around Ben's touch and inside my husband's embrace as flashes of color and light spark behind my closed eyelids. Fuck, Ben breathes as he watches me gaspingly come down from orbit. He slides his messy fingers from the clutch of my body. I should be past done. I should be ready to curl up in a nap. I shouldn't be wanting more, wanting Stony Heart's seed to be pushed deeper inside me by the dark-eyed demon on his knees, but this night has nothing to do with logic. Ben, I start, needing him to fill me, to cement this act with something less structured and more primal. I want to pull his release from him as surely as he did for me. I want him to fuck me. And instead of standing and completing my silent wish, he vanishes. It's jarring. Ben's stiff form breathing hot breaths against my pussy, his eyes so direct and surprisingly vicious one moment and alarmed the next are suddenly gone. As if he was never here. I gasp, my head falling back on Stony Heart's shoulder as a tremble starts in my limbs. All at once I feel so completely lost. I don't complain when he kisses my hair. Well, Stony Heart starts, his voice rough. For once, the gargoyle doesn't seem like the ruler of the universe. That was unexpected. Roomy than usual this morning, Silas says. More coding people living in glass houses, shouldn't he throw stones? I respond. Silas shrugs before inhaling. The library still carries the scent of last night. He nods to me, satisfied at the apparent consummation of my maimage. Not even his sharp senses would be able to pick up Ben's assistance. I've always known that Stella is good at what she does, but the charm she'd presented last night is nothing less than masterful. My mouth twists bitterly. She's too good at maneuvering around my plans, and she doesn't even know it. She gifted Ben Bams something priceless. Freedom. The pressure of others I'm owing he is involved in my marriage was a lever that I'd been at the ready to press to keep him here. Or at least to help him make the correct decision in the end. I have other options, but I don't like losing a contingency. That isn't the only cause of my mood. I should be thrilled. The seduction last night was a success. But I'm brooding. Shall we begin? Francesca asks. I turn from my contemplation at the window, and Stella is there, sitting at the table, waiting to be included in the business of the territory. As smoothed over and neat as I've ever seen her. Nothing hints at the debauched woman of the night before except for the threading of my scent with hers. Part of me is satisfied that she carries my scent. The other part doesn't know what to do with her presence. For all my study of her, I don't know what's driving her to have a position in this territory. If it were only revenge, that would be simple. Our eyes meet, there's a distance in her expression that there wasn't last night. She enjoyed our activities, but something is different this morning. She's one mystery after another. The meeting goes quickly. There isn't much new information, but we do have a solid number of at least 54 individuals missing and a lucitimilin. The last family went missing right before Lorenzo Leonid met his end. The first, nearly a year or so ago. The trickle was small and slow. A couple of shifters, but mostly the rarer types of paranormals, which doesn't bode well for our ability to find them. We will try though. I've sent people to all the surrounding Fay gates for covert surveillance. The paperwork to get anyone through a gate is extensive and would take time to forge. For now, we are sure that they weren't trying to be shuttled through the gate in my original territory or any of Kalos if the dragon is to be believed, and I do believe him. Kalos is one of the rare types of paranormal who would be the target of an operation like this if he weren't so powerful. He'll work with us for a world in which those like his unborn child aren't targeted. What can I do? Stella's words are full of determination, fire, and the falls silent. My seconds both look to me. Francesca's look is more along the lines of don't fuck this up, while Silas is more considering. They wouldn't say no to any assistance that Stella would provide but won't go against my wishes. I grit my teeth at the idea of Stella interviewing people, making herself vulnerable to the very people we are trying to discover. We have this handled, I say, and the look on Stella's face falters before she nods. What is she wanting? I thought her workshop would provide the outlet that she needed, not to mention the demon's company, but I seem to be overlooking something in the care and feeding of a wife. Francesca looks like she wants to throw something at me but just rolls her eyes instead. The meeting maps up quickly after that. Silas and Francesca are out of the room when my wife approaches me. Her spine is straight and chin lifted. Her stiff posture in this moment is a striking contrast to when I held her writhing body. She's erected walls that I want to tear down, but to do that without a plan to be the support she needs is perverse. I'm going out today to visit with Katerina today, she says. Oh, are you? The words are out before I can stop them. Fuck my distracted tongue. Her eyes narrow. Yes, I am. We'll be in Kalos' home, and I'll be next to his expecting mate, so it's not a security risk. I would have to trust Kalos. Which I do, but it doesn't mean that the idea of having Stella outside off territory is easier to accept. If I spend another day here, I can't be held responsible for what I do. You obviously don't need me for anything, and Katerina wants to catch up. So, I'm going. There's a wideness to her eyes that verifies her words. She's feeling shut in. And why shouldn't she? Until the territory is stable, her every movement must be accounted for. I wouldn't have lasted half as long as she has, so why do I expect her to stay where I want her? Ben won't let anything happen to her. With that thought, the unease in my chest dissipates. He'll be on his home turf even. The safest place for her right now is with Kalos. I hope you enjoy yourself. I can't crush her just because I don't want her out of my grasp. She must be allowed to flit and flutter to her heart's content. I ignore the fact that, somehow, I've come to trust the demon. I can trust him to keep Stella safe, but I also believe he wouldn't keep her from me, and there is no logical reason for it. How troubling. The demon of the hour strides into the library wearing his usual suit. There's only a single hitch in his step when his eyes glide over to the couch we'd desecrated last night, but there's no scent of embarrassment or arousal. There's no scent at all. And I hate it. As much as I hated the burn of the emotion I felt when she gave Ben the charm. I'd enjoyed sharing her body with him, but the fact that he wears a charm that she crafted specifically for him, this type of jealousy could very well destroy my plans. You taking me to hang out with Katerina today? Stella's sharp tone freezes Ben in his tracks, and his eyes widen. I take comfort in the small fact that I'm not the only one on the other side of her walls this morning. Okay, he says. I'll get my bag, she says, and leaves. His confusion is comical. What did I do? He asks. That he would ask me when they've been a team of two pulls a smile from me that I wipe away with a hand to my mouth, contemplating. You did leave rather abruptly last night, I say. His cheeks redden. I didn't mean to. I nod in understanding. He was overwhelmed. I could track that even without using his scent as a guide. We offered him a feast, and he gorged but ran when the tide of the moment waned. She's not thrilled with me either. I share in commiseration. I didn't necessarily fall over myself and agree when she stated her plans for today. She'll be safe with me, he says, and his expression hits me soundly in the chest. He understands what I'm struggling with. Our emotions on the subject may very well be running the same trail, and that sort of sharing, this seeing and being seen, is something I rarely experience. I clear the sticking point in my throat like that will dispel this exposed sensation. She'd better be. Stella, oh my God, Katerina says, her eyes wide. That is so much. Oh my God. I know. I nearly knock over my mug of tea. It's a giant relief to share how wild my new life is with someone who won't shoot back even more preposterous plans and act like all this makes any fucking sense. It almost seems worse to go over all the outlandish details in a place that reverberates calm. As much calm as you can get in a dragon's lair anyway. The curate grounds sprawl around us. The colors are starting to change in the cool weather. Just a few weeks ago, Katerina and I would hang out on this patio and gossip about anything and everything. And now I'm back as a married woman and with a bunch of unbelievable news. Wow. Katerina's hands rub over her baby bump thoughtfully. I knew that Ben wanted you, but Stony Heart also wanting Ben is a surprise. Fuck, you can't tell Kalos, I say, annoyed at myself for not considering that. He can't have any reason to doubt Ben's loyalty. Ben would never leave him. Katerina waves my concern away. Kalos is a big bad dragon. He can make his own decisions about his organization. I breathed a sigh in relief. So yeah, that's me. Also the terms must have been good enough for Ben because I got tongue-fucked into oblivion. Katerina snorts before becoming serious again. And that solved the whole, people wanting you to consummate your marriage. Seems to have, for now at least, I say, not including that the very action seems to have led to opening a can of worms of imagmings that leave me scalding. And Stony Heart was, like, there. Katerina whispers, a little scandalized but more marveling. I choke out a laugh. Don't get any ideas. Kalos would fire someone before doing the same. Stony Heart doesn't feel the same about me as your mate does about you. Katerina frowns. Just because wants to share, doesn't mean that his feelings for you are less. I shake my head. You're right. Obviously, in general, people can have deep feelings and be polyamorous. My shoulders fall. He doesn't feel that way about me. Something did seem to be bothering him last night if his biting tone was anything to take note of. If he were anyone else, I'd assume it was jealousy, but it's his plan. Why would he go along with it if it made him jealous? Are you sure? Katerina asks. I shrug. No. He's a Volt. There's no way of knowing his true intentions. So, for now, it's better for me to believe he doesn't feel that way about me. Because if I'll believe differently, I'll start deluding myself like I did the first night. Katerina hums. This all explains why Ben was so quiet this morning. Quiet how? I ask and want to castigate myself for it, but Katerina understands. If anyone can empathize with having feelings for someone who acts emotionally unavailable, it's her. Kalos wasn't all sunshine and rainbows when she started living with him. He's still not all sunshine and rainbows unless he's looking at his mate. The love he shows for Katerina makes the clusterfuck I'm dealing with worth it. I'm glad my friend is happy and loved. She deserves it. Katerina sips from her tea before responding. Not a bad quiet. Like he was thinking. I hate the way he left after what we did last night. It felt like he'd led me up a mountain with each lick, and when I held out my hand for the last step, he pushed me to fall. I keep having to remind myself that he hasn't made me any promises. Stony Heart had been surprisingly comforting last night. Not with words, but with affection that mirrored what I've read aftercare is like, carrying me to our bedroom when my limbs were at their most noodle-wire and cleaning me up. I'd been so surprised that I let him do it. But that didn't stop me from waking up alone in the bed. I shake my head. I feel at odds with this. Like if I think about it for too long, I'll build it into something it's not, but what else am I supposed to do? I have no purpose. I took some comfort before the wedding thinking that at least at the beginning, Stony Heart and I would be building a relationship together. Katerina's face softens in understanding. I was all in, I say. It's hard to confess that, and I frown in frustration. But Stony Heart has been clear that isn't going to be my role, and he doesn't seem to want me involved in the territory no matter how often I ask to help. I make an empty gesture, running out of words. I want to kick ass at what I do, and without that, I'm lost. Like a core part of me is left dangling in the wind with the rest of my attributes that don't quite fit anymore. Was your life's purpose before the wedding only about revenge? Katerina asks without judgment. No. I blow out a breath, trying to remember how I was just a week and a half ago. Yes, I had that smouldering anger against Lorenzo Leonard, but I was settled in my life. I was filling a need by helping people with my charms. Now my aunt wants me to take her place on the board for the organization that runs the non-profits in the territory. She thinks that it'll help people learn to trust me. Ariel had detailed this all in an email she sent not too long after our meeting. My aunt seems to be full of all kinds of ideas. But you're not feeling it. I sigh. They are for good causes, but it's not me. There's not a single thing that I'd be more equipped to handle than someone else who has more passion and experience for the role. I look at my friend's pregnancy belly. She also thinks having a baby will help things along. Whoa. Katerina's eyes bug out. Okay, time out. You guys haven't even slept together like that. I know. But at least that's a way to ease the fears of the territory that only I can provide. The concept has circled my thoughts and won't leave them. I could do it. It would help everyone settle down and solidify the safety of the territory. Katerina tilts her head, bringing me back to our conversation. Is easing the fear of others solely your responsibility? Shouldn't it be? People are relying on me. Katerina holds up a finger, and her brows crease in thought. She's good at thinking about the big picture. She'd have to be with her history of pulling off heists from well-secured places. The silence of letting her think through things gives me a moment to breathe. This is all happening so quickly. My phone starts to buzz, and my eyes widen when I see who it is. Fuck, it's my mom. You haven't told her yet. Katerina's question is nearly a screech. And you sitting here contemplating having a baby? She can stay on a cruise forever. I'm waiting until she gets back. I wince. The guilt I've been ignoring peeks its head up. I have 3 days until she gets back. I'd hoped that things would be more settled by the time she returned, but I had no idea what actually went into being a key player in a territory takeover. Well, answer it. Katerina says. I take a moment to calm myself so that the perceptive woman on the other end of the line doesn't pick up on it. She's always been too good at that. Hi, Mom, I say brightly. Hey, sweetie, I missed your voice and just wanted to check in while we had good service. I'm just hanging out with Kat. How is your trip going? You should see the flowers here. I know you had to stay home for work, but I really wish you could have come with me. I huff a laugh. I don't think I would be into analyzing all the greenery like you are. My mother's specialty is plants. They always do as she instructs, and the garden at our townhouse is otherworldly. It's a good thing it's on a watering timer, because if I was supposed to keep it alive while she was gone, it would have died by now. No. You're quite right. The sights have been lovely though, and there's all types of jewelry stands about, she says, and my lips twitch. Just as I don't have an affinity for plants, Mom doesn't care a whit for jewelry or the materials. We'll have to plan another trip sometime, I say before thinking it through. My smile falls. How exactly would I go on vacation now? Would I need to take security with me? My mother agrees, not picking up my thoughts through the phone, and continues to gush about all the activities and the food, and for a few minutes I give soft sounds of input for each one. That sounds so amazing, I hum. I bet you're bummed that you'll be coming home soon. Actually, about that. I've sort of met someone. Well, someone we know. My eyes widen. What? You remember Carl? I'm at a loss for a minute with all the new names and faces I've met since my wedding, but finally it clicks. Carl the wolf shifter? I ask, frowning, and she hums in confirmation. Carl is the landlord of the building my shop was in. I had been nervous when he'd bought the property a couple of years ago, but he's been amazing to work with and sorted out an annoying zoning issue with the council for me a year ago. I thank him by bringing him lunch every so often. He's actually the one who suggested the cruise, having met Mom and gotten talking about growing things the few times she's visited my shop. Suspicion has my eyes narrowing. It turns out he's on this cruise too. Isn't that a wild coincidence? She asks. Wild, I croak. Mom laughs a little awkwardly. Well, we kind of hit it off. Is that so? Katerina tilts her head in curiosity at the expression on my face. She met someone, I mouth at Katerina, and her brows rise up in a delight I wish I could share in wholeheartedly. Mom continues shyly, he's offered to be my traveling buddy if I wanted to extend my trip by a week and do a tour that includes the Dominica Botanic Gardens and some rainforest treks. That sounds amazing, I squeak. I know. So, you'd be okay with that? Mom goes from giddy to concerned in a flash. Of course I'm okay with that. Are you sure about Carl? I ask. The guy seems great. I've always really liked him, but this all is way too convenient. Traveling together is a big step. There's a rustle on the other side of the phone as if Mom is moving to another room. The realization that Carl is probably with her right now is a little jarring. She speaks again, it's with a heartfelt confidence that's usually absent when she's focusing on herself. He makes me happy. I don't want to be careful about this. Because Mom has been careful about things as long as I can remember. And now, with hearing the history of the man she married, I understand why. I'm happy for you. And I'll kill Carl if he fucks this up for her. Maybe he did maneuver to go on the same cruise as her because he's always liked her, maybe it's all one happy coincidence. And maybe I'm going to ask my husband questions because Carl gained me 7 more days on top of the 3 I currently have to prepare for Mom's rhythm, but I don't see how Stony Heart could have had a hand in planning that. I won't keep you if you're hanging out with Kat, but are you doing okay? You sound a little down, Mom says. I grimace, but I don't want to hide everything from her. She's always been my greatest champion, and I miss her like crazy. Just a lot of stuff coming up, and I'm not quite sure how to handle it all. Is it the council again? Carl did say they were making noise about that zoning rule with charm makers. I almost laugh. The council is definitely a part of it, even if the noise they are making is affecting me differently than before. It's something like that, I admit. There are a lot of rules in our world. I can ask Carl, no, you two enjoy your vacation. I have people on my side. The truth of that statement rings. Everything feels confusing right now, but I have allies, Ben, Katerina, and Kalos. Even Stony Heart and his people are all working toward the same goal. I'm just unsettled because I don't know what role to take toward that goal. All right. Mom's voice is soft, soothing. I have the utmost confidence in you. You are stellar elderflower. You follow your own rules, always have. You are unstoppable when you put your mind to it. Thanks, Mom. I swallow the emotion, and we bid our goodbyes. Under all the guilt I've piled on myself, there's a shine of truth that Mom reminded me of. I've handled myself for years. I started my business from scratch, and now my charms are sought after throughout the territories. I brought down my most hated adversary. I am still a fucking elderflower. Katerina and I are silent for a moment, but when I glance at her, there's a sparkle in her eyes as if she's holding back her words. I'm glad to have a friend who knows me so well. I'm going about this wrong, I say. I was just coming to that conclusion, Katerina says. Your aunt has provided recommendations, but that doesn't mean it's the only way forward. I nod. I've been relying too much on the direction of others because I felt directionless. And now, something quaking and frantic in my chest settles. I've been reminded that I've always needed to find my own way, and that I'm good at making things work out. The responsibility and the weight of the territory is still heavy, but it's less like an inevitable draw and more like a pendulum gearing up the next swing of action. The clarity is startling, but I'm under no illusion wrestling my new position will be easy. There's a certain gargoyle who may take issue, but he had his chance to offer me the position I needed, and he squandered it as surely as the opportunity for a real mating. So I'll make my own position. I voice my thoughts. The Leonid territory is as much mine as it is his, and it's time I act like it. Ben Kalos says. I'm not. I tum from the window, unable to catch sight of Stella and Katerina on the patio below. She's perfectly safe, but that doesn't make it easier not to have eyes on her. I tum my wrist, the feel of the heavy bracelet there grounding me. My boss gives me a bored look. That wasn't a question. I shake my head and focus my attention back on my tablet. Things seem to be going well. Keller has really stepped up. The words leave a sour taste on my tongue. I guess I'm more replaceable than I thought. Kalos harumphes and the disgruntled sound pulls a smile from me. You are no such thing. Your absence is merely the price I must pay for this alliance. That's not quite true, but the look on his face says that he's aware that I'm the one choosing to involve myself in Stonyheart's business. It's not necessarily a bad thing to find something that won't let your attention go, Kalos says. Would he say that if he knew that a portion of my mind is stuck in the memory of last night? Stella's body bared and her soft pussy wet with anticipation. Her tart flavour nearly had me coming in my pants, as much as the throb of Stonyheart's cock against my tongue. The gargoyle is a siren's song I was unprepared for. I'm loyal to you, I say. I would never question that, but, he shrugs, and my heart falls. It's not a bad thing to find someone. I make a dismissive sound. It is if she's married to a different territory leader. Kalos arches a brow. I've known you since you were a boy, don't fry and tell me she's the only one on your mind. I blink in shock. How? The dragon's golden eyes trap me, and he does that head tilt thing predators do when scoping out prey, but what he's sniffing out are secrets rather than a tasty rabbit. Gargoyle societies are polyamorous. I was suspicious when he requested your services as bodyguard for his mate. That's not a position he'd give to many. I don't know how to respond to the fact that Kalos was aware of Stonyheart's intentions before I was and still allowed me to accept the position. You're my family. As you are mine, Kalos says, as if this is a fact rather than something he never admitted to before having a mate opened his heart. And family doesn't stop being family just because a crafty gargoyle is courting you. My cheeks bum. I have responsibilities here, and he's not courting. Maybe he should be. You're worth the effort. Kalos_I know you like change as much as I do, which is not at all, but you need to realize that having a family isn't only about responsibility. We want you to be happy. I want you to be happy. I glare at him, at a loss for how to respond. This influence Katerina has on you is unsettling. He snorts, but shrugs. That's true. And there's always the possibility that Stonyheart will accept paying a hefty price when he does make his move to keep you. The Leonid territory is quite an awkward chunk to keep all together. I choke and bark a laugh. You greedy bastard. That's never going to happen. You have plenty of territory. I shake my head and let the mirth flow at the ridiculous notion that Stonyheart would ever pay some sort of bride price to be with me. I'm glad for the break in tension, but that doesn't stop my thoughts. I become serious once more. I won't be leaving for them. This is a temporary, I say. Kalos only nods, not pushing for any more details, but the whisper of my thoughts doesn't stop. The door to the office opens without a NK, and my boss's pregnant mate strolls in. The only person who can get away with interrupting the territory leader. Kalos' attention snaps to her, his brow furrowed with concern. What do you need? Was it too cold outside? Katerina is gestating a dragon and at the beginning of the pregnancy nearly died from how much heat the child was drawing from her. She'd needed to have contact with Kalos to keep from going hypothermic. Kalos' focus is on Katerina, but mine is solely on Stella, who follows her into the room. She tilts her chin up when our gazes meet. There's a fire there I didn't expect. She'd been sharp with me this morning, but this confidence is different. Pointed. Katerina smiles at her mate. I'm fine. Stella is just ready to go, and I missed you. Instead of scoffing that they'd only been separated for a couple of hours at most, Kalos pulls her into his lap as if he missed her more but held himself back to give her space. This side of my boss is always a shock to see displayed. He's always been caring and supportive, but never showed it. I'm happy for them, if a little jealous. I turn to Stella, who has the same bit of wistful wanting on her face mine probably shows. Even though we are intimate, we will never have what they have. Our arrangement isn't about heart feelings, even if I have permission to give her comfort. You want to go already? I ask. We have things to do, she says, but doesn't elaborate. We take a few steps away from the happy couple, and Katerina waves a cheerful goodbye to us before I grasp Stella's hand, and we leave. Kalos' nod of understanding stays with me as I slip into the shadows I navigate even after we get to her workshop. Stella doesn't waste any time. Her eyes snap open after squeezing them shut for the trip. I want to check out the place of the last family to go MLSSMG. What? Their home is probably how they left it, and I want to see if Lil can pick up anything. I shake my head. Stonyheart isn't going to want you wandering. Stonyheart isn't the boss of me, Stella says, her voice strong and level. My brows lift. You're his wife. Which doesn't equate to servant. We are partners, she says. I am not a prisoner here. And you think if you check out the scene, you'll be able to help. I'm trying to follow her train of thought. She's a charm maker. She's skilled at what she does, as shown by the bracelet she gave me, but that doesn't give her any advantages when it comes to tracking people down. Stella keeps her response measured. I'm a witch with a specialty in objects. I may be able to tell more than Stonyheart's people have been able to glean. Tracking witches focus on other things. Stella is planning to involve herself in a search for people we may never be able to find. I want to object, to save her from the unsavory bits of this, but her eyes are steely. She won't be deterred. This is my territory. I want to know what I'm working with. I need to do all I can for the people here. Her voice breaks. The thread of vulnerability exposed pulls on my very soul. She clears her throat and glares at me. And I'm not waiting for anyone else's permission. The passion of Stella that lent so much urgency to her revenge and dimmed in the subsequent lull of victory, burns bright now. How could I ever deny her? She continues. I know Silas has shared the details with you. Are you going to help me or hinder me? Are you with me or against me? She doesn't say the words, but the meaning is clear. She's doing this whether I help her or not. Your wish is my command, I murmur. Stonyheart will not be pleased. At the address in no time, and it's simple to talk the landlord into giving us a key. He takes one look at Stella and practically falls over himself to get her what she asks for. The people of the territory know who their lady is. Stella doesn't show surprise at the behavior, but I know she is. The Firefly is full of Stonyheart's people and shifters of the territory who are expecting to see her. They are respectful, but not like this. This reaction is closer to reverence. Like she really is some prophesized leader coming to make everything better. When we enter the apartment, thoughts of the landlord fall away. The place is cozy, but the air is stagnant. There are the usual things that people surround themselves with. A throw blanket is bunched on the couch, curved in the way as if a child or petite adult lifted their legs out of it instead of casting it off to get up for something. There's a bowl of popcorn on the counter that's long gone stale. The only disruption in all this is the red wax circle on the ground. That's from the trackers, right? Stella asks, pointing to the wax. I nod. The presence of the spell is sobering, and I pull up the information I have on this case. Carrie and Beth Sova, along with their 2 children, went missing the day Lorenzo was defeated. No one noticed anything until the kids didn't show up for school on Monday. I scowl. And no one alerted authorities until Stonyheart came asking. Do we know what they are? Sirens? Owl women, I explain. Their file says they fall under the designation of harpies, though that didn't seem to offer them any additional protection. Rare, she asks. Very, I breathe. And no one said anything? Stella frowns. This territory is ripping itself apart. I agree. The people are letting fear eat them alive, and the sense of community that usually exists in places where paranormal creatures live in such close quarters is absent. They are focusing on surviving, I say. Letting part of herd be picked off because then at least it's not them. Stella's gaze burns with a frustration. This type of fear is poison. I nod. This is a blight. There's no trust and no care past those in one's own household, and since it's a whole family being taken at a time, there's no one left to be their voice. Especially in a territory where the leadership is one of the things to fear. Lorenzo did a number here. Why not just leave the territory? Stella asks. I shrug. I imagine it's for many reasons. People have roots here. It's one thing to feel afraid, it's another to be completely alone. I pause for a moment on that thought. People will suffer much to keep from being alone. There's also no guarantee for them that another territory would be better. Stella avoids the circle on the floor and starts running her hands over objects, paying more attention to things of metal or stone before continuing. What do the trackers think? The morning meetings are more about the problem as a whole than finding a single family. Silas has kept a running report of updates that I have access to, so I don't have to sift through the information to answer her. They are doing their best, but so far, they haven't been able to deduce much. The perpetrators could have used a portal spell which would break any trail, but it's more likely that they took them by vehicle, and the trail is too cold to pick up with starting to look for them so late. Stella raises her hands as if she's feeling the air for a moment before returning to objects. She holds for a moment at a photo frame on the bookshelf before continuing. I can't pick up on anything, but demons tend to be sensitive to the energy of people rather than places or things. Not that I'm very schooled in demon abilities. I only started cultivating my ability to teleport to stop myself from ending up in the middle of the street in my sleep. I stay silent as Stella works through the apartment. There's a trinket dish next to the sink with a ring that looks like a wedding band. When Stella strokes the metal, she sucks in a breath. "You found something?" I ask. Stella shakes her head. "Not really." The wearer was really happy. I guess this territory isn't the worst place to live. Moments of happiness to blot out any simmering unease. She walks through the rooms until she reaches a window and freezes. "This charm is one of mine." Her hand goes to the wind chime hanging in the window. She frowns. "It's a pretty potent one too. It links with the house wards. No one should have been able to enter the apartment with ill intent." I mentally sift through what is suspected about the perpetrators. Would it work against Fey magic? I'd have to do research. Stella sounds distant as she thinks. Charms are more cemented in purpose, but it makes them inflexible. Fey magic is wilder, but I've never seen any strong enough to rip a ward or charm's intention apart. That sort of magic only exists in the Fey realm, which doesn't commingle with this plane much past trade and other various pursuits. Fey on this side off gate are relatively powerless since their source of magic comes from the realm itself. Those who are here have fled the realm for one reason or another. Maggie came here some years ago because her mate was involved in a rebellion and was killed. What if they didn't need to rip the ward apart? My stomach sinks. What if they could slip past it? Like Kat does, Stella says, her face whitening. You don't think her skill is unique? Katerina has Fey blood, and it's what we think allows her the nifty trick of walking through wards which made her such a formidable thief. I need to talk to someone who knows about Fey magic, Stella says. The charms that people have, the wards even, may have loopholes to that magic system. If that's true, it changes all the protections people assume they have here. How would this not have occurred before? I ask. How could the Council, or even Kalos, not be aware of something like this? Maybe no Fey has ever had the inclination for this. I frown. Or maybe they have, but a single person going missing here or there isn't a problem. Maybe whoever is behind this got greedy. Or desperate. If they are Fey, they'll be affected by the motion going through the royal court. We thought that Lorenzo was desperate when he was dealing with Kalos for that gate, I say. And that was before we found out about his gambling debt. Do you think? Stella trails off, horror shows on her face. Do you think that Lorenzo was trading people from this territory to pay off his debts? The fact that there was no outcry when people started going missing, no record of Lorenzo addressing it at all, no confidence that the authorities would do anything. The sum of all the variables makes my answer GNM. I do. Fuck, she says. Indeed. Stella in the city-tinged air as Ben leaves his card with the landlord in case the man thinks of any other information to share with us. He seems more likely to reach out to me rather than Stonyheart's people. Stonyheart claimed this territory, he became the new bogeyman. The king on a throne of blood. My father sold his oath and people. The sun is bright, but my soul feels cold. I just keep seeing the smiling women in the photograph with their arms around their daughter and son, the son sticking his tongue out. Stella. The growl is familiar, but the man in the business suit is not. I frown at the stranger. There's a black car behind him and a few people standing at attention who I've seen before but can't quite place. What are you doing here? He hisses as he strides forward. I freeze when I realize why a human-looking man with pale eyes and an entourage of people around him knows who I am. I would recognize this force even with my eyes closed. Stonyheart, I say in greeting. There's a surprised hitch in his step. Is it because I can identify him through his glamour, or is it my unapologetic tone? Ben steps closer behind me in support. If he's surprised by Stonyheart's appearance, he doesn't show it, but there's a wariness about him. I wanted to see the scene of the most recent missing family. You might not think I can be helpful, but it's my place to assist, I say. Stonyheart's face disagrees, but he doesn't voice his opinion about my place in this territory. Probably because people are watching. And they are watching. The noisy street seems to have suddenly quieted. The humans still walk by, oblivious to what's playing out. But the people hiding in plain sight, seated at the outdoor cafe next to the Sovers building, waiting with a stroller to cross the street, pretend not to be trying to overhear our conversation. Shifters and whatever other magical folk reside here are watching. There's a pause before Stonyheart strides back to the car and opens the door to the town car. Get in the car, wife, he grits out. I swallow at the sight of the giant back seat he's directing me to. A shiver of trepidation runs up my spine at his anger, but it only serves to remind my body of what we did last night. I knew he'd be unhappy with me, but I won't let the controlling gargoyle tell me what my purpose is anymore. He had his chance. I'm tempted to get out of riding with him, but with a look at his expression, which is eerie with a human face, I decide not to risk it. With my decision made, I approach him. Lady Stella, a younger blonde man says from behind my husband with a touch of awe in his voice. It's an honor to meet you. Stonyheart rolls his eyes. Andrew, ride back with Silas. Who's that? I ask after the man ducks his head bashfully and walks to the other car. An official guy with a stiff posture and glasses, who I assume is Silas in glamour, nods to me before entering the vehicle. Your cousin? I'm making him useful. Now, get in the car. He glares at Ben. Meet us back at the penthouse. I'll remind you again that I don't take orders from you, Ben says coolly before checking with me. The leather of the back seat is comfortably warm after the chilling things we've discovered, but Stonyheart intends this to be a private ride together. Thuaruk. The gargoyle narrows his eyes at me, and I meet the challenge. It's okay, Ben. I'll see you back at the penthouse, I say. The look on Stonyheart's face says Ben's going to pay for resisting his order. He leans toward him, his voice low. You told me that she'd be safe with you. I was safe, I argue. But not secure, Ben says, as if on some other wavelength than me. I knew what I was doing, and I'll pay the price for it. Stonyheart's nostrils flare, but Ben is gone before he can push him in the car with me like he seems tempted to with grace and what must be the most expensive type of glamour. Stonyheart slides into the back seat with me. I go to move to the seat across, but his hand grips my thigh as if to keep me from moving away from him. The privacy window is up, blocking us from the driver. We're alone. Explain yourself, he orders. His voice harsh in the space. The glamour practically simmers with the energy he's giving off. I design a few glamours a year myself, but not quite of this caliber. As impressive as it is, it's distracting me from tracking his emotions. Or I've just never seen him as angry as this. Can you turn it off? I ask, trying not to dwell on his anger. Stonyheart frowns. Turn what off? I wave my hand to encompass all of him. The glamour. He narrows his eyes. I'd think that this appearance would be more comfortable for you. People have accused my true form of being intimidating. I'd rather face the real you, no matter how intimidating, I whisper. I told myself that I'd be strong in the face of opposition to my plans, but it's hard now that I'm so close to him to disregard the influence he has over me. There's an insidious part of me that still wants to please him. Stonyheart keeps his gaze on mine as he twists one of his many rings. It clicks, the illusion falls away. His wings hold tightly to his form, but his size is formidable. He is very intimidating, and I'm regretting asking him to remove the glamour, but not because I'm afraid of him. My body hums, I press my thighs together against the gathering heat there. It's unfortunate that an angry, mean stony heart really does it for me. His nostrils flare, undoubtedly picking up the scent of my interest, but he doesn't make any move to answer it. Stella, he says, breaking me from my trance. Oh yeah, he's waiting for answers, not about to rip my clothes off and call Ben in to toy with me. Pity. This is my territory too, I say. I'm going to help look into these disappearances. I can't just stay up in my workshop. These people need to see me. Need to know that I care. And how can you help? He asks, the roiling anger under his surface pauses for my answer. They had one of my charms. Wards are expensive, and most are charged by the presence of the occupants. How many of the people who have been missing months or years had wards that were as undisturbed as this family's but weren't noted because they were drained by the time Stony Heart's people started investigating? I think fey magic of some sort could be sneaking past active wards, I say. He stiffens. That's possible. I've known someone with fey blood to have the ability, I say, keeping it vague. Katerina's ability is a secret. I won't know until I do more investigating. Stony Heart's frown is a fearsome thing. A part often thinks he's going to whisk me away to the Firefly and lock me in my workshop, but he doesn't, and I'm going to spend too much time later wondering why I'm disappointed that he's not as protective of me as Kalos is of Katerina. Instead, the gargoyle sighs and slips off one of his rings and slides it onto my thumb. It barely fits, but I gasp, my fingers stroking the warmed metal as my heart lurches. Sensations clamor to the forefront. It's captivating. He is captivated. By something. One push the first suspicion off Wood down for now. I won't make the assumptions I did our first night together. The silver ring has a Celtic design in the side. Under the emotion it carries is a woven purpose that I frown and try to decipher. Stony Heart pauses like he's regretting gifting me the ring. Is it because it's so valuable or because it has so much of his essence on it? The hesitation disappears faster than I can define it, and he speaks. If you're going to be wandering around the territory, you will wear that. It will keep people from being able to be successful in long-range attacks. You will also start combat. I'm not really athletic, I say, blinking in surprise. And what can I really do against someone who can turn into a lion? Though to be fair, most shifters don't fight in their animal forms, something about their animal selves lacking the same motivations as their human selves. But they are faster and stronger. Stony Heart's eyes narrow, and he continues, ignoring me. And you will take a real bodyguard with you? Ben's a bodyguard, I start. He scoffs. I picked Ben because of his skills of being a companion to you and his abilities, not because his presence will stop an assassin in their tracks. I arch my brow. You picked Ben to get in his pants? And in yours? Are you complaining? He asks on the edge of snapping his teeth at me. Am I? So, I have your permission to work on this problem? I didn't think you needed it. Stony Heart's eyes glitter in a way that I think is respect before he looks away. Keep Silas up to date with your progress. I nod, a little breathless that he's giving me what I'm asking for so easily. Even if there was that comment about training. That's definitely not going to hold when whoever he selects to train me realizes how useless I am at it. Thank you. The thick silver of the ring keeps trying to catch my attention with that heady flavor I can't quite make out without some heavy meditation sessions. It does seem that I'm the one giving all the gifts recently and receiving none. Stony Heart muses. The tone of his voice isn't quite right. There's that underlying tension that sounds like jealousy. I freeze when it clicks. Last night, after Stony Heart gave me the Labradorite, and I gave Ben the charm, his energy changed. Each move and harsh order brimmed with it. But it wasn't from sharing me, it was that Ben received something from me, and Stonyheart didn't. Did me giving Ben a gift signify more than I realized? Have I hurt Stonyheart's feelings? That should be impossible, but I think I have. I clear my throat. I seem to remember a demon on his knees for you. Wasn't that a gift? Stonyheart's expression is bliss. We both know he was on his knees for you. After days in this gargoyle's presence, the edifice covering his emotions cracks. I want to run my fingers down every hint, but that's the Stella before our wedding night. The one who wanted something more with Stonyheart and got bummed. But it doesn't mean that I can't have a taste. I lean forward and press my lips to his. The contact makes me feel reckless and alive even though it's a chaste kiss that he doesn't deepen. I pull away, and he's watching me like one would a wild animal. Cautious even as his tongue licks away my flavor. My body hums with shame that I've unintentionally hurt his feelings, but the dark part of me that enjoys the grittier parts of these emotions takes notice and wants to flex. Just a little bit. And what about me going down on my knees for you? I slide off the seat, and I kneel before him. Is that a worthy gift? Stella, he growls. The grey tone of his skin darkens on his cheeks. This isn't the time, I want to show my appreciation, I say, and it's true. Here's a conundrum that I want to tackle. Other than the humiliation of first night, he's been, if not generous, accommodating. And this might be a little more for me than it is for him. My hands move to his kilt. I expect him to stop me, but he doesn't. I undo the enclosures, exposing his cock. I suck in a shaky, surprised breath. He's already so hard. The bulbous shape at the bottom of his shaft that is his knot is an angry purple. His scent causes my mouth to water, and the expression on his face is almost as fierce as when he discovered me on the city street. So would this be an adequate gift? I ask softly, my fingers sliding softly up his heated skin. The touch is a tease for both of us. This isn't submitting, not really. Or that's what I tell myself anyway. Perhaps, he says, seemingly unaffected, but my fingertips burn against his throbbing cock. Your body seems like it wants this, but I'll stop if I want me to, I say, my tone careless but breathless at the same time. Do you want me to admit I'm like this every time I catch scent of your arousal? Would that make it easier to try and manipulate me? He snarls. Is that what he thinks I'm doing? I guess that makes more logical sense than that being around him does things to me. I don't want to manipulate you. The confession is hushed, and my body is pulsing in time with his. I want you. It's a confession that doesn't need to be voiced, but keeping it a secret helps me feel safer in this type of play, so the words don't escape me. Then suck me, wife. Give us both what we want. The growl to his words causes my core to contract, and I nearly whimper in need but follow his order. I take him into my mouth, and we both moan. The bitter tang of precum and the leashed violence of his flesh against my tongue makes me squirm. He grips my hair, pulling at the roots in a way that shakes the boundaries I've built between us. He hums in satisfaction as I allow him to direct my pace and push against the back of my throat. So pretty and happy with your mouth full of me, he says. My cheeks bum, and my body eases against my permission to the part of myself that he expertly handled before, that wants to be handled. My eyes glaze as I take him deeper, falling into the delight of following his orders. His words are almost a pun. You're so wet from this that I bet if Ben were here, you'd beg for him to fill you up. I gasp, but the grip he has on my hair doesn't let me take much of a breath before his cock is painting my tongue with more precum. My legs shake and need has me pushing my panties down to my knees to touch myself. My pussy is so wet that I can't help skating past my clit to sink my fingers inside of myself so I have something to clutch around. He presses deep in my throat until I gag and nearly come from the way my body tightens. I whimper, but Stony Heart doesn't let up. Easy, sweet firefly, don't take more than you can handle. He lectures me like his grip isn't what is pushing me forward. I can hear how wet you are. Will you beg me to let your demon fuck you when we meet with him again? Will you even last that long? I make a small sound of frustration. My impatience and self-preservation need this to end because I'm enjoying it too much. I've heard enough rumors and witnessed Ben's action last night to know what he needs to come. I force my fingers leave me and grip both hands around the spongy flesh at the bottom of his shaft. I test the give of his knot in my hands, and Stony Heart stiffens. My mouth softens around him at the thought of how this part of him would feel inside me. I don't even know if it would fit, and it's so hard. There's some give to it, but it would really require my body to stretch to accept it. I squeeze the knot, wanting my reward and for this gargoyle to shatter like I have multiple times for him. Harder, he snarls under his breath. It would be a fight for your body to accept my knot. So tight that you'd make me lose my mind. I squeeze as hard as I can, moaning at his imagery. Fuck. I want that. I want him to be pressing hard for this part of him to lock inside me. Stony Heart's grunt is the whaming I get before my mouth fills with his release. I swallow and lick away the remnants, a little punch drunk even though I haven't achieved any release yet. Stony Heart lifts me from the floor of the car and rips away the panties tangling my legs before positioning me to straddle him. I gasp at the contact of my bare pussy sliding against his spit-soaked cock. My hands clutch his muscled shoulders, and I rock my hips without meaning to. The pleasure at the slide takes my breath away. It would be so easy to slip his still hard cock inside me, but Stony Heart doesn't allow me to move much with the grip he has on my hips. My mind chants obscenities, and my vision blurs. One of his claws releases the grip he has on my hip and traces over the neckline of my dress. I blink and look down at the chain and medallion he's toying with almost without thought. It's my charm that wards against pregnancy. Mine is simple for a charm maker, a symbol stamped disc, but the gold hums well against my skin. He knows the significance, it's commonplace in our world. It would be so easy to let him inside me, to beg for it. He could fuck me in this back seat, and there would be no physical repercussions. But how far would I let his glinting eyes take me? Would I be inviting the war inside my body instead of just between the two of us? Would he shred my soul as surely as my peace of mind? Do one care? I can barely breathe. He lets me roll my hips against him, and the cascade of sensation has my head tilting back. I bet you ache to feel me inside of you. His words are hypnotizing. Your cunt is so slick, like it wants to stretch to take me. Fuck, I say out loud rather than just chanting in my head. I look down at the mess I'm making on his cock. His cum and mine mix stickily against my inner thighs, and his knot is shiny with lubrication. This is it. I'm going to fuck my husband because if I don't, I'm going to combust. Do you want that? He taunts. For me to leave you filled with my seed so no one will doubt who owns you. Stony Heart's pale gaze is dark with promise. I freeze, and my body cries out in denial as my brain catches up. His hard cock pulses against my clit, but that word ruins this. Own. Maybe if our past wasn't already full of wounds I would enjoy being owned, belonging to someone. But that's not what this gargoyle is offering. You don't own me. My words leave me on a rasp. Stony Heart's eyes get dangerously intent, as if he'd like nothing more than to disprove that, but I've found my boundary, and it's not moving even for this devil. I've given you permission to have a claim on me. If you want to own something, adopt a plant, I say. His eyes flash at my words, like he wants to thrust inside me and prove me wrong, but I stand by my words. It doesn't make a difference if I have his mating mark or if he fills me up like he's threatened. I'm a person. I may have been instrumental in a trade for peace, but I won't be owned like an object to be discarded. And because I don't know when I'll next be close to him, my thumb traces over his lips. They are so soft compared to how unforgiving everything else about him is. They twitch under my touch, and I pull away, unable to interpret the hard look on his face. Well played, wife. His cool words contrast with his bumming cock against me. I clench my jaw, coming back to our odd stalemate where I stumble around this gargoyle. I pull out of his arms. My body is angry at the interrupted release, but the bum of winning this round is vibrant if bitter. Thank you for my gift, he says as I fall back into the seat beside him, trying to ignore the spike of embarrassment and the wetness between my thighs. I have nothing to be embarrassed about. I wanted to taste him, and I did. If he wasn't so intolerable or just kept his damn mouth shut, I'd have enjoyed an orgasm that would have blurred the lines between us. As it is, my body is left disappointed. Much better than what I was going to ask for, he adds when I don't respond. I freeze in my process of pulling my dress down and wondering where my underwear went. The awkwardness and curiosity rushes back faster than my brain can come online. What were you going to ask for? Stony Heart shrugs and does up his kilt again, hiding his fearsome cock. I would have settled for you calling me by my name. You do know it. Rumi. I swallow, and my blush is hot. How is he always able to knock me off my axis? Finally, I lean back into the seat, facing forward and abandoning the search for my underwear. So what if someone else finds it? The people who want us fucking like rabbits, right? I'll have to add that to the list of the other gifts I'll be giving, I say primly. But it's rather low on the list. I currently like the other recipients more than you. And what sorts of gifts do you have in mind? He asks, suspicion loud in his question as if he'd rather claim all my gifts for himself. I evade my urge to dissect that and focus on my new goal instead. I only need to figure out how to accomplish something that's never been done before. This territory needs to believe it's protected, and I finally know how I'm going to serve that. Well, husband, I say, not ready to delve into the quagmire of my emotions that come with speaking his name, nor do I want to satisfy his wish. I'm going to make charms that protect against fey magic. Rumi, it's something the man facing her says, and it takes effort not to march over to the other side of the room and commit violence. Her cocktail dress is a shimmery blue, and it wouldn't match the blood spatter if his hand gets any closer to resting on her arm like he's twitching to do. You're definitely filling the role of a possessive mate swimmingly, but try not to threaten to rip anyone's arms off tonight, Silas says. This is supposed to be about the two of you showcasing that you are not Lorenzo. Ariel went to a lot of effort to organize this get-together. I wouldn't threaten to rip off arms. I'd do it happily without warning. The warning not to touch is the wedding ring on my wife's finger. Silas rolls his eyes at my glower, but he's right. Ariel Leonid did go to a lot of trouble organize the entertainment and to invite as many business owners and people in positions of power as would attend this. Did she call it a soiree? Luckily, it's not a ball. She'd wanted to plan a ball. The purpose is to set people at ease, and it seems to be working. Every time someone is brave enough to approach me, they inhale, and their shoulders ease at the mix of my scent with Stella's. She'd marked me up so well the other day in the town car that even a shower hadn't cleansed her from my skin. It's not like I wanted her scent gone, we sleep in the same bed for that reason, but it is distracting to desire her so much and have her be still so resistant. The moment when she chose to touch me in the town car was pivotal. I don't even regret the way it ended. My desire to consummate our marriage wars hard in me, but this push and pull with her is a pleasure all its own. I will own her, and she'll beg me for it. The only comfort I have in being across the room from Stella is that Ben stands behind her. His eyes narrowed at whoever is flirting with our woman. Connus is placed against the wall near them. An actual bodyguard to look after my dreamer of a wife and her methodical demon. The gods know that neither of them is skilled in combat. A fact that will be rectified. They have a standing training appointment with Fiona and Connus every morning, much to my wife's complaint that she prefers quiet and coffee to sweating before the sun rises. Fiona reports that Ben is a quick study, but Stella's abilities aren't promising. I hope that she never needs the skills the cat shifter is trying to push on her, but I'm a gargoyle of contingency plans. Silas makes a sound of acknowledgement, distracting me from watching my wife get to IMO the other guests. I turn and blow a breath. Kalos, what a surprise you could make it. The dragon's lips curl into something resembling a smile. I'd never leave an alley hanging in the wind. Especially one making eyes at my second-in-command. Silas blinks in surprise, but I don't outwardly show mine. Is he really your second-in-command if he spends more time in my territory than yours? I challenge and feel Silas glaring at me. Ben has been working with Stella on the issue of crafting charms that can stand against fey magic near constantly since the revelation of how people were being taken. He even found a fae within the territory who can instruct her. They've begun the preparations, but with my current investigation and tasks managing the territory, I've not had a moment alone with both of them since the night in the library. I arrived home last night to relieve Ben of his position. Stella was asleep in the chair I'd picked for her workshop. Even with her apparent drained state, I'd been tempted to demand he stay so I could take from him what I'm owed. His breath had caught in the dim light the moment I'd contemplated it. He knows he'll pay for allowing Stella to be vulnerable to attack in her investigation after I put my trust in him, but I spared him last night. I'm enjoying prolonging his unease. The grin Kalos gives me now is all fangs. I hope you realize how valuable our allyship is to me to part with him for so long. I narrow my eyes. The dragon knows I'm after the demon and, for some reason, isn't warning me off. Kalos continues, but I will tear you apart if I don't have a care in your courtship. My insides freeze. Courtship? I don't live in a clan as other gargoyles do. I cast aside the traditions of my upbringing when I left that life, but what I've done to manipulate Ben is similar to courting. To an outsider, the ends would appear the same, but creating a clan is not my intention. He'd be a valuable addition anywhere he went, I say without commitment. Where is your mate? Kalos arches a brow. I'm not bringing my pregnant mate into contentious territory, ally or not. I nod, my eyes on Stella again. And she just accepted that decision. Stella would fight me on that front even if she were expecting. I'm not ignorant to the whispers of the territory hoping that she pops out an heir. I've never needed to breed someone to stabilize a territory before, and my wife is more than a broodmare for political gains. But the idea of claiming her that way affects me. That and the way her scent is sweetening with the approach of her fertile time is distracting. Kalos huffs a laugh. Katerina cares for my peace of mind. It's what comes from not treating your mating like a tactical game. My lips twitch at the targeted statement. I wouldn't know how that is. Stella gives back as much sharpness as she takes from me, and there's something delightful about that. Surprisingly, Ben's presence adds to the experience. Kalos nearly rolls his eyes. We are two leaders, comparable in influence and power. We are similar in many ways, but he obviously doesn't see the joys in courting chaos. I enjoy predictability in my scheming as much as the next strategist, but Stella does add a fire to life. I may not be able to soften enough to be what she needs, but I can enjoy the blaze. I see your host invited Lobo. Kalos changes the subject, nodding to the stiff man who Ariel is currently frying to chat with. It's a surprise that he came. Now my lips purse in annoyance. I don't like the wolf shifter who manages the territory a city over, and the feeling is mutual. It's better to keep an eye on those who were allied with Lorenzo, don't you think? I ask. I'm also surprised Lobo is here. His name is on the list of territory leaders who both have Fey-gate access and a history of not caring much about the rarer kinds of paranormal individuals. His predecessor's bias toward wolf shifters was obvious, and Lobo has done nothing to remedy that. It's his uncle on the council who is running the current shadow campaign against me, Kalos says with a careless gesture. McConnell? I ask. There are multiple wolf shifters on the council, but McConnell has been the most adamant that Kalos is a loose cannon who needs to be put down. I tilt my head. They've kept their connection quiet. Kalos nods. The better to appear impartial. I imagine that if the council finds your ownership of the territory invalid, then McConnell would find a way to have his nephew take over. I try not to grit my teeth at the suggestion that such a thing would happen. The insult would be galling and would put Stella in danger. There are those who fear they would give the territory to Frank Leonid, I add. My people have kept their ears open to the whispers here. I may not allow myself to be influenced by the masses, but fear bears watching. It distorts one's morals, makes them unpredictable. Kalos snorts. All Lobo has to do is make sure Frank is unavailable, and he could make his petition. For the good of stability. I roll my eyes, my tone as wry as his. For the good of stability. I'm starting to get annoyed by these buzzing insects of opponents. I'd much rather focus on entrapping my wife and demon, but the territory must be secured. Protection is my role, and I will not fail it. A man sidles up to where Ben is in front of the refreshments and brushes against his body as if on accident, flashing my demon a smile when Ben turns toward him with a frown. I trap the growl in my chest but stand up straighter. I must bid my farewell, as I am missing my mate, and you are needed elsewhere, Kalos says, his eyes alight with amusement. I won't keep you from staking your claim. The crafty dragon sees too much. He won't fight for Ben's loyalty and will deserve when the demon chooses me over him in the end. I'm across the room before Silas can hiss for me to control myself, and Ben turns away from the man who was obviously trying to proposition him. I glare at the man, and his smile drops before he stumbles away and back into the crowd. Demon. My instincts crow at beating back a challenger. Stella places a hand on my arm, smiling but ending the conversation with who I recognize now as being the mayor. He bends his head in respect. His obvious relief that Stella and I appear for all intents and purposes to be a happily newlywed couple cools my ire at him making my wife laugh. I find I need some fresh air, wife. Shall we take a stroll? I ask. Ben, it's not like his usually sunshine and daisies, but the way he'd glared down the man who'd tried to strike up a conversation with me puts him much closer to broken glass and feral dogs than his usual storm clouds and thunder. Doesn't bode well for me. Stella easily agrees to be led out of the overcrowded room. I move to follow them on instinct but halt. There's no reason for me, Stella's bodyguard, to go with them. The farce of my position became apparent with the addition of Connors as a bodyguard, but we've been too busy troubleshooting the Fae issue for me to be offended. Stonyheart's gaze narrows as if daring me to stay back, and I find my feet moving with them. My ears bum as whispers rumble from the surrounding people. I can't imagine what they are saying. That's incorrect. The more salacious of them are wondering about my inclusion with the couple. Is my presence for Stonyheart or Stella? A few will guess for both. I don't know how to feel about how open he's being about the arrangement. The ability to not leave my scent or take on either of theirs has been an unexpected boon. I can only imagine how awkward it would be to walk around of shifters with his scent stamped over me like Stella does. The scent mark on her is a relief to them, it would be scandalous on me. Stonyheart doesn't lead Stella outside and instead moves down the cheery hallways of Ariel's home. The house is a grand place passed down through the generations. It had been where her parents had lived before their deaths. The decor is traditional and stately, with a few framed portraits that Stella would be surprised to discover are her ancestors. I don't quite understand Ariel Leonid's motivations enough to trust her implicitly. There are gaps in my knowledge of what occurred with Stella's birth that draw more questions. For how helpful Ariel is being now and how sincere she was when meeting Stella, she served the territory under her brother for years. The hallway opens up into a larger space. The conservatory is mostly glass with plants around to dampen the reflections of sound and create a pretty scene of fairy lights and dark greenery mixed with white and pink flowers. There are forward-facing chairs set up for a performance. The diamond of the curate room is the baby grand piano, and for a moment, it pulls my attention away from the couple who turn my need for calm on its head. Are we supposed to be in here yet? Stella looks around for the staff that set up the room, but the three of us are alone. The gargoyle leads Stella to the front of the I follow them, my attention split between them and the piano. The musical performance will take place after drinks. We have time yet. Ariel made sure to let me know that if we needed a moment, to take advantage of space, and there would be no interruptions. Stonyheart's words are light but suggestive. Stella groans, dropping her hand from his elbow to explore the space. That woman is obsessed with our sex life. She's obsessed with creating stability, I add, my hand hovering over the keys of the piano to tease myself. The anticipation of the surface of the cool keys that would yield one notes of music is a foolish thing to let affect me when I need to be focused on the maneuvering of these two. It makes sense. Every aspect of the territory runs smoother when there is a belief that there isn't going to be a war. Or that people aren't disappearing from their beds, Stella says. I make a sound in agreement. Lorenzo was operating on borrowed time, but he benefited in the instinct of a population to move with the herd. If a calf goes missing, it doesn't affect the overall feeling of safety. Everyone is aware of the dangers of our world, the proverbial wolves on the edges. It makes them ignorant of when the predators surround them. There's no sheet music. The pianist is no doubt mingling with the rest of the guests. Hopefully their talent is more authentic than the wincing smiles of the rest of the people in the territory. Even I sense the uneasiness of people, and I can't sense emotions like Stonyheart undoubtedly can. I'm not as convinced as Stella is that she will be able to make wards that are effective against fey magic, and, even if she can, if that will be enough to stop the stampede if something sets people off. Do you play? Stella asks, interrupting my musings, her eyes bright in curiosity as she leans on the side-off instrument. I enjoy it. I shrug, ignoring the imposing gargoyle coming up behind me like a circling shark. I think it's more than that, Stonyheart murmurs. His pale gaze peers into my soul and sees the truth there. He's standing too close for me to hide anything from him. His tail slides against my calf, beseeching me to speak. It's orderly, I admit. The gargoyle's expression doesn't change as his tail entwines around my leg, the tip stroking my sensitive inner thigh, pulling more words from me. The study of it following rules cultivated through the centuries, but it's also swayed by the soul. I can barely breathe. And chaos. His lips curve in satisfaction, and there's the barest brush of his tail against my cock before he pulls away. Play for us. I bite my lips. Nerves patter an odd rhythm in my chest. After expecting the axe to come down since agreeing to take Stella to a crime scene, it seems that Stonyheart has selected his method of payback. I promised myself that I'd give him what he'd request because I do owe him. He entrusted me with Stella. I followed the words of the directive and not the meaning, and it caused him worry. Because Stonyheart cares much more for Stella than he allows himself to show. I break off, not even knowing how to voice the sentiment. I do owe him, but not this. As with many things with Stonyheart, he doesn't need my words to read, he tuts. You don't want to play for us? My shoulders ease at the simple statement, and I nod. Of course he doesn't stop there. That would be too painless. Stony Heart continues. This is a part of our heart, and you think that by not sharing it with us, that it won't be tainted after you leave. Stella ducks her head, but not before I see the flash of hurt there, and it strikes me as surely as an arrow. The toxic shame of causing her to pain doesn't stop what he says from being true though. Yes, I say softly, my exhale shakes. Stony Heart leans toward me, his face near mine. I'm sorry to inform you that nothing in your life will escape what's happening between the three of us. Tell me that the next time you sit before Ivory Keys you won't think of this moment and how you denied us. His breath brushes over my lips. Tell me that you won't regret that more. His words are scratches against glass. A melancholy memory of future regrets and a path I don't want to trek but yearn for all the same. It's not Stella's rosy nipples and pussy that pulls me in this time. There's no denying that the moment I break, it's for Rumi Stony Heart and his taunting. You don't sound very sorry, I say, and when he grins, I kiss him, surprising the both of us. Instead of freezing in the moment like I do, he takes my shaky melody and builds on it, adding teeth and texture and the chill of the metal in his lip. He tastes like midnight promises, future hurt, but not an ounce of regret. He pulls me away from the piano keys even as my fingers itch to share another part of my soul with these two. I break the kiss to say that I've changed my mind, but there's a hunger in the air that holds the words in my throat. If you won't play, then perhaps it's time for your punishment, Stony Heart says, his claws tickling the back of my neck before he takes my hair in an unforgiving grip and pulls the piano key cover down. The sound a soft slam to punctuate the statement. Punishment? Stella asks, her voice sounds a little raw, but her cheeks are flushed. Yes, sweet wife. He put you in danger. Stony Heart, she cuts off on his glare, but I can hardly track the interaction. The grip on my hair hurts. My heart races, and the mix of reactions in my body are intense and disorienting. But the sensation also distills inconvenient facts. Stony Heart is right. I won't be leaving this relationship with any part of myself unscathed. And I need what he's offering. Yes, I breathe. Please. Stony Heart's face shifts, taking on an avid light, but when he speaks, the words are soft, and he strokes my cheek with the sharp edge of his talon. Beautiful demon who needs to shatter, I'll take care with you. He turns towards Stella. You were left wanting in the car. I have a present. The hand not in my hair slides down my body, pressing against my cock. The appendage only grows harder as he increases the pull on my scalp. His eyes snap back to me, and I know he's noticed. I swallow at the beat of silence. Stony Heart increases the tension of my hair to a level of pain that is just before damage, and I gasp, my cock jerking at our position. Were you aware that you enjoy pain? His voice is serious now. He eases his grip and assumes the role of directing us. It's the same role he claimed with the seduction in the library too. Inviting, but calculated. Treating this experience as something that requires care and exacting actions. Giving over the responsibility of my actions is as intoxicating as the pleasures he offers. He waits for me to formulate my answer. My cheeks bum. A little when I'm stressed. Never with someone else. Stony Heart stills. Ever outside of a sexual context. I struggle to answer because it's not something someone admits to. Working out until pain takes away the constant buzzing in my mind, snapping a rubber band on my V-mist, holding my breath underwater until my lungs scream at me. I have the systems in place in my life to keep me from getting to the point of craving something more destructive than that. Ben Stony Heart growls when I don't answer, and the rumble of the sound moves through my body. Stella gasps, obviously as affected as I am. Sometimes I confess. But nothing damaging. You will come to me for pain, he decrees, as if it's an order that I'll be following for the rest of my life rather than until this ill-planned arrangement ends. I can't give him that promise. You said you had a present for me, Stella says when I don't immediately agree to Stonyheart's demand. Even as her words are sassy, her eyes are soft with understanding. Stonyheart gives me a look that says the topic isn't settled but welcomes Stella into the fray. I'm feeling kind tonight and do so enjoy giving you gifts, he says. Something passes between them as Stonyheart leisurely strokes my hardness through my pants. His grip is soft for all his forceful personality and the delicious pain he's giving me. Stella's eyes now, and Stonyheart's grin is sharp. He continues, you really haven't yielded the benefits of being with two men yet. The library was a delight, but wouldn't you rather be fucked properly? Stella's lips part, but her surprise doesn't stop her from gravitating toward us. Wouldn't you rather be filled by your lover's cock? Stonyheart puns, and I curse when he tightens his grip around me. That's a generous gift. She glances through her lashes at the two of us, and I'm mesmerized. I'm sure it would serve your purpose for us to be caught in the act here. And even if you're fond of displaying me naked to the territory, it's riskier for Ben. Risky, it's hard to remember or care about that right now, but there's a hardness to her tone that brings me back to reality. Stonyheart shifts some as if also arriving at the present, but he doesn't stop stroking my cock, doesn't let the bitter note in Stella's words derail his plans on gifting me to his mate. Serves our purpose, and that's not my plan here. Stonyheart shrugs. The scent we leave will do enough for that. I will not expose you further. Even with how casual his statement is, the air holds a flavor of regret that Stella seems to finally believe. My heart beats painfully against my rib cage at being between these two. Having them talk about me as if I'm merely a plaything is a hot lash of desire inside me. This is for your pleasure. His lips twitch. Our pleasure. Stella's reticence melts into curiosity, and she presses close enough that her tangy scent has my mouth watering already even if I'm confused. I'm missing something crucial here. How is this a punishment? I ask, feeling faint. Stella kisses me softly, not waiting for Stonyheart's permission and distracting me from the gargoyle who has me in such a firm grasp. The moment our lips touch reaches to the depths of my soul and grabs hold. It's a chaste brushing of lips but deepens almost without intention. Stonyheart releases my hair, and I'm lost to her. I've tasted the very core of this witch, but this intimacy is different, tentative and pining. The heart has no time limit. It doesn't know the difference whether it yearns for months or years, but the revelation that her heart mirrors my own changes the cadence. It aligns us, reciprocating our needs and wishes back and forth, never ending. The kiss with Stonyheart was about power and intrigue. This moment between Stella and me is binding, leveling. It's a question with a resounding answer. She would be deemed me worthy of her. She'd have kept me. The certainty is a stab to the chest. We would have ended up mated if not for the political need for her marriage. I dodge the grief of that by deepening the kiss, diving into the air of lust to embrace reality. My hands skim up her thighs to grab her hips, pulling her forward to grind on where Stonyheart's fist keeps me from moving. The action widens my senses again to include the maestro of the moment. Stonyheart growls and moves us so that Stella's ass presses against the piano cover. His body surrounds me, his hardness bumming against my backside causes me to gasp into his wife's lips. He stops his methodical strokes to release me from my pants. The first feel of his calloused hand against the sensitive skin there has me groaning. I forget about things like getting caught, punishments, and regrets. All that I can focus on now is Stella in front of me and the gargoyle behind me orchestrating this. My hands travel over Stella's body, pushing her dress up before boosting her to sit on the piano key cover. Her nails dig into my shoulders, and our kiss goes from gentle to hungry. In my MSH, I nearly miss Stonyheart's words. Because you won't be coming. I break the kiss and turn my head toward him, startled. The glint in his eyes has a greater pressure building in my spine. Stonyheart's grin is vicious. Still want to fuck my wife? Stella widen at Stonyheart's question. The gargoyle's expression is enough to make me want to run and hide or, rather, surrender. He's enjoying himself, and his delight is terrifying. I bite my lip and my lower body aches with need. Please, 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 I silently and selfishly chant. If Stonyheart was focused on tormenting me instead of Ben, he'd make me beg aloud. As it is, I get to enjoy the spectacle of him bringing Ben to his proverbial knees. Oh, and assuming Stonyheart is really as kind as he's acting, I get FTCKED in the end. So, win-win. Ben makes a gruff sound of frustration while a talon slips under the strap of my panties and snaps it. The back of Stonyheart's finger coasts over the edge of my pussy as it's exposed to the air of the conservatory, and if he weren't watching my reaction from the corner of his eye, I'd whimper. Ben hasn't answered yet, his head falling forward and his gaze on the site of his cock in Stonyheart's grip. The ruddy head oozes precum, and I tighten in anticipation. Ben's silence doesn't stop the gargoyle from dragging the demon's cock through my weeping folds. I gasp at the tease, and Ben curses. Stonyheart spreads the mix of Ben and my wetness with a rough stroke before placing Ben's cock against my opening. I do whimper now and catch Stonyheart's satisfied smile as my body parts easily with the press of the flared head of Ben. She's so very wet and ready for you. It would be a shame to waste it, Stonyheart croons into his ear. Well, Ben. I bite my lip to keep from reacting, but it doesn't keep in the sounds of need from building in my throat. It would be so easy to pull him toward me by the grip I have on his lapels or to dissolve into begging, but I stay frozen for Ben to decide. Yes, damn you, but yes. Of course I want her. He gazes at me, the words reverberating with need and honesty. Then take her, Stonyheart growls. There's something so exposing watching Stonyheart in this moment. He's so watchful even as he's pushing Ben to do what he wants. Like if he controls every aspect of the interaction, he can. Protect Ben. With the distance of this perspective, I realize that he did the same with me even during that first night. We were just too much in the thick of it when we came together for me to see it. Like this, I forget he's a territory leader and when he schemed against me. He's less the Stonyheart I've battled with and more the Rumi I wanted to many even while being a stranger. Ben cradles my cheek, bringing me back to the heat of him throbbing against me. All he'd have to do is tilt forward, and he'd be inside me. May I nod, impatient for him to be inside me, but Ben takes a breath and moves slowly. He rocks forward and sinks in part way. I clench around him, needing more, but he freezes and shudders. Gods, you feel too good. I try to keep still even though everything inside me is needing more. My hips squirm as Ben withdraws a dragging inch before pressing in again. More, I whisper. I don't want to hurt you, Ben mutters, but I'm past caring. I blink up at Stonyheart, knowing my request is on my face. Stonyheart's gaze is full of lust and satisfaction, waiting for me to beg. Ben does another slow, shallow invasion, and I break. Please, I start, but off on a cry, my eyes rolling back as Ben's body crashes against me, crushing me against the piano. His hips flush against mine as his flesh throbs inside of me. Full. It's all I can think. Full and thick. I groan at the heavy feel of Ben filling me, but I am cut off by Stonyheart's mouth devouring mine. He licks past my lips, stealing my sounds even as Ben curses. Fuck you, Stonyheart. Ben moans against the skin of my shoulder. The gargoyle's mouth curves against mine, and he pulls away. Sorry, I'm not nearly as patient for this as I thought. Ben's face is frozen in a mixture of frustration and bliss. Stony Heart's body grinds Ben's body harder into mine. Will you FTCK her properly now, my husband asks, pulling Ben back enough that his cock slides almost all the way out of me. She shouldn't have to wait for you, she is not the one being punished. Ben isn't listening. His hips start moving as if he's in a trance. Full, slow thrusts and halting retreats that make me pant and flex around him. She's like a goddamn vice, he breathes, not waiting for Stony Heart to ask him. Fuck so hot and wet. Ben's next thrust is harsher, his body thudding against mine and making us both moan. Better, Stony Heart growls, pulling me into a kiss as Ben starts to fuck me earnest. Gods, Stella. Ben's teeth rake over the skin of my neck, and I make a surprised noise into Stony Heart's mouth when he scrapes over my mating mark. It's sensitive in a way I didn't anticipate, and my whole body lights up. Slower, Stony Heart breaks our kiss to coax, but Ben doesn't listen, and I fall into the dual sensations of Ben moving inside of me and the grip Stony Heart has on the back of my neck. Stony Heart mock sighs. You're only making it worse for yourself when you don't listen to me. Before I can wonder what he means, he releases the grip he has on me and drops his hand to where Ben's body meets mine, rubbing circles over my clit and causing me to arch as the beginning waves of climax start to gather. Ben grunts and Stony Heart nips his earlobe, tutting. Something moves between us, and Ben cries out, his face twists in agony. I lean back and see the end of Stony Heart's tail wrapped tightly around the base of Ben's cock. Fuck, the pain of it must be keeping him from climax. I said, slower, the gargoyle murmurs. Watch her break for us. Feel her milk your cock. Is that me he's talking about? It must be because both of their gazes are on me now. Stony Heart's is full of hunger and Ben's a tormented awe. The sensations build and layer under their attention. Each stroke and touch expands the lava in my belly that all at once wants this to go on forever but greedily wants completion. I tilt back against the piano as Stony Heart's slippery thumb coaxes me past the point of no return. I come. My lips part, and Ben's palm covers my mouth to keep in my scream from echoing against the glass ceiling. Wave after wave of pleasure moves through me, and I gush around the demon inside of me. Fuck! Ben shouts. I blink, starting to come back to myself. I don't know why he muffled me if he's going to be as loud. A dream, isn't she? Stony Heart asks. Ben's body caves forward, shaking. I'd be worried about the torture he's going through, except his cock is hard, and he's not pulling away. He can disappear on a whim. This is where he wants to be. Now that Ben can't race toward orgasm, he tries to slow his pace, but Stony Heart presses his hips into Ben's to keep each move inside me even. Each thrust sounds wet, and my cheeks burn. Fuck, he's making me make a mess. Ben swears in rapid succession the words I'm usually saying. I can feel how badly you want to come, Stony Heart taunts. Is it just to chase the physical sensation, or do you want to paint her insides with your seed? Is that your secret desire? To show me how to mark up what's mine? Ben's eyes slam shut, and Stony Heart thankfully stops stimulating my clit to pull Ben's suit jacket and shirt away from his throat. Buttons pop, but the demon doesn't seem to notice. Stony Heart's teeth scrape against the skin exposed, and I watch with fascination as he mouths the spot where he'd left a claiming mark on me. I'll let you come for a price, the devil says. Happening clicks. Stony Heart wants to give Ben a claiming mark. My eyes widen in surprise, but my pussy tightens around Ben, causing the demon to make another pain sound. Anything, Ben rasps. Stony Heart's mouth opens to give him a proposition, but he straightens as if he's heard a sound, a look of annoyance crossing his face. He pulls Ben back against him. Ben lets out a desperate sound as his cock slides wetly from me. Fly away, Shadow Walker, before someone sees something that you 11 regret. Stonyheart is all business now. It takes Ben a moment to understand, but when he does, his gaze meets mine, and he disappears. I try to move off the piano, but my limbs are noodles. Easy now, Firefly, Stonyheart says, stepping into the space that Ben vacated. His hands stroke my arms in comfort. They are at the end of the hall. I don't know if they plan on coming in here. We have time. That was a dirty play, I say. Stonyheart doesn't try to pretend innocence. That's the only type of play I make. I tilt my head back on a relieved side that we aren't immediately going to be disturbed. The sensation of Ben against me, inside me, echoes as surely as the beat of my heart. What would it even mean for you to mark him? I ask. Would they be considered mates too? Stonyheart shrugs, not answering. Instead, he grips the bend of my knee and pulls my legs wider. You've made quite a mess. His lecturing tone is playful. I look down and flush at the smears of my arousal on the piano cover. Ben would be horrified. He'd been so reverent about the instrument that it had stung that he didn't want to play piano for us. I understand why, but it still stung. Stonyheart snorts. Ben would be tantalized. You've christened an already impressive work of art. Stonyheart sinks to his eye miss between my thighs. But I vowed not to expose you. What? I cut off my words when he opens his mouth a breath away from where I'm exposed and licks the piano. I swallow as I follow each flick of his long tapered tongue, my heartbeat sounding louder in my ears. His gaze locks with mine as he finishes the task of licking away my mess. His brow arches, and I almost whimper. Allow me to clean you up, he asks, and my toes curl. We still have time before anyone interrupts us. I nod, not reflecting on the fact that I wasn't even thinking of being discovered here. The last time he did this to me was right before his scheming came to light on our wedding night. Some core part of me wants to rewrite that memory. It's a mistake to allow myself to be taken in by my husband, but when we're like this, I'm not thinking of his Machiavellian nature. In this context, his cruelty adds to the pleasure just as he'd given Ben the pain he craves. I sigh in absolution as his mouth opens against me. His tongue curling to gather each remnant of Ben and my fucking. Can he taste him inside me? I open my mouth to ask the question, to taunt the master at his own game, but Stonyheart gives one last flick to my clit before rising. Denying me release. My eyes widen as he takes my hand and pulls me to stand, pulling my dress down to drape how it should. I throb, and this gargoyle has the nerve to smirk at me. You're such an asshole, I say. Now don't be angry. If I don't leave you wanting, how else can I ensure you'll abide my presence? That makes no sense. If you never satisfy me, I don't have a reason to want to fuck you. Oh, I'll satisfy you, wife. His voice is dark even as his lips stay curved in triumph. Don't you worry about that, but I won't give you something like that so easily. And not hear words I was planning on saying get lost in that imagining, and I'm hit with a sudden craving to continue his game. Peace, wife, I keep my promises, but now we must go to work. I nearly groan. Returning to a crowd of people while my body thrums with lust is not my idea of a good time. We can't just go home. I'm sure we've already done enough to cause the good type of gossip. That's hardly showing your aunt gratitude for organizing this. I glare. He's right. You did this, I say, annoyed that his sly grin is making me wetter. I'll be sure to feel bad about it later, he says, his tone letting me know that he plans no such thing. I roll my eyes and try and take a deep breath to suppress the arousal lighting my body. At this point, I'll need Ben around just to split Stonyheart's lethal attention. Stony Heart eyes the piano. I wonder if Ariel will sell this piece to me. I've become quite partial to it. The crowd moves to enter the conservatory. It's to my bark of laughter, portraying us as the happy newlywed couple they'd have us be. Roomy to take a moment to check my messages, but instead find myself in the questionable position of watching my wife sleep. The chair I'm in next to the wall is well situated for the task, even if it looks bland and is rather uncomfortable. Ben had said she didn't care to spend time in the bedroom, and I see why. The room is wrong for our firefly. I'd meant to leave it for her to make decisions about the space, but the generic nature of it is beginning to grind. This room is meant to serve as our sanctuary, a place for rest and seduction. I will remedy this. It's one thing that I can remedy. After all, I'd succeeded with the workshop. She'd fallen into bed after we'd returned home last night, exhausted. The self-defense training, her attempts to craft charms against fey magic, and socializing with strangers proved too tiring to address in one day. And that's without accounting for the sex. My mouth waters at the memory of her spread before us on the glossy piano, made only glossier by her slick arousal, and I sit back in the chair heavier, anoint my wings. Stella makes a soft sound, and the sheets rustle before she settles again. The sun is just barely rising now. The light painting her face is soft, not enough to show the fire underneath, the chaos as Ben would surely call it. It's her scent that's making it hard to leave. Nothing more than that. Biology wants me to mate my witch. I'm not usually one to lie to myself, but this is easier. The temptation to wake her with my tongue lapping at her nectar is gripping, but I hold back. My discipline suffers around her, but I'm not that far gone yet. She'd accept me, of that, I'm sure. She'd have given over her body to me last night even with the trace of Ben inside her. But I'd prefer to be sure that Ben won't disappear once we don't need him to act as our go-between. I won't lose my Queen's night so carelessly. And there is the small matter of her accepting my ownership. I breathe in her sweetness on the air, greedy for the eventual capitulation. She inhales deeply, and suddenly we're watching each other. Her blue eyes are sleepy but quickly focus on me. We stare in silence. A silent truce until a line forms between her brows. Her gaze sharpens. My mom extended her vacation. My brows lift at the random seeming detail but nod. I imagine she's grateful for the reprieve. It would be messy to have Elena return in the midst of the unrest. Our mating is valid, but it still feels like something that can disappear as quickly as smoke. All it would require is a blowing huff from the council. To have to manage her mother at the same time would cause Stella stress. And it works out well for us. She echoes my thoughts and continues. So well, that it's almost like it was planned, but I don't know how you would have pulled that off. I should smile and say something pithy about not controlling the universe, but not everything needs to be a scheme. And a part of me is tired of holding back my nature from her. It was rather simple actually, I say. Apprehension fills her face. She didn't want me to confirm her suspicions. Tell me. Carl works for me. She purses her lips. And you told him to romance my mom? Of course not. That would have been an excellent idea, if more calculated than Stella would be able to stomach. Carl was only directed to watch out for her. He inquired if he could court her. I gave my Pemslin. Stella sighs in relief. So he does have feelings for her. I snort. Since I first put him in place. The suspicion doesn't leave her face, and my stomach sinks. My firefly is digging for things she may not be ready to know. She sits up in bed. That's the thing though. I've known Carl for years. He's helped me out a few times. Even going to bat for me on a council issue once. She's not asking a question, so I don't respond. The silence falls again, but the oncoming disturbance brews until it breaks through. How long have you been watching me? She asks. I don't hesitate to answer. Since I first approached. She swallows, spinning the charmed ring I'd given her on her thumb. Ah, her affinity with metals exposed my lingering obsession. How sloppy of. You're captivated by me, she says, again, not a question. Captivated is a good word for it. Descriptive. Like a moth to her flame. She is a fluttering light in a world of strife. She is my firefly. Warmth stirs in my chest even as this is inconvenient. Clever witch, I murmur. Why hide it? Vulnerability seeps into her words. Those blue eyes have a certain type of yearning in them that I want to swallow whole, but it doesn't change the facts. Because I still can't be what you need, I say without inflection. What does it matter if I've kept tabs on you? Her brows rise. You watched me in my workshop. At my old place. You saw me fall asleep at my desk. I still. She's put together much more than I figured. That corner needed a chair, I say. Like it's a simple thing that I'd watched her lit-up window from the roof of the next building over. Many times. I can't tell if she's displeased. After all, I violated her privacy. She'd cleanly rejected my proposal, and instead of leaving it alone, I planted one of my most trusted men in her life. Against my better judgment, I watched her. I plotted ways to keep her even as I stayed away. Lorenzo was always going to fall. The tina tree was going to be mine, but more importantly, Stella was always going to be mine. Fate must have agreed because the way it all happened was a much cleaner solution than anything I had in the works. Stella's expression is so very serious. Why can't you be what I need? I swallow. She hadn't questioned that before, and I didn't realize then how much of a grace it was for her to not be surprised that I couldn't be the one to cater to her emotional needs. That I couldn't care for her heart. But doesn't she deserve to know? I've borne the brunt of what happens to the vulnerable when the people they rely on allow themselves to be swayed by emotions. I try to keep the statement clean, direct. And there are a lot of people who rely on Stella stops spinning the ring. Her attention on me absolute. Who hurt you? And in this moment, the fire in Stella's gaze is as mesmerizing as her pleasure the night before. As if she would burn down a whole clan of gargoyles if I'd admit how they treated me. I was a burden to them, someone not worth the resources and definitely not worth having any space or possessions of my own. I sigh. I have no wish or need for Stella to wage a war of revenge my behalf, so I focus on the important part of the story. My father left me vulnerable. He gave his whole heart to my witch mother, and when she died, he crumbled. The clan had been sure to detail just how weak he was to not only be half witch himself, but to fall in love with a witch so completely that he could not survive her passing. Crumbled, she asks. He chose to sleep and never wake. It's the way gargoyles meet their end. They exist as statues until the elements break them down. From dust to dust. How old were you? Young. Too damn young to see the statue of my father along with the other elders of the clan, never to find the will to resurface from his slumber. Discomfort is tight in my wings, and I stand. The details aren't important. Her eyes are wide at my abrupt movement and something in my chest softens. I breathe through the inconvenient feeling while wanting to snap my teeth in frustration. I cast off my reaction and continue. I will not risk the people who count on me. I wouldn't ask you to. Truly. She bites her lip. But some would argue that those types of strong feelings empower people. She says that as if all love is built equally. I know the stirrings of my heart are not so wholesome as that. My emotions are destructive. I fear I've let this witch affect me too much already. Others may be different. But I know the weakness of my blood. We will continue as we began. I'm already distractingly preoccupied with her, even if she's only now picking up the hints. Of course. You're up early, she says. It's a whisper like her throat is tight, and for the first time I realize that she may not appreciate that I always strive to leave before she wakes. Did something happen? We have a lead concerning the Sova family, I say. Young Andrew has demonstrated a skill for this tracking work. I'll still shuffle him around, but his technical proficiency is something I'll be keeping a close eye on. That's good news. The tightness isn't completely gone, but relief is taking its place. It's just the two women. There's record of them passing through a Fey gate in a different city, I say, not wanting her to get her hopes up. I keep my anger that it's a city in Lobo's territory to myself. But I'm hoping we can find the children being held somewhere near to that gate. It takes much more work to smuggle children through Fey gates than adults. It's a time-sensitive task, not to mention everything else that must be done to continue the search for the women on the other side of the gate, and because my weakness had me admiring my prize while she slept, I'm delayed. I clench my jaw. Stella dips her chin, sensing my intention. Good luck. I hope you find them. I turn with a nod, not allowing myself the domesticity of a goodbye kiss. Ben will be here soon. Ben will be the one to care for our vibrant firefly. People rely on my good sense. No matter how tempting it is, or how sad her blue eyes are, I will not soften for my wife. I can't afford to dot Stella, I whisper to the coil of wire in my hands, hot with my magic, ignoring Andrew's shock and Connis's lips pressed in mirth. The work table in the back room of the bookshop is clear enough, but the space around it is cramped, so there's no avoiding the men around me. Apparently, any time I'm outside the Firefly, I get 2 bodyguards. A fact I hadn't known, with Ben always being with me. I focus on the little details to keep my mind from wandering. There are a few sticky subjects that I ignore as I attempt to weave my magic. Stonyheart's departure this morning, Ben's awkwardness. One, take a deep breath, and the scent of old paper comforts me even as I scowl at the metal. It's better that Ben is absent. We haven't had much time to discuss what occurred on my aunt's piano, but every time my gaze meets his, I remember the sensation of his body stretching mine, the look of awe that couldn't be suppressed by the pain that he so enjoyed. Stonyheart's high-handed directions. My husband wanting to place a claiming bite on my demon. It's very distracting. Today is a rare day where Ben has been in and out, needing to check on some things in Kalos's territory and making inquiries of other Fey magic users. There aren't many on this side of the gates, and they don't exactly advertise if they still have the capability to use magic. The fact he found Rowan at all is impressive. The Fey huffs a laugh at my cursing as he places a stack of ancient-looking books on the other side of the work table from me. He still has an hour before he opens to the public, and though he'd offer to shut down his business to assist me, there's not much for him to do after the first day we sat down and discussed the nature of Fey magic. I keep returning to work here because, even after that, I'm still struggling to comprehend how their magic system works. It seems that once anyone has decided on anything enough to put it down in a book, the magic changes. Almost like it is sentient. Along with that super flexibility, a lot of spells seem mostly left up to chance. Rowan explained that the way the Fae feel about fate and their place in the world coincides with the behavior of the magic. In short, it's a mess. You're wanting it to be too orderly still, Rowan says, squinting at the wire in my hands. Orderly is not something anyone would call me, I grouse. He'd been skittish when we'd shown up on his doorstep a couple of days ago, but he's eased since then. Perhaps understanding that we aren't Lorenzo and that we're not going to punish him for any crimes another Fae has committed. Rowan looks to be in his 40s, and under his glamour, his green skin is flecked with green speckles that makes me wonder if he's related to a type of troll. He's tall but lacks the width a troll would have. The fact that he can still manipulate magics outside of the Fey realm and his appearance probably means that he was born here with a mixed heritage. From what I know, Fey bloodlines are flexible with abilities and attributes skipping generations. Every so often, you live and hear about a human with no knowledge of our world manifesting Fey attributes. I'd never thought to wonder what happens to them until I met Katerina. She didn't know she was a witch for most of her childhood, and the discovery that Fey blood is what gives her the ability to bypass wards only occurred recently. I don't know if it's possible to weave the magic tightly enough to nullify all the variabilities the magic can manifest as. I frown. I've tried a few methods that I thought of while waiting for Rowan to complete his deep dive into research, and this was the one I thought might work. One can't very well pass through a ward if they can't use their magic, can they? But there are infinite pathways that Fey magic can take, and trying to guard against all of them is overloading the capacity of the charm. We'd told Rowan our worries. He'd said that he hadn't heard of the ability of bypassing wards and would need some time to research it. Is a fucking relief for the implications that witch magic is vulnerable to the Fey, but that doesn't change the fact that people have been taken and the wards left intact. And a certain dragon's mate has proved that it's possible to bypass wards. There have been no new missing persons that we know of, but Fiona let slip during my training yesterday that the teenatory still feels on edge. I escaped her kind teachings this morning because she's a part of the team that is checking on the Sova family lead. Rowan opens one of the ancient books in front of him and gestures to the symbol on the page. The writing isn't a language I understand, but the symbol looks like a family crest. Instead of an animal though, it's a plant. I've been as thorough as I can with the collection of books I have, but there was in fact one family line that had the ability to bypass magics. Rowan frowns at the yellowed page. Their name is hard for me to pronounce, but it translates to roughly to nightshade. My heart sinks even though Katerina's existence attests it was possible all along. So whoever is doing this, may have a nightshade working for them. Rowan's scholarly expression flattens. It's unlikely. They were systematically exterminated a few centuries ago. They pissed off the royal court. The kill order is still active for any stragglers, which by this time is mostly humans who manifest that ability. I control my face. It's a good thing Katerina never went digging for family, and that she has Kalos protection. But it's possible, I say. Connors has been good with taking Ben's position in checking my assumptions through this process and interjects. If that's the case, and this family is so rare, that's one person at most who would be invading these people's homes and subduing them without anyone being the wiser. I frown. Some of families taken had upward of 4 adults. One person would have to be very well equipped. Makes it more unlikely. Is it possible we've gone the W-Tong direction with thinking this is a Fey magic thing? Andrew of the expressive face asks. This is the first time he's loosened from his awkward stance since Ben left this morning. I hum, considering. My mind did get stuck on Fey magic because I know what Katerina can do. You don't think Fey are involved? Andrew shakes his head. We know they are, especially with tracking the Sova family. But it sounds like Fey magic is finicky in the Fey realm, let alone here. Rowan shrugs in agreement. The Fey can make spelled objects, similar to witches' charms. Those are more stable, but it would be a considerably expense. Not to mention that it would utilize a spell that no one has ever made before. And if we don't know how the charm functions, we wouldn't be able to counter it. Another dead end, but I mull the details around in my head. Andrew continues past Rowan's doubtful expression, casting a wider net. What if it's not that they are bypassing the wards, what then? Could a witch spell do this? Or even glamour? Would a ward work if someone is in disguise? A ward works based on intention. A disguise wouldn't work against it? Can Fey magic commingle with a ward and rewrite it? I ask Rowan, who shakes his head. I considered that when you approached me. I spoke to my brother about this project. He's a ward master, and he confirmed what I suspected. Fey magic and the way we draw wards here have no chance of commingling. Wards are too meticulous of a magic. And your brother knows not to spread this around. Connors asks. Rowan's lips twitch. He's not a talkative one. Your brother can craft wards and be fey. I ask. No. Rowan scratches his head. Sorry, we're half-siblings. His mother is a witch. I sigh. Witch wards do not play well with anything. Even crafting charms to boost them requires a lot of skill. One misplaced line on a ward, and the whole intention can change. I think on that, and we brainstorm some more, Andrew throwing in interesting questions since he's not very well versed in magic, but it all leads us back to the fact that we don't have enough information. I wipe my hand down my face. If I don't know how they are getting past wards, I can't make a counter. I've tried to craft a charm that can block fey magic, but it's not going well. I wave a hand at the wire on the tabletop. Maybe just a ward booster would work. Connors winces. I know those are possible to make, and that would make people feel safer. I shake my head. But it wouldn't be real safety. Not if he's bypassing wards altogether. The Sova family already had one of my charms on their ward. The appearance of safety is as important as actually securing the territory, Connors says. I bite my lip, not wanting to admit defeat. I'll admit I was naive when I proclaimed to Stonyheart my intention, but it feels right no matter how impossible it seems. I want to give people legitimate safety, not our best approximate guess. I'll think on it. I glare at the useless metal. I just wish I had something more solid. Sometimes what we are able to do is all we can do, Andrew says, sounding as dejected as I feel. A malaise settles over the room, and we return to our tasks. Rowan trying to add energy with his readying bustle, and my bodyguards taking turns checking the boundaries of the bookshop. I nearly chew through my lip while failing another attempt that fizzles and leaves a scorch mark on Rowan's table before coming to the conclusion that I'm done for the day. Trying to weave something into existence in which we don't know if it's possible is exhausting. The frustration itself of failing while knowing that I'm operating sightlessly, and that if we had just one or two more details, things would surely fall into place is an angrier chum than indigestion. I scowl at my materials as I pack them up, and Andrew fidgets. He seems like he wants to say something, but with my I don't know if I want to talk to anyone. Especially a Leonid. Though, that's unfair since he's younger than I am and wasn't involved in Lorenzo's actions toward my mother. And he was helpful today. Get over yourself, Stella. People are counting on you to create security and peace. I take a breath and focus on the teen. Are you okay? I ask. He freezes like he wasn't looking for an opening. My lips twitch, and he shakes himself a little bit. Yes. He breaks off and looks uncomfortable. I wanted to apologize. I blink. For what? Your prodding led us to realize that we're trying to solve a problem without knowing exactly what it is. Your wedding night. Andrew winces. My brother and I are the reason your things weren't in the suite. My stomach sinks. I want to claim that with everything that happened, I'd forgotten about the issue that had led me to pull Ben into this fray. But I hadn't got the chasm of that night, with contemplating the reasons someone would do such a thing, even suspecting Stonyheart may have set it up for a moment, only for it to be the act of a couple of teenagers. It's a phantom pain rearing up unexpectedly. Because it did hurt to suspect it to be the Leonids, but it's worse now to get confirmation that I am unwelcome. The nature of my birth continues. Lorenzo rejected me, so how can I really be surprised that others would do the same? Ariel asserts that I'm some hoped-for sign, but does anyone else really think that? I close my eyes and try to release the old wounds telling me that I'm not enough. Because reading that action as rejection is bullshit. I know it's bullshit, and I'm going to prove them all wrong. Why? I ask. Because now that he's Tom off the poorly healed scars, I want to know. My brother does stupid pranks. He'd already. Andrew's cheeks flush, and it's as if the hurt in my chest is his pain as well. I don't have any excuse. I'm so sorry. A prank by a teenager. There's no reason for it to scratch at raw places in my soul. I am lady of this territory and have a responsibility to all the people here to look at situation with clear eyes. I pull myself up to my frill height, and Andrew by instinct, tilts his bowed head and bares his neck. You helped him start trouble, I say. He winces. He's rash at the best of times, and I was afraid what Stony Heart would do to him if he were caught. You're not responsible for his actions. He doesn't immediately agree. Has he always been the responsible one? Finally, Andrew clears his throat. I have been. All my life. My father decreed it, but you're right. He's not here anymore. I blink, remembering that his father is Frank. I don't know anything about what his home life was like with what we know about Lorenzo. I don't continue for a moment, watching Andrew's anxiety rise and his need to fidget almost overtake him. With a determined breath, the worst of my feelings surrounding the situation drain. I will be the leader Lorenzo should have been. Thank you for apologizing, I say. Andrew's shoulders drop in relief. I can't deny the results of that night. The prank may have stung, but it's also the reason I summoned Ben into this whole mess. And I'm not sorry for that.